We'll get ourselves into game. All right, let's get into our first game of the day. 2 best of 5s today, folks. So we've got a packed schedule. Let's get into the action. NIP.
Joe!
There you go. And NIP.
Joe!
NIP.
Joe!
Maybe close the door before you start shouting. EDG.
Joe!
EDG.
Joe!
EDG.
Joe!
Okay, he got the message eventually, folks. He was looking at me quite... Well, he wasn't even looking at me confused at the first bit. I had to get on the same page as him. But we got it. We got it. Right, so, early game. Lee Sin going bot to top. Skarner going bot to top to bot. So, opposite paths for our 2 junglers. That is important. Of course, I think a lot of the game right now is about that early jungle pathing, getting jungle invade to try and get the most of that. Good double Q onto Assume, but he does get himself that double tap back onto Leaves. It's not it's pretty even trade, all things said and done. Of course, one of the things that we were talking about in drafts then was that Assume and Draw get their hands on the Lucian Melia, and they were the Lucian Melia bot lane of the Group Percent. This is the team which really popularized it, and they did the best with it. In fact, they've got banned away from them most of the time, and they still played it the most of any team within Group Percent.
I think the matchup I'm most worried about, though, is Care having a matchup into Sinian, and Sinian was, shall we say, suspect when he was in the last time for EDG.
Yeah, to the point where I think that it was Sinian. Was it game 1 and 2 of one of their series, and they subbed an Angel for game 3? Or was it... No, there were some situations like that where I didn't know whether they were truly trying Sinian. I suppose the answer is yes, they are now. In Group Nirvana, they didn't have much time to kind of muck around and sub him in and out. Of course, they qualified through to the Knights Rival stage, this part of the tournament, the play-in to playoffs. But yeah, Sinian, he was not fantastic from the games which I saw of him. I know that he's come up from technically LDL, right? From the development scene. I haven't been loving him so far. It doesn't mean that he can't be successful, but you do need to be aware that he's against Care, who I think is a pretty good player at kind of dunking down on lower tier mid laners. I don't think he's been able to hang with the elite mid laners this split on the whole. Had 1 or 2 games which weren't too bad, but I think that he's been quite volatile like the rest of his team. But I think against Sinian, that could be a real problem matchup if EDG let that get out of control.
Absolutely agree. Though I suspect the main broadcast, like, we probably ought to look at this bot lane, because Leave versus Assume is 2 very cool AD carries across this split. I think obviously Leave having a couple of those very cool stacking games on things like the Senna, very impressive. That Q landed onto Care, and Xiaohao is going to run Care down here.
He will be. Flashes away, but Xiaohao flashes for the follow. The Lee Sin gets their first kill of the game. He can even Q out to the minion, maybe, if he's lucky enough. No, he's poured out of range, has to ward hop instead. Good first kill, first blood to EDG. Xiaohao, this is one of the picks which I highlighted in the Champions League as well. Xiaohao has been a good jungler in the LPL. Do you know how hard it is to be a good jungler in the LPL? Pretty damn hard. And this guy does it every day of the week, regardless of how good his team is or not. Gonna walk back in, and Sinian is very much not enjoying that matchup. Care kind of searching for blood after dying early on now in this game. Yeah, Xiaohao Lee Sin, one of my favorite player champion combos within the LPL. Great player of that.
And of course, the thing is, with the flash and the TP being down on Care, very possible Cassidy, who kept his TP, for this Lee Sin to turn up, use that flash on the Annie, use the TP on the Annie to really put a lot of pressure onto this Cassiopeia, who was otherwise having a pretty good time of it.
Let's have a check on the rest of the map. Top lane Hoy's got a slight lead into ZDZ. ZDZ was a bit of a tank Scion merchant for a lot of his career as well. He's back on that TT here as well. And of course, one of the things about EDG is that they picked up this duo of Xiaohao and ZDZ. They are one of the most loyal jungle top lane duos in the entirety of the LPL. They must have played 500, well, maybe not 500, but something close to that amount of games together, because they've stuck together since, I want to say 2023. When they first came together on the same roster, and they've just stuck with all the rosters, maybe even 2022 actually. I think it's 4 years they've stuck together as a duo, close enough to it. And they've stuck together through bottom tier and top tier teams. On the other side of the map, though, it seemed taking a chunk out of Leave, and that could be a flash wallstone coming through.
There's the heal. There's no ability as yet to get the root, but there's the E, and that makes things a bit easier. And in fact, there is the ability to get them the root, so I always felt like, oh, they need the double beat drop. I was like, wait, no, Ash Seraphine, so a single one will do just fine. and they get to walk away, but it'll cost them a plate, it'll cost them a wave.
I'm actually not sure what the interaction is with Durable Seraphine E on Toscana while using the Ixtal's Impact though, because I'm not sure if you're able to be slowed during that ability. There's a chance of a flash stun in mid lane just used there from Sinian that they call off the play. I was wondering whether actually there's a kill opportunity onto Care with Xiaohao just around the corner. Instead, Xiaohao's going to get himself to level 6 off the Scuttle Crab here. Doing a good job of getting ahead in XP here, actually. Guon's been locked out of some farm. Haven't really been tracking farm stealing and stuff like that, but Xiaohao's got himself, extra probably 2 camps in terms of XP ahead right now. Raptor respawn coming up as Guon's kind of held on the bot side of the map and will have to wait now for his camps to respawn to get level 6.
Does allow Lee Sin potentially first move, especially with something like, as we noted, the Cassiopeia being down, her own flash and the like. There is a ward in this banana bush though. We'll spot Xiaohao as he comes over to start this dragon. Pick up some of these wards nonetheless. Up comes EDG's bot lane to give some assist, and that'll be the start on the early dragon.
Hey, thanks for the follow there. Is that Brood 9-inch now? Brood NIN? Anyway, thanks for the follow, appreciate that. Just the way that you've capitalized that next one. The dragon started up by MVP and speed 19 there. By EDG rather, so that'll be the first kill and first dragon of the series to EDG. Repeat, we need to get on the board early. They are a team which really love to play these volatile early games. That's not a bad route there.
They're gonna get the heal. Xiaohao's around, could look to dive, assume. Got tagged again with one of those Rangers focus autos, so loses a third of his HP bar. Walks up to put a ward down, kind of aware the Lee Sin might be here. The Lee has now left.
Especially with Lee Sin at level 6 with a flash. Well, sorry, no flash, but level 6, you just wonder what kind of stunts they could pull. Not that they will always pull it, but, the mind of a Lee Sin player is hard to read at the best of times.
Nefarious, yes.
Yeah. I like how Sinian's using the Tibbers there to tank the wave, means that you don't have to lose any HP yourself. It's one of the great things about a true minion man's kind of champion is that you can use your kind of add-on of your ultimate or whatever you summon, as long as you can control it, to kind of manipulate waves in a good way. Xiaohao going to be spotted on vision here. Good vision to protect Care. He's trying to push in.
Yeah, and it is needed, obviously, because without the flash is quite vulnerable to the Lee Sin and E kill combos.
Guon walking over bot, a vision in the bot side, though. That was placed a little earlier. They know
Go on, my son! Gets in there. The Impale after makes things nice and spicy. The Leaf just gets drummed. They land the Q. The kick interrupts it, though. So no resonating strike.
Very hard to play Lee Sin into Milio. And I can't believe that Leave and Dway died to that, despite having full vision of Guon on both sides of the map. They have that ward and Shrine Brush. There's no world in which you should get that, especially without expending a flash. Leave flashes, still gets hit by the ultimate, dies. That is a bad first death of the series for him. NIP, that's a bit of a freebie. And, if you're going to characterize NIP in any way, it really is about, it was, at least in this split, bot lane domination, and then Guon getting involved in the game early somehow. Now the thing for them in terms of their volatility is that it would often be positive and negative. Most of the time it's positive. I think NIP are actually a very good team on the whole. It's just very hard to be positive and impactful all the time, even if you are the best jungler in the world. Look at how Tarzan's play for anyone's legend in this split, for instance, someone that we have frequently called that actually on the other side. So Guon here getting that first kill in with actually quite little expended is really quite worrying there for EDG. They gave him that one a bit for free.
I did expend my one Guana Sun moment.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, we got a full best of 5 of this Sam, which is actually quite high tension because it's elimination.
It's once a game now. It's not
once a game. Okay.
I do allow myself one a game.
Right. Okay. You've got an allotment for it.
Yeah. Can't overdo it.
Yeah, Milio's got a better kick than Lee Sin, especially in that case. Yeah.
Milio got the kill.
Yeah. Oh, he did. Well, I've definitely got a better kick then. What? For sure. Nice.
Yeah.
That is, I have to say, of all the sound effects in League of Legends, the is a pretty good one.
It is.
That's one of the more recognizable ones, and there's a certain tactileness to it.
I enjoy the fact that Yasuo is really a big-time RPG enjoyer from his sound effects.
Yeah.
Because, he's always hunting for those cool extra bits in the infantry. This one's has a key.
Oh, nice. Yeah. I thought he was like the locksmith lawyer, or the lockpick lawyer in his spare time.
Gonna try and jump to Xiaohao, but they'll hop away with the safeguards to ward in the bush. Means it's not gonna happen. There's the flash kick. Pulls Guon back towards Leave, and that likely means Guon dies. Flashes, but there's the ward up, and then Even the flash won't get him away from the encore that follows, and now he's dead to rights. Nearly for Hoya onto ZDC. Goes to the skies potentially, but rooted up with a beat drop. Xiaohao walks up, help tank the turret, and EDG find a double with a nice roam from their bot lane.
And this is looking like a really solid early game from them. I don't think NIP have been tracking Xiaohao very well across the early game. Great kick from him. As the big difference here is that Leave and Jue commit to that early roam. Of course, you don't see that as much in the current year because we have bot lane role quests and stuff, which is so important. However, getting those 2 kills, more important than getting yourselves a little bit more time on that quest in bot lane. NIP lose not just the life of their jungler, but their top laner as well. And a lot of that gold goes into the hands of the Ash, who just died in bot lane. So that's a really good pickup for EDG.
That is huge. And at this point, pulls them right back into a game that was getting a bit spicy for that bot lane. Actually, Leave dying for that first blood's a bit rough. Assumes now alone as EDG come on down. The ward hop forwards, the culling somewhat cancelled, and Assume will find himself somewhat dead. Both of those somewhats are slightly unnecessary. Yeah. He did get his culling cancelled, and he is in fact die.
Yes, he is in fact dead. So there's actually like nothing debatable about that. It's just we're dealing in absolutes here, Sam. You know, always had a bit of a dark side to us, didn't we? Right, Dragons starting to be on the table as well, just spawning, and EDG have a great position around it. Assume dies in bot lane, has to reset. Now coming back out of the map with the summoners, but I don't think NIP have tracked Xiaohao well at all, and this is a problem. They're teleporting in.
Oh boy.
This is the Cassiopeia, but that is a bad teleport.
Oh no. Well, this just sucks. Kobe, where are you? That TP sucked.
Wait, wasn't that Billy Boss, not Kobe?
You know, Kobe said it.
Oh, because it was the Billy Boss TP. So he was the guy that teleported like into nothing. And
yeah,
died.
no, but the call is Kobe's call.
Yeah, I think it was Billy Boss was the guy that teleported into like 5 meters, and it was like, okay, why? That TP sucked.
Yeah.
Oh god, NIP this early game just isn't working for them. I mean, they're not tracking Xiaohao. That teleport was very poorly judged from them, and Sam, this is a game 1 which is a bit reminiscent of, well, yesterday IG versus TT.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried too.
Well, you know, NIP are clear favorites here. They have beaten some very good teams in this split, but EDG have come in far better prepped. They have come in with a far more intent in the early game, is the way that I'll phrase it, where it feels like they're finding angles of attack, very aggressive ones, and they're making great use of that very early into the game.
Alex,
Yep.
if LNG somehow drew the team that was best prepped and playing best, and actually NIP or IG would have been easier teams. The irony would be not lost.
By the way, your reward for placing first is in fact having the hardest team out of Ascend somehow. By the way, WE is somehow better prepped for this than Weibo, like NIP, you know, all of these other teams. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Anyway, Hoya had just stuck around at that top lane to see if there's a play to be made. ZDZ will learn that Q onto Hoya, but he has the roll quest to teleport. It has been completed down that top lane roll quest, so he gets that shield after teleporting. So he's gone for the Serpent's Fang at first, very good into the Seraphine, but also good into the Siren anyway, because it means he can shrug off a lot of the W damage.
And Lee Sin, actually.
Yeah, and I think, there's a lot of, basically only the Ashe doesn't bring their own inbuilt shield.
What a barrier anyway, so she's
true.
join the crew regardless.
Exactly, so she hits, so actually every single member of the other team has a Serpent's Fang. But even if you just had that Scion, sometimes you build it anyway, because it can help your individual trading quite heavily. Fast pop his control as well. Right, let's just have a look at the map to see what's set up for. Good vision from NIP. For once, they need to keep that up because Xiaohao has been really just running them through when he's been given kind of free reign to play the map. And Xiaohao's Lee Sin, you know, called it out in that draft, and it has been living up to expectations. Great impact so far.
I thought that was going to be a set for joke, Alex. What's the map set up for? I was like, knock joke?
Well, I've not been tying any ropes. It's not a knock joke.
That's true. Well, we're going to go to the skies, and we're going to shock blast away. But ZDC is getting to
the skies.
Yeah, but ZDC is just very tanky at this point, Alex. Quite a large Scion.
Yeah, absolute awe of the size of this lad. An absolute unit.
I've not used that meme in a while. It's a good one.
No, me neither. It's like in awe of the size of this lad, an absolute unit. God, that's a classic one. The old British geezer. If you want, might face check here. Do they have the damage to one-shot a Skarner? You see Xiao doing a bit of the fake out there, the QW, trying to see if he can bait out the Milio Qs. What's that Hoya now? Does have kick flash.
Oh, here we go. He's gone in, and his body was telling him yes. And I'm not sure whether it should have done. Fortunately, he has a blast cone, and that's fine.
Hey, you know, at least he's got some sustain. He's got some fruit. That's mission successful, Sam. He loses a ward. Who cares about that? Just all this vision stuff. What's vision needed for a blind monk, Sam? The irony is not lost on me that he was the biggest sight stone jungler of all time. Herald started now.
All right, well, there goes Annie on a flank angle. Care keeping him off the back end of this, though. Down 1600 HP goes to Herald. That's secured by the Lee Sin. The arrow, and Guwon is forced to flash out of the encore. Just about survives. Protoplasm Harness keeps him topped up and alive, just about.
NIP just kind of walk up and play some Safari League of Legends. They just watch the Herald going down, but they can't interact with it. They're just there to see the wildlife. EDG get themselves the objective. They don't lose anything on the way out. They throw an ult out to see if they can catch out Guwon. Doesn't quite die because, of course, you mentioned that Protoplasm Harness. But this doesn't change the fact that EDG are now. They have Herald in inventory. They have 2 dragons. They have a significant gold lead. I mean, 16 minutes, 2.5k. That's not bad, actually, at this point. I've been told that I would call that significant at this point. And in terms of composition, well, that's where things get a little bit rough, because I think that the Ashe needs to do a lot of carrying, and NIP have got a bit more split damage. More people can put out damage on a significant level than EDG can. But EDG, I think they're completely fine for this point in the game, though. NIP have got to start shaping up, Sam. Otherwise, well, yeah, we just saw what happened yesterday to IG. You can't write off these Group Nirvana teams.
We'll have to keep an eye on it, because, of course, Leave, I think on the whole, has had a pretty good split. I know we got 1 or 2 Leave doubters in chat, and I can sort of see that. I know, obviously, before he's had 1 or 2 anti-clutch moments, shall we say, across his career.
Yeah.
And that's definitely hurt his reputation somewhat. We shall see here. He's in a very good spot with the Hex Optics, the Phantom Dancer, lots of good frontline and shielding and playmaking to work around from the rest of the team. So it's a very good platform, to say the least, and a good run of form. So I'm feeling pretty confident about EDG at this point in time.
Hoya's not going to be able to walk up and get local gold here. That's a bit annoying for him, because a lot of the gold comes through from that local gold, sadly. From tower kills, so NIP even losing out a little bit on first tower of the game. Would have been really nice to get yourself that low pickup. Didn't want to die for it, is the thing. Dragon now started. This would be a very early soul point for EDG, and in a game like this, Cloud Soul, and you've got a lot of you know, you've got to position your double melee topside. Not a bad thing at all. NIP walking over, can they really contest?
Right, out comes the Cullen, leaves the one who's the target, does survive with backs away. Now Kera's TP into the same spot, this time he's blown up, the encore lands. That makes things a bit spicy on the side. Guwon lands the impale, Leave forced to flash away, but Hoya is now in a 1v1 with the Ashe, and I think the Hoya is going to win this. He's 2 levels up, the barrier comes on down, and just about brings the Ashe low.
Very, very close though. Leave does a good job of trying to get away from that Jace. Is he going to get it? Won't be able to catch the Jace on his retreat path, so that will be 1 for Dragon.
There's Lee Sin to kill off the Skarner on the other side of the fight, so it does at least get something back. Makes that a very interesting state of affairs, but of course EDG still get the greater prize, which is the Cloud Soul point.
Yeah, and NIP just struggling to make those creative engages. You know, they're not really finding inroads. They're, you know, teleporting into the dragon fights, but it's not like Guwon's finding crazy angles. He's behind 1.5k gold. Xiao has been the better jungler in this game so far. I'm getting quite worried for NIP. You know, they do get themselves that kill onto Leave eventually. Culling brings them into a kill angle for Hoya. And what happens here? Well, the cleanse. This is the problem we said about the Milio into multiple forms of CC, where there's just too many things to cleanse. Great flash over from Hoya. Does end up getting that assassination angle onto Leave. Well played from him. And of course, Hoya, a player who, you know, for a long time was not a carry player. But he was kind of on tank duty for TT, the team which actually just qualified up to Group Ascend over IG just yesterday. But he's been on a real carry arc here within NIP, playing stuff like that Varus top and the Jace. Here comes the kick!
Oh, both solo laners are top side to assume gets hunted into the enemy team with a roundhouse to the back of his skull. Leave gets donated the kill. Air and crew do get that top lane turret with the Herald drop mid and the kill onto the AD carry. The response should be rapid from EDG.
How's Lee Sin? How's Lee Sin, man? I watched so much this in 2023. What a great player combination. Sinio's gonna go low though.
He's gonna get run with a twin fangs. The thundering blow goes down. Out comes an incinerate that means very little indeed, and the kill does go down, and that evens things up a little bit. And you just couldn't walk up that one, Annie.
No, that's a bad death to throw into the play there. Didn't have that flash, used that, I believe around the Herald actually is when he last used that one. But yeah, Sinio Not a great introduction into that game, at least in terms of kills and deaths. Herald was used to bring down the mid lane turret. EDG still keeping that 2.5k gold lead, still have soul point. Great kick flash onto Assume there, though. Xiaohao won't have that flash, though, for the next dragon fight. That might be where NIP gonna have to mount their first real big fights of the game. They will have, you know, 2 items onto pretty much everyone at that point. And EDG will look to try and close out what's been a decent early into mid game. You know, they've got themselves a grand majority of all the objectives across the map. In fact, they've gotten every objective across the map. NIP didn't get a single grub, not a single dragon, nor the Herald either. Really need to keep their eyes on that. EDG have had the better early game.
Hair just needs the completion cost now on his Seraphs. Needs 30 seconds or so, a minute until his row is fully stacked on him. This as he appears to become a lot more threatening. Flash from Guwon does not land the impale he's looking for, and so does burn his flash and doesn't get anything in return.
Guwon, I mean, he is in many ways the heart and soul of NIP. He was going toe-to-toe with the best junglers in the LPL, who I think are the best junglers in the world right now. Wouldn't tell it from this game, though. This is the thing about Guwon. He's a lot more volatile than a great many of our other junglers. Him and Junja probably our most volatile junglers within Group Ascend anyway. EDG give him a good run for their money, though, aren't they? A minute now till Dragon. NIP haven't really been winning. Well, they've got decent summoner economy. They've taken down the flashes on some important members like Leave. Xiaohao, of course, doesn't have his for the next fight as well. Sinian will, though, for the next fight. That Flash Annie Tibbers may be the difference maker.
Visit line bushes. Dart for EDG. Might have an idea that people are in there, courtesy of that control ward in the banana bush just up north of that position, but they're about to have that one cleared out. TP into the mid lane. Oh, this one could be a bit dicey. Tail's not quite up, so it should be fine. It is easy.
Oh, it is the Scion, yeah.
Yeah, so he's a bit more able to do that than most. Guwon, remember, doesn't have a flash. He's going to have to start driving away. Gets a cozy campfire and some warm hugs, so should be alright. Sinian spotted out by a far side alteration.
Yes, he's gone for the empowered swiftness boots as well as Sinian, so he's quite easy to be able to reposition into another pocket of Fog of War. He can move around that quite well. The volley's working a lot better than the shot blast in terms of poke, because the shot blasts are going into the Scion, and
he doesn't care.
He doesn't really care, Sam, not at all.
Guwon down at about 2/3. Again, look at the protoplasm harness. There's the seal of warm hugs. There's the stun forwards, the arrow that follows. Guwon just about out of range of the encore. So he gets to back away, but protoplasm harness down. That's a lot of ults burned, though, by EDG.
It is. I don't like that encore being used at all. I don't mind the first bit of CC, and now suddenly Scion ulting into the play.
Yeah, EDG doesn't quite get what he's looking for, right? That's another ult down, and NIP now look at this and go, you know what, our health bar on our jungler might not be great, but everyone else has got some important ults to work with.
NIP don't have any positioning on Dragon, though. The ults have bought them a good amount of buffer zone between the Dragon and NIP. Now, NIP gonna give up a Cloud Soul. It's not the game-ending soul, but as we said, in this kind of game where it's a lot about positioning, about, you know, trying to get the Scion into good position, the Lee Sin into good position, very nasty if they can kind of pop that ultimate and then get themselves into a reposition as well. Does open up an early Elder Dragon, though, and that could actually be a win condition for NIP. So many dragons have gone over early before we hit late game, really. They can just say, well, we'll just take Elder instead.
So it means that Ashe can grease her ice skates. Here comes the Baron, starts from NIP, though. This is their attempted rebuttal.
This is a very low HP NIP team, though. I think that they've taken too much damage from the Baron.
Breath of Life comes down. They are going to have to pull off it. Is it going to be a Baron leash at this point? Sinian is pretty quick as TP'd in. Going to try and catch someone being greedy on the retreat here.
Maybe. He does have that ultimate. Does he have the damage behind it? Does have the layer. That is a very fast Annie, actually. Whee! Extra 10% movement speed. When you get the Molten Shield on as well, kind of scary. They know that they know they're in danger there. They have enough vision on top side to know that people are in their top jungle, just not sure exactly where in the top jungle it is. I think it's quite interesting that Sinian's gone for that Leandri second as well. Really does want to have more damage onto Guwon in particular. Make sure they've got a little bit more ability to cut through the front line, which I think is actually quite intelligent here. So I think that EDG, one of the issues that I have with their draft, of course, is that most of their damage is going to be on the Ashe. Credit to Xiaohao, he's actually done a lot of carrying for the amount of value which Lee Sin can have in the early game. Sinian going for that Leandris, that gives them a little bit more spread there, which means that they have a little bit more DPS as the fight goes on, rather than just the burst from an Annie, which comes out at the start of the fight.
Well, there's the Lord Dom's regards in for Assume. gives him a bit more power into something like this Scion, which would be fairly significant. The Raptor Camp hit go from EDG, and NIP can see nothing anymore out. There's just nothing to be found there. As the waves keep coming crashing into these tier 2s, Baron is very much a consideration at this point for EDG.
And NIP, we said, well, they might be able to get themselves onto Elder Dragon at some point with Ward in the back of the pit, though NIP will know about this Baron. Can they do anything about it? Well, they're not really in great position right now. ZDZ gonna take a bit of damage from Assume.
Has to back away a little, and actually Care comes in real fast, but Sinian over the side gets the stun. Is it going to be a long enough time? The kick away will not get in the pit. Nice attempt and denial from EDG onto that Skarner. ZDZ, that's a little low, but he's body blocked well enough. And will be able to escape with his health bar just about intact. Gu1 hit. Sonic Wave, the Resonating Strike not to follow.
EDG just get Dragon and get out. Now, go back, even just one split, and even all of last year, really. EDG around late game objectives would fall apart. This is good character development from the team. Very good. Flash on, core flashed away from.
Necessary, but Care now down that summoner. Xiaohao looking for another Sonic Wave, lands it onto Gu1, doesn't want to take that one necessarily. The double Super Mega Blaze Kick, but Leave now gets to start autoing down this turret, and it disappears.
There you go. So the flash for flash trade in mid lane means that kind of everyone's left a little bit worse off in terms of their fighting potential. But when you got a Baron and everyone's kind of using their summoners and using their ultimates, the team with the Baron ends up winning out because you can't stop the siege after that point. EDG getting a good amount of gold in, 4k up. Now, NIP still within a position where they could get themselves the Elder, but they're in a position where they need to do that now. Assume has not been able to take over on the Lucian. Gu1 has not been able to get into the game as the Skarner, and this mid lane matchup we were saying could be a big issue for EDG. It hasn't been in this game. Care got killed very early on into the laning phase. He's ahead in gold, but he's not been able to use it that well. Maybe Hoya can poke some important members out, but even then, most of the time it's going into the Scion. NIP feel quite toothless. It doesn't feel like they got much threat behind the gold in these solo lanes.
No, I tend to agree on that one. Hoya's going to be able to try and get at least a turret down. I think Hoya's played a decent game, to be fair, but Gu1 struggled. Bot lane is now down a lot of gold as well because Leaves picked up so much of in terms of the turret plates and the kills, and now this inhibitor in mid lane is seconds from falling, and indeed does collapse under the combined firepower of Edward Gaming. ZDC, a little bit of damage can put on the Soul Furnace though, and Care goes, can't do that much about that. Estimating smash, zones off a load of people, the root comes on down, Gu1 a bit of danger. Shot blast unshot, unaccelerated, doesn't do that much, driving the wall, but ZDZ does get to ult away, the encore through, gets onto Gu1. They'll need to speed away a little bit here, NIP might see some blood in the water, the culling comes on down, but it's not a great angle, honestly, from Assume, and that's the end of it all.
There was a bit of threat there that ZDZ would get Skarner ulted back under tower while he was already low HP. Now, the Scion is tanky, but not invincible. You can't tank up towers and Cassiopeia's for forever. Bit of a good reality check to ZDZ. That needs to be careful. One of the things about the Scion, though, is that you don't have to use that ultimate to engage. In fact, one of the most powerful things the Scion can do is hold that ultimate to go backwards exactly as he did in that point, going unstoppable at the same time. Now, Dragon's going to be up in a minute, and NIP will get themselves the Scuttle Crabs. They will have some immovable vision from that objective. Okay, so here is the slim win condition for NIP, and it is slim. You take the Elder Dragon, you snowball off of that. You need to get in position to steal that, though, and that's a big problem. Xiaohao might just kick you away. There's a chance that you end up getting CC'd on the way in. So NIP need to find a way for Gu1 to get close to the pit. He's being spotted on the entrance there right now. EDG, as long as they play it like they played the Baron, though, so that's very hard for NIP.
I agree, it'll be pretty tricky. ZDC at the third item. His first two were a little bit cheaper, so things are a bit interesting. His Leave has to flash away, got taken real low, but that will not work as Lucian gets kicked into the T. The Impale is there, sure, but there's no follow-up because your AD carry just got blown the hell up. Care gets cleansed with the Mikhail. The Petrifying Gaze is decent, but Xiaohao ward hops forward. In goes Hoya trying to assassinate someone and get the wave, but it will not stop someone else falling. Sure, you got the Seraphine, everyone else is dead. Xiaohao's got a Guardian Angel and just walks at Duo. Needs a Super Mega Blaze kick out the Lee Sin. Ward hop in, they go towards the Nexus turret. Care needs to try and clear the way, but he's being zoned off by a decimating smash, and the Scion keeps walking. The Kanik Rukun just allows him to be a bulwark as the Nexus turrets fall, and Alex, it's another day, it's another upset. NIP lose game 1 to Edward Gaming.
And it's not close, Sam. It is not close at all. NIP never really got into that game, and that is a big concern there for our group Ascend team. Welcome in, everyone. My name is Alex, this is Sam, my brother, and we cast El
Oriana, notoriously strong in the early stages. Like, I'm seeing a lot of green lights for the EDG comp, and I think NIP, I'm looking at that comp, and it's like, it's not bad per se, but considering what you've given up, I'm nervous, Alex, I am.
Yeah, I mean, the bonus is Guon's on Vi. Guon's on Vi, and he's made some magic happen with this. He's a very creative, engaged player, and Vi has been his best champion, so that's the positive if you're an NIP fan. However, Xiaohao is also a very good job, and turns out Xiaohao's just a good jungler, Sam. Turns out he's just a good jungler. Jwei taking a huge chunk at the level 1, did not want to see that from the Bard in the bot lane. Starting off with that Q, but he's going to be losing the first trades of the game. Another Frostband lands onto leave there, actually. Assume having a good start to the first minute of the game. Wants to avoid these skill shots before the wave comes in now. Level 1, of course, of the Azrael Bard. One of the more powerful in the game in terms of just ability to just randomly poke out damage.
Couple Qs hit, couple Qs missed, but still there's damage. Not seeing anything super spicy from the runes. Bard's gone electrocute, but that's not entirely a surprise, especially if you are looking for the early lane domination to proc it quite easily. ZDC here gets into that far bush and starts zoning Hoya off the wave, who has gone Doran's Helm, but I don't know how much value he's going to get for that.
And this is some older tech from Tristana. You don't start with the E because it pushes the wave too quick. You start with the Q, which then gives you the attack speed, and attack speed and lethal tempo will then give you the damage which you need to win the level 1. But this means you can slow push it in. We saw this a lot from Scout, from mid lane Tristana in 2023. Top lane Tristana, of course, wave control will become a big thing for any lane, but you need to make sure you're not over pushing. Good trade there from Leave and Jwei onto Assume.
Barrier for barrier, but the damage is very much in favor of EDG's bot lane right now. Enjoy. Been a pretty good corking up. They've been a great lane in general, but as of right now, not having a very fun time. Game as well, gotta call it out. I think Leave ended up being the better carry in the grand scheme of things that Ashe delivered after the gold went over. Xiaohao might wait for poor old Guwon as he comes over towards his red buff. He's tried to be defensive here.
Okay, so Crooks are going to go down. Oh, spots it, can't quite get it. Wrong time. We'll take some of the small ones, maybe. And go on, but denied a little bit there. Of course, Xiaohao giving up some of his farming time for the attempt. Very nearly stole that away. Didn't quite get the timing right.
Hoya might now be in trouble. Again, the Q's on cooldown for Vi for another few seconds.
Hang on, they don't know he's in there. Hang on, whoa. Ships in the night. Go on, Q's cancelled. He's going to have to flash here at best.
Yeah, best. There's still the bullet, the gold bomb on top of the last auto. Does it? The exhaust is there, but it's a little too little too late. Hoya tries to bounce away, does so. And now he needs to try and survive, but I think a flag will do it. And he dies, and it's 2 kills to EDG in the top lane. Exhaust, flash, and ZDZ goes 1-0-1.
I love how ZDZ jumps for damage there. In the very early levels, it could be a big threat. Uses the flash after, but that's 2 kills for the top jungle, which have stayed together over the years. ZDZ and Xiaohao have stuck through it, through thick and thin, and they get a huge play there in a very important game in this series, Sam.
Done into the wall there, but we'll get to back away with a magical journey despite the rune prism that follows him. So Jwei's out. ZDZ and Xiaohao off to the races here. And Vi, how do you not see him walk into the bush?
Because he didn't have vision on him. He thought he'd go down to the red buff. They thought he's gone to red buff. They don't have direct vision on him. He thought maybe he's flag dragged over the wall, or maybe walked, you know, out of that top side. Just didn't have enough vision to check. Charged the Q. The big problem is the Q gets cancelled at that point. Just can't get out.
Gets the last auto, gets the reset jump, the exhaust down onto Hoya, flashes out a tower aggro, and the last flag claims the skull of the Nart. Now Guwon down a bit of gold here. Top lane, Tristana is in a fantastic position, because the last time we saw the Tristana, actually ended up in a bit of a weird spot where didn't necessarily have the best early start to the game. Actually started 0-1.
Gosh, you know, this duo, I was just looking it up as well, because I wasn't there for the start of both of these two's careers, but ZDZ and Xiaohao first came together on Rogue Warriors in 2021 summer.
Man,
they have stuck together ever since then. You know, they've been together through their time on Anyone's Legend, Weibo. They were both, well, they did have one split off, I think, in... Oh, no, Xiaohao, I don't think was playing for bits and pieces of 2024, which was a bit weird for them. But, yeah, they've stuck together the grand majority of their careers. This is a top jungle, which is, you know, they're journeymen. They've been around the place. They've been mercenaries for teams. In fact, I think ZDZ ended up being traded to like 3 different teams in a year. Once in 2024, I think that was what happened to him. But they've really stuck through thick and thin, and for moments like this, you can see that synergy really starting to shine through. It's like the Shanji and Aki duo, right, from NIP, which they used to have.
Yeah.
And of course, now long departed from the roster. It's what, been 2 years without them now, Shanji and Aki. They were a real hallmark of NIP for a long time. You know, Aki was the kind of the glue which stuck that team together, with Shanji playing stuff like the Rumble out of meta, the Shyvana top lane. God, I do miss a bit of Shanji. I do.
I just appreciate the getting the robot Shanji memes. You know,
Yes.
Neon Genesis OM Jellian was one of my favorite rosters of all time.
OM Genesis, yeah. Oh God, 2023 is a special time to watch League, folks. It was a very good time to watch LPL. It was a very good time to watch LCK. Was a fun time too, with ZOFGK versus Genji domestically. Yeah, got some really fun times. Over here in LPL, we had the start of the BLG kind of rise to fame, right? As well, around that kind of time. Wasn't too long after that where, of course, NIP kind of came into the fold. EDG kind of fell off around that kind of time too. 23 was their last hurrah, really. Perhaps we're seeing something a little bit built better for them again. I mean, if EDG beat NIP, that'll also be pandemonium. EDG, we thought they should make it last year. If they somehow delay it by a year and beat a far better team than any other they faced in, contention for Group Ascent, that will be such an upset.
Can you just feel the growing pit of despair for LNG if that happens as well?
Yeah. But then also be another team with an arena put down to Group Nirvana. God, I mean, it'd be just an utter change of fortunes. Single best of 5 between success and failure.
You'd have 3 arenas down in Nirvana.
Yeah, IG, LNG, and then NIP if they were to fail. Yeah. Gosh. And I mean, this early game's going well for EDG. Very well for EDG. Guwon has been killed again early. Well, he was killed early, right? And he is so important to this team. I mean, we're rehashing a lot of the same points, but turns out if you rehash the same points, then you remember them as the audience, and it means that we've done a good job of storytelling. NIP need Guwon to be strong. They need him to be creative. They need him to get into the game.
Oh, Hoya.
He's not doing that right now. Hoya is a little bit off of Meganar. Can he survive through to it?
Yeah, well, here we go. The Flag and Dragon misses, and I think with that, they're going to call that off, because it's going to be a little too hard to guarantee the kill.
Yeah, ZDZ does have Buster Shot. Doesn't actually have any AD in his components, though. Went for the steel caps early.
Nice buffer. Leave will be able to back away, having been hit by the Aqua Prison. Molecule in chat, by the way. Good to see you, mate. Asking who the hell is Sidian? What happened? That is a whole conversation.
Yeah, so they're an LDL mid laner. Angel was not doing fantastically well. So it's like, Guwon's caught out a bit here. Shockwave flashed away from Guwon. Summoner down. That's important. Jump towards the top side now as EDZ gets himself a bomb on target. Again, doesn't have any AD built up so far. Going for the Cull and the steel caps. But yeah, Angel was not doing particularly well. So they brought in Sidian, who was playing in like tier 2 China. And I don't think Sidian was that good. Now, game 1 was actually pretty fine. Also worth noting, we said this in the outro to game 1 as well. Look, these games are online. You're not playing in front of an audience. You're not playing on a LAN environment. You play from the comfort of your gaming house or wherever else has been set up. And what that means is that you just have much less of that kind of intangible pressure onto you, where I think Sidian really struggled in the few games we saw of him. I mean, of course, if this series goes south, potentially Angel comes in, but perhaps the online environment helping Sidian kind of settle in a bit more.
Yeah, and again, that can affect players, but these are sometimes just LAN or online specialists. There's the command attack dissonance, the turnaround with the cease and desist, the vault breaker. That's a bit deep. Guwon does go down. Trade of 1-for-1. Hop away from ZDZ, but Meganar nearly here. ZDZ will need to flash while the Buster Shot denies the easy Mega. That's the extended jump away as well as the reset comes on through. Sinio is traded as it is that 2-for-2 as it stands.
It is. One grub goes down. Dwayne might need to use the magical journey to get out. This is a better start from NIP. That's a jump forwards from the Realm Warp. In mid lane, ZDZ still doesn't have that jump flushing forwards for the bomb.
There's the crunch forward, the last auto, the hop away, but dies mid-air.
I think that's a big mistake from Dwayne. Should have saved that Q. I think he could have gotten the stun to save his top laner. Not able to do so there. Here's a flash and a dunk. Care goes down.
And that makes it 3-for-3 all over in the grand scheme of things. And with a couple extra deaths of the delayed timers on Care, who burned the flash, probably allows you to go back to Grubs as EDG. Messy, but even enough.
I mean, it's going to be an extra grub to EDG. The fact that Xiaohao died very early into that fight goes to show what we're talking about terms of how squishy these comps are, and how if you put a foot wrong, things go very badly wrong very quickly. It's a very good Q forward, good combo. Flash from Draw to make sure they can get that kill there too. CDZ does a good job of cleaning up though. I mean, he gets onto the Nami, makes sure that they die for free, gets the Buster Shot to make sure there was no insta-Mega Nart. ZDZ doing a good job of kind of using the extended mobility. Not great there from Sinian getting into the wall stun. He had flash. I think there was no reason for him to get wall stun, especially in front of everyone else. And then Jway makes the mistake here, where I think that he could have held on to that Q, potentially gone for a bigger stun. Hoya should not have been able to get that one for free either, so a mistake from Jway there.
I will also, I think, considering Hoya's been in a fairly rough matchup here, he's doing all right in the grand scheme of things to at least get some value there in that team fight. Good mechanics. That one Jway does have to temper fate, potentially save himself, but now he's in danger. Doesn't have the flash, gets jumped on. The Aqua Prison comes on down. Jway's likely going to die. The magical journey gets him to safety. Lee manages to force the barrier out of the Assume.
Okay, a much better early game from NIP. They're actually active this time. They're forcing plays. They're making something happen in their lanes. At least Hoya got that kill in the last fight too, and now Care is doing okay on the rise. It's not just Xiaohao taking over the game. NIP were just very, very quiet in game one. Couldn't find any aggressive plays. They get themselves the recall stop here. I think they can do. Care not going to be able to complete that recall just at this time of asking. EDG, good intro into the game. Xiaohao had a very good start to this on the Java, and needs to keep that going though. Of course, Xiaohao, one of the most important players to EDG against a opposite role where Heart and Soul is Guwon for NIP. You can see how that impacts a matchup like this. Jungle diff has been the game of LPL this split. If you haven't watched LPL this split, the main thing you have to know is just get ahead in jungle, win.
And Xiaohao right now is ahead in jungle. He's got Steel Cat Sundered Sky. He's feeling quite happy about himself.
Now we get to see, okay, can you translate this into a win, right? Can you actually do that? Dragon now likely being started here from NIP. I thought EDG might go for it themselves. They do have that Catapult in combo. I'm just going to make sure that we're okay on the clean feed side of things. Going to go quickly change over to the other servery thing. Dragon now down at half HP. See if EDG can get themselves into this. No, they don't want the contest. Jarvan heading well away from it.
Yeah, they go, yeah, well, guess we'll put that one up. And NIP therefore get themselves something of a win condition here. What rift are we getting? Like it'll be the Mountain Rift.
There we go, Mountain Rift, so that's going to be some extra resist coming across it. 2 Dragons to NIP this time. EDG got the 2 early ones the last time. We'll be able to spot out this ward there. Who was the sweeper used by? It's used by Xiaohao. They should know that Jarvan's there, knowing that the sweeper wasn't used by Jway, but instead by someone else.
Everyone's here. Junglers from both teams around about. Assume eats a little bit of damage on the way in. Leave might be baiting it in. Backsteps. They don't hit the Q, and that means Flag and Drag on the other side. Sure, the Vi's gone in, but now needs to start backing away. Sped up by the tidal wave. Gives her the ability to run away. Tempered Fate forces a flash.
I think Xiaohao chooses the wrong target there, Sam. I don't think he should be jumping on Jway. I think he should be jumping on either Assume and forcing flash out of him, or going straight onto Guwon and trying to get that ult into the flag drag. That's not great positioning by ZDC. He gets full combo by Hoya.
Does, gets to rocket jump away, begins to throw out some more autos on the way, but is left very low here.
Yeah, I only guess that's single auto out actually. It doesn't even get autos. It's a single auto there on the way out. And it's not like he even got that much AD behind it right now. Good trade there by Hoya. Needs to start, of course, stabilizing this top lane matchup. Of course, Tristana can hold kill threat over the Narv throughout most of the game.
You know, looking back at that bot lane play, just thinking it through in my head. At the time, Joe didn't quite have flash up, and he's the only one who didn't.
Yes, but then he missed the target and didn't ult him anyway.
Yeah,
so then it's like, okay, so you're not actually, if you're going to do that, because then he also turned on to go on afterwards anyway. So it's like, okay, well,
why bother?
Focus on one target, or, you're going to run out of damage. We're going to take a lot of burst here, but, it's Bard, can get out across the wall.
Does indeed through shot barrage. Tags 3, very lovely. Assume has to Valkyrie away. Xiaohao will get burned by it just slightly, but Jaw's now been split off. Is going to likely have to flash here. The rocket jump forward, the explosive charge on top, the bells are ringing, and ZDZ gets the kill with the Buster Shot.
All right, Order of Fish up in the top lane. ZDZ getting some big gold. It's bad. Yes, it is. Hoya has the flash, might need to use it here.
Yeah, Mega Nars Xiaohao to his own wall. That's a bit sad. The Shockwave pulls him back down. Now we've got a mini Nara stun on the wave. Last auto through Jway picks up the kill.
And now we have just no Nar. The Nar's gone. It's just not there. Dies for the second time in top lane. 1,000 gold lead for ZDZ. Care is getting fed on the ride, but ZDZ is going to get a ton of gold from top lane. Good shockwave there from Sinian. Of course, behind a fair amount of gold to Care in both games now. Actually, Care has got himself a big advantage, and Care will have to carry this now. I think Guwon has been shut out of this game again this is a horror show for NIP. If Guwon is not on form, NIP look a lot more mortal. I think EDG have come in far better prepped, and you know, we've been seeing that in chat as well. Shout out to Pro Prediction in Onivia's chat saying, well, you know, how is it that these Ascend teams are not prepared for the Nirvana teams? Part of it will be, we just haven't seen that many games of Nirvana. We haven't seen that many games of them. They played 5 series, and typically that is a bonus, sorry, negative, because they don't get that much practice. They don't get a chance to show their stuff. But in this case, it actually means there's not that much tape to go review for them.
No, and again, slightly different format, being online, all this other stuff, and suddenly I think the other thing is sometimes perhaps our Ascend team's got a little complacent, Alex, I have to say.
Yeah, I think there is something to that. I think that sometimes they think that we'll just be better players, we're the better team. Yeah, but that comes in with a certain amount of work ethic to it too, of course. These Nirvana teams are coming in very, very hungry. Herald's taken by EDG.
I'm getting nervous about ZDZ here. He's not miles off his cull being complete. He's got a Cracker Slayer and Steel Caps. The moment this Tristana gets second item, I think we're in a really scary spot. And I'm assuming, with Tristana being top, her passive's going to get an extra 2 levels.
Actually not sure if it caps out at 18, but if it does go to level 20, then yeah, that's scary as hell. In fact, funnily enough, Gnar has a similar situation, right, where he gets extra mini Gnar auto attack range when he gets to level 20 as well, when he gets levels up anyway. Dragon up in and now in less than a minute. There's a question chat from Bluetail, which is an interesting one. What matters more, like a 3,000 gold lead or 2 dragons? Most of the time, I'd say dragons are, you know, more threatening on a strategic level. But if you can't win the 3rd dragon fight, then your 2 dragons don't matter. That's the problem with him. And the thing is here, with ZDZ being so strong, if he can get a good fight, and he can buffer out of the Vi ultimate, things like that, then, of course, ZDZ will be the difference maker.
There you go,
Dragon
round 1
spawning in
angle.
30 seconds.
And try and make this play happen. Everyone's down here. TP out from 1. ZDZ gets slowed, and he might just die for this. There's the butter shot away. Gets out of the Aqua Prison, but this Vault Breaker will follow, and ZDZ is dead. Disrespectful on that side lane shot.
Okay, so now the 2 dragons matter more because they get themselves that 3rd dragon. Sinian has to teleport out. ZDZ dies for it as well. A massive overpush. Guys, dragon is spawning in 30 seconds. You've surely got to recognize that bot side of the map is going to be the focus. Mid lane turret will fall. That is going to be good for the side of EDG. Hoya, oh, hang on. They can actually fight this, so they got the tidal wave.
Yeah, flash is required. The turret will fall in mid. Dragon's being started. Joy has some magical journey out, and I think part of this is NIP earned themselves mid lane prior. Leave had to reset because Assume jumped on Leave 10 seconds before they made that bot lane play because they were all mid and
there might be still on this. Might be still on Xiaohao. Oh my vision here. He's not being seen. He steals it away. That's huge. Xiaohao gets the steal.
He's going to flash out and then get away with this. The Cataclysm to dodge the Aqua Prison gets Vault Breaker after the next flag and drag. He might die for this. Reminder, there is no Baron, so he's unlikely to give up anything else. Just flags and drags out.
Oh,
Dragon denied anyway.
Xiaohao's on a mission. He wants Ascend, Sam. Xiaohao has forever been one of these players we thought deserved better than the teams he was given. A player that actually could compete well within the LPL. And he's having a great series here. Best player in Game 1. Game 2, he's also, I think, been the most pivotal player on the map. Xiaohao is really the driving force of this series.
And Molecule has in fact confirmed by looking through the wiki for me that Tristana does in fact get range at level 19 and 20.
You go, so he does get things from that. Yeah, any kind of per level passive gets value from that. So Gnar and Tristana both pretty happy getting the extra maximum. Well, first off, being quicker to get to those passive levels, could get more XP from top. And an extra cap on that too. Xiaohao, I can't believe he gets off a vision like this. This is some real secret agent stuff. I mean, and the fact that it's happening in such an important series, comboed up with the Ezreal ultimate, unexpected burst, and the bagging area. Xiaohao, of course, ults to make sure he doesn't get hit by that bubble. Very nearly dies on the other side to the Vault Breaker coming over the wall. But he makes it out at the cost of a flash and an ult. Gets that dragon, stops the dragon stacking. That's huge. That goes back to that question before. What matters, the gold lead or the dragons? Well, if you get the dragons to make it into a soul, then the soul's better. But if you don't manage to win the 3rd dragon fight very often, then of course it feels a bit flat. They lose it in unexpected circumstances. They've done the hard work. Xiaohao just rips it away from them.
Tristana gets the turret they died for the last time, and suddenly EDG have stopped the dragon stacking up 4,000 gold, and NIP, sure, you've got to rise, but I am nervous, Alex. I'm nervous indeed. Leave's got his Muramana transformation. Corki doesn't. The Tristana's got Flicker Blades. You've got an Orianna Jarvan combo that's easy as you like. I don't think you win side lanes at any point in this game now that the Tristana's gotten Giga fed. I am concerned.
The way you win side lanes is Guwon and Kerr making a big splash, but Guwon is not fed, and Kerr can only be in one lane at once. So he's going to have to really find himself some creative angles onto the map. And creativity is the word we use very often with NIP. I know it seems a bit vague, right? But NIP do try and go for these quick, aggressive plays with snap engage tools, like go on the side lane here. It looks like they might jump at Sinian. They could realm walk forwards and potentially look for the Vi combo as well. Spotted there now, so he won't be able to make much of an impact. Guon has not been good today, Sam. He's been forced out by Xiaohao, and he's just not finding those first punches in the fight, which was so critical to NIP's success in Group of 7.
Do you think that Sinian is the max level evolution of Nia? You have Nia, Sinian, and then Sinian.
Oh, right. Do we get a Mega Sinian next? Do we get like Mega Sinian X and Y?
He's going to be playing Narmid.
Narmid, right? Okay. Yeah. What's his ability? You know, does he have like Drought? Does he have? I don't know. What's a fun ability? I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't think of this one.
I don't know enough interesting Pokemon abilities to finish off this reference now.
What have I done?
Gosh. All right, Sinian walking around with
just a lowland form.
A lowland Sinian.
Different lanes, different region, different region. Yeah.
That's why he's using the winter blood. You know, the snow day, his snow day Oriana. Right. Okay. Everything makes sense now. Great skin, by the way. It is a fun one. Hoya going to be spotted on that top side. We'll use that vision plant to make sure that's in position. EDG are just very happily scaling up on side lanes, aren't they? Now, when it comes to the late game team fights, it is not going to be as easy as Tristana just stomp on everything. You get hit by a Vi into a bubble into Corki, you get exploded. It's not going to be easy like that. Quite of the skull crab now of all things, actually.
Yeah, Asu's potentially quite scary here. Just get a decent big one. Jway's the one who gets chunked. Is looking for potential shot angle, but a Cataclysm and the flag and drag back through. Just about to fight. It's going to leave Guwon really alone. He gets annihilated. Hoya with the 3-man Megadar. Shoves him right back in the team, and that might be good as Asu gets the flash off forward. ZDZ is here, but look at him throwing all those autos. The realm will bow. The buster shot cancels. Last autos flashing in. One more rocket. And hop one more time. Gets 2. Bubbled. Died. Sinian now trying to get with Hoya. Needs to try and get more damage down as the Meganar keeps hopping on forward. Gets himself the attack speed. Throws up an elite thumbs up. And he is the one man standing. 9 bodies on the floor.
5 for 4 in favor of NIP. ZDZ makes it to the play a bit late, but cleans up a good amount of kills. Now, Sam, it's 30 seconds till the dragon, and everyone's dead. So what does this mean for the actual dragon fight? Tons of, well, pretty much every shutdown on the map's been taken, if there were any there. Initially, very good burst coming out from Assume. I think Xiaohao goes too early. No, it does force out a good amount. I think it's actually a pretty good engage from Xiaohao, looking back on it again. I thought it was too early at first, man. Just forcing the Valkyrie back. Hoya just ends up saving this game, though. If he doesn't get a triple ult there into Assume's burst, I think this game is then over at that point. ZDZ would have made it in time if that wasn't in place. Buster shot cancels the realm up. Gets the reset on the jump by Max, kind of stacking the bomb. Jumps into the bush to get the damage onto draw. Gets auto attacks either side of him, but the bubble means no extra autos can come through.
We're back to life, and they're on Baron, by the way.
They are
not going to get over quite yet. Needs to charge up the Q to potentially get a hit. Time away, powering up. Taken by Xiaohao. Good smikey. Hoya, though, with the Meganar into the wall, blows up the Tristana. Slight spectator bug there in terms of where the Tristana was positioned. I'm assuming that's to do with the rocket jump and how that ends up coded. I need to get out of here. Do EDG slightly on the wrong side of those. Hoya down to Mini. Potentially at risk. The command attack goes wide. Queued into the wall. Flag dragged into an early grave. True shot barrage, but Guwon at 10%. And now I don't even think they can do Baron. Dragon, rather.
Yeah, they can't do Dragon. I mean, the EDG escaped with 4 Barons, and they'll get themselves prime positioning on the Dragon. You're absolutely right, Sam. NIP can't fight for that now. So EDG will once again stave off the early Dragon advantage which NIP have had. They get to push in for more gold. A great call going towards that Baron. This entire game has revolved around the duo which started in LPL 21 Summer on Rogue Warriors, ZDZ and Xiaohao, the top jungle from EDG who have stuck together throughout all the years. They have been through like 5 teams together, and they're really determining this game. I know that they're not going to be household names for many people who tune into the LPL for just the start of playoffs, but these two have been around the block. They're going to get themselves their own second dragon now, and those Mount Drags are really going to help them.
Shot barrage into the rocket jump, explosive charge combo.
What was he
and
doing
ZDZ
there?
just murders him. I assume they were saying, look, they're on dragon, I can get a wave shoved.
I guess they thought they could cross map. The answer to that was no, you can't. And now ZDZ gets really close towards the Lodomus regards. As soon as the Triss gets LDR, you know, the extra crit component, you get to that point where the Tristana starts one-shotting the Gnar at that point. And at that point, I think the game gets quite unplayable. Hoya's done pretty okay, considering that this is kind of a hell matchup, and he got dove early several times. That fight in the mid lane, about as good as it can get. But ZDZ is determining this game now through the help from Xiao Hao.
The rocket jump away slow by the boulder toss. The Q forced the backstep from Hoya. Guwon looking for a vault breaker angle, just out of range. Now gets involved. The rocket jump still on cooldown. Tidal wave combo. Buster shot away to try and deny a Mega Nut. Magical journey. The heal. The Q into the wall. When's the next jump? Needs to find somewhere far to run away. Last auto's just shy. The slow. The speed up from the Na'Vi. The big one finally brings the Tristana down.
Extended chase kill goes over to Assume, so it's a bit of a revenge there. And reminder, this is still while the Baron is happening. Now, that is the one person who didn't have the Baron anyway at that point, I believe. Oh, no, sorry, that's not true. Oh, yeah, he died. So, yes, he did. He died at the very end of that Baron take. Yes, right, that was the one person that died there. EDG still pushing across the map. NIP were really hoping that they could drag EDG down into the mire to make sure they couldn't use the most of that Baron buff. They're going to teleport behind them again. Again, the whole job is stop EDG, distract them from using the Baron.
Boy's nearly at Mega. That makes things really spicy. Sinion's going to cancel his back, and here comes the Realm Warp looking for the play. The Mega Da into the wall again. The Shockwave, though, makes it a bit spicy. Mega, he's not going to necessarily lead to the kills as yet. The Tempered Fate buys a bit of time. We should be able to escape there, despite what looked like a potentially good flank from Ninjas in Pajamas.
Well, that was a fight without the Tristana, the big member from EDG in terms of damage. Xiao Hao ends up saving that. The Cataclysm stops the follow-up from NIP. This still did distract EDG from getting a huge Baron power play. The Baron is now off, and the base hasn't been broken. They only managed to get themselves a mid lane in a turret, and then some plates on both side lane turrets beyond that point. So it's not a crushing Baron power play. I think NIP... they don't respond badly to the Baron with that in mind, actually. They're going to have to, you know, figure out again how to truly end this game.
Guwon is on vision. There's a ward down behind that red buff. I remember once upon a time, Jack telling all junglers to stick control wards in that bush there. Quite as regular a spot anymore, but still very useful because no one walks through it that regularly. So, quite a good one to keep up consistent vision in. Suman Jaws spotted out there. And for all NIP are down in gold, they've kind of prevented EDG from blowing the gold lead further out than it has been already.
For sure. The problem is NIP didn't get that third dragon. You get that third dragon, then you can start holding over that threat soul for the entire game. You know, Xiao Hao's earliest steal may well be the most important player of this game. It could end up being that anyway. That kind of secret agent steal. Xiao Hao's had a mega couple of games so far. Now, checking in on the items, we do have Seekers for both mid laners, Endless Hunger for the sustain on leave. Hoya's been remarkably threatening from 2k down. That Randuin's can help you kind of stick in melee range and start charging up to Mega. ZDZ has the LDR now, though, and that is a big moment. Now, if ZDZ gets the free hit, game is effectively over. NIP need to make sure the Tristana is probably first casualty in any of these fights. We're flying for vision there. Big objectives coming up in a minute. So Baron, Dragon, going to be across either side of the map. NIP, they've not been able to get the best of the objectives ever since that early game. That must change now. They must have themselves that breaking of the pressure which EDG have put them under.
Tristana's going to try and steal away this one. Should just about get that with the explosive charges. Does. Level 16, so the rank 3 of the Buster shot is available. There's escape with the Vi and the Nara and the Realm Wolf all available. Again, there was another attempted look at a collapse there, which NIP have been really aggressive at looking for.
EDZ working his way through the bot side of the map, trying to use Blastgun to get into position. Doesn't have the roll quest teleport, of course, has himself the exhaust. He does have a teleport from the top lane roll quest, but it's just not going to be on. It's on a cooldown, and it's on a long cooldown for this as well. So you'll need to be aware of that. Dragon now in 30 seconds, Baron up in a very similar amount of time. You can see Corky Nami scales pretty well. Does a pretty good job of poking out there. Leave needs to be careful. Does have that sustain from the Endless Hunger. ZDZ, careful there, buddy. Don't really walk into Fog of War. This is where Guwon might be able to redeem himself for what's been quite a poor game.
I think he can jump onto Dway here. He's going to try and magical journey. He's not the best angle. I think he's just about dead, and indeed is. Now Xiao have to blast away, but on the other side, Care down to about half. But hey, kill for none. You take it.
You know, good vision control from NIP. We said that, you know, mid-jungle from NIP, they need to be the go button. EDG might give up Dragon now and try and start a Baron on the other side. Now, there can be a Realm Warp away from this. NIP are going to rush Dragon, then Realm Warp back towards the Baron if they can, but then EDG might go for an engaging mid lane instead.
Yeah, leave. Just have to be a bit careful. Mega Nar's nearly there for Hoya. That likely means the mid turret's going down. They've kind of pulled off the attempted Baron bait as NIP didn't bite, so Dragon's given up, and they don't get Baron either.
Yeah, bad pick-off by Dway, really. Ends up getting caught out on the vision. NIP better around the objectives. Now, last year, EDG, they were actually a very good team, but they couldn't play late game objectives. It's that big killer for them. They couldn't figure out Soul or Dragon. They lost some very important games to losing both of those objectives very late on. CDZ here, can he be the difference maker? Presumably building up towards an Infinity Edge as a 4th item. Does very good damage, of course, but he's also very squishy at the same time. You know, if you get hit by a Vi ultimate at this point, you probably die if Assume or Care is in range. ZDZ has to choose his positioning so well. You know, the old adage about Reckless Tristana, right? When he presses W, the kind of like time stands still. That is the kind of gameplay you're looking for. Your position needs to be pixel perfect. If you are too close to the Vi, too close to the Rise or the Corki, and 2 of them get to hit you at once, you lose the game. If you end up fighting one person, you explode them, reset, and then you win the game.
Forwards down, vision topside, very good for EDG. Slight stutter in the clean feed. Hopefully that resolves itself shortly. We are looking at things slightly in slow motion here.
Okay.
Which happens occasionally. Sometimes, again, because we are reliant on unusual clean feeds, it can sometimes just get a little bit juttery. It's not on our end, we promise.
Promily?
I think I was going for promise.
Yeah,
Not sure. Not sure I've ever used that word in my life. It's not really a word, that's why.
Yeah. Assume is up to Infinity Edge now. He does have a Collector, which particularly against the Tristana makes a big difference, right? I know it's into Steel Caps, but you know, if Assume can get unexpected burst onto ZDZ, that is crazy for them. The Corki Nami is very, very powerful. I'm actually wondering if I'm favoring NIP at this point, Sam. They got the Soul Point. Even though they're behind 5k gold, I think their comp is easier to play at this point. I think that, you know, Corki Nami gets some random poke, someone explodes. EDG, they have the power to win this game. It's very hard to do so, though.
I don't know, I'm just thinking Jarvan Ori is such an easy combo.
Yeah, but you need to hit on so many people. ZDZ, if he dies, if ZDZ missed positions, I just don't think they have the cleanup damage to the problem, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Leave at this point can do it. 4 item Ezreal. You land a shot creep, even on to just Care, actually. You can probably just pop him, and then even with the arm guard, and then go, okay, well, you've lost your Rise, good luck.
Yeah, Seekers makes it hard, though, doesn't it? Seekers makes it hard. And that's why this is such an interesting late game. And that's why both teams are quite reticent to pull the trigger. Don't really want to pull the trigger, which then ends up losing such a consequential game. Xiao has GA, Guwon has GA now, so the Vi does have that ability to go in and make a big difference.
Now how? Wait to see whether someone phase checks. They don't. Both junglers with a GA, as you noted.
Actually on super speed now, actually. I'm going to go quickly into another refresh. Hopefully that will sort itself out. I don't think that's actually helped itself at all, to be honest. Okay, right, so grouping up now. Baron available, Dragon in 2 minutes, NIP on Soul Point.
Mid lane shove is the way of the game. 32 minutes on the clock as it stands. NIP have stalled, and stalled well.
Question chat, why was Angel benched? He wasn't playing well, basically. He wasn't playing very well. EDG, long-time mid laner Angel, right? He's been there for a long time now, since 2023 did he move over? I'm trying to remember if it was 23 when he joined that roster. No, so it might have been 24 when he joined them, actually. Anyway, Angel's been a big player in the scene for a long time. CDZ, again, farming his way back up towards something like that Infinity Edge. Hasn't got himself, he's got himself the pickaxe component, probably getting himself a BF sword on this next back if he can do. EDG just try and start it. Wow, he actually gets the full Infinity Edge. That's huge for ZDZ. 4 items to Tristana, level 18, getting himself up towards the maximum points of range of Tristana passive. And you know, as mentioned in chat earlier, by Molecule, Tristana can actually get extra range up to level 19 and level 20 as well. Tristana will one-shot the first person they hit now.
That could be pretty significant. ZDC's had some pretty good fights. A few unfortunate deaths have been picked off as well, but largely a pretty solid game from the Tristana.
Look at this bot lane. You can see that Rise is trying to just mind game where the Tristana will be, just hanging just off of the Nars lane and says, all right, if Tristana jumps here, we'll Realm Warp in and we'll kill. That's actually pretty good play from Care. Dragon now in 30 seconds, NIP. Looking to see if they can get themselves that soul.
TP in. This could be a bit of an interesting one. The ball is waiting. This Snar's going to have to immediately hop. And there's Guwon also charging the Q. They don't look to shockwave immediately. There's a rune prison on the Xiao Hao, but flag and drag through.
Oh my gosh, okay, this is definitely not working very well here, is it? Okay, let me just very quickly, while we have ourselves a bit of a break, change over back to the thing here. Let's see if we can get into This dragon fight spawning in 10 seconds. This could genuinely solve the entire game. ZDZ
Like a dragon wave! That's what they're after. Assume just about device down low. GA pot, tempered fate on multiple members. Lead pushes forward, doesn't get the kill, and that means the Ezreal is surely falling. Sinian over the back of the wall is so low. ZDZ hops, and they don't finish the Corki. Everyone else is melting. NIP have done what they need to do.
This was what I was afraid of, Sam. This is what I was afraid of. You can say that the Ori Jarvan combo is easy to pull off, but where's the cleanup? It's so hard with the disruption. The Vi and the Gnar get onto ZDZ. Even with all the items, the Tristana can't get it done. NIP gets Soul. ZDZ can't carry on the Tristana, which is so hard to pilot in the late game. I think NIP have saved the game.
My criticism has to go towards Leave. He fumbled his play onto Assume hard and put himself in melee range of so many people to do it. Flash, barrier, miss all of his skill shot. He's 1, 2, and 3. He's done nothing this game.
Yeah, Leave, not the best team fight from him. Baron will go to NIP as well. My thing is, I actually don't think if Leave gets that kill, it changes anything. I don't think it changes anything. This is a full combo onto both carries of NIP, but Bjorn gets the disruption, and Gnar gets sent to a big Mega Gnar into the wall as well. What else does Leave do here? Does miss this Q, but realistically, even if he kills him there, still dies on the back end of this fight. I think that ZDZ still dies as well. Realistically, I really don't think that Leave makes like a team fight changing play. It means that they don't get the extra kill, but sadly I think EDG, it's just a very hard team fight to pilot. It's so much on ZDZ being in the right position.
I think you can hop that wall and take down Care. Care ends up at 10% at the end of that fight, and then actually from there you've got Endless Hunger. You can clean up that fight from there. I'm not entirely convinced. But certainly holding on to your flash would have been wise.
Yeah, now that's a big one. Don't have that flash anymore. Now you're into Mountain Soul, and for all the effort of ZDZ and Xiaohao throughout the early game, feels like EDG have not been able to secure this, even with, the freak Dragon Steals, the good Baron play, Baron play earlier. Feels like NIP have just been a little bit better at kind of biding their time and, as we said, kind of limiting the impact of this Tristana despite the fact that they got so far ahead.
And again, another Orianna game, another Orianna loss over the last couple of days, potentially. I think the Shockwave was good enough, actually. Honestly, hit enough people. I don't think you can ask too much more from that one.
Yeah.
I do expect more from the AD carry, so.
No, I think that's a fair point, but the problem is it's just very hard to play double AD carry into the Vi and the Gnar, isn't it? There's just so much disruption in CC. The Nami can force you to reposition. The Vi, if they tag an ult onto you. The Gnar, as it was there. Hoya's behind 2k gold, but he's hit like 2-3-man Gnar ults in this game. He's actually having great teamfight impact.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is, should we all be standing next to the wall with Gnar?
Where else do you position? Because if, Sam, would you like to position independently against a Vi when there's a realm up on the table? Very hard, right? This is the difficulty. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that if you slow it down and watch in the moment, probably were better places to stand. But trying to figure that out in the heat of the moment in the game, I would not want to be stood separately against a Vi Nami composition.
Oh, it's meant the whole team should be near the wall. There's like 4 people near the wall.
But if you separate, you get caught out as well. It's a very hard decision to make. And I think that EDG, they've not executed well enough. And I think there is value to that. But it's not as simple as saying you can't just stand next to the wall, I don't think. Because just think of the amount of CC that can come out of nowhere.
Unsure of the other team is half the problem, isn't it? You've got the Cataclysm when you've got the Fate and the rest of the crew, but on the other side, this is Hoya having a great showing, really, despite the pressure put against him. At a point where he's a real problem. Assumes 5 and 2, Rise is very much online as well, and with the Mountain Soul, I really do feel like they can finally begin to undo all of the gold lead that EDG worked so hard to achieve.
I'm not even sure who builds Serpent's Fang this game. I'm not sure if they even can at this point now. It would be such a nice thing versus that, and now we start to see the Corki Nami with the Siege online. They're going to have a way better Baron power play that EDG had on the other side of it. Level 20 for Hoya, getting close to ZDZ as well. Max range of their passives unlocked very soon. Again, I think Hoya's actually done very well given the circumstances.
He might be my MVP, honestly.
Legit, yeah, I think Hoya's my MVP. He's withstood the Tristana despite all the pressure being put onto him. Now, Hoya, for a very long time, was a player on TT who was a person who would lose lane and would not lose gracefully. He would play weak side tanks, he'd fall too far behind because his laning phase wasn't good enough, and he would be a loss condition for the team. In this game, if it had happened 2 years ago, he would have lost the game. I think he's grown a lot as a player throughout his laning phase, through his own individual impact, and at being able to persevere and have impact later into the game. I think he's had a good game considering the circumstances he's been put through.
Shojin in for Leave. He's getting towards max active. He's got one more slot to go.
Sinian would really like that death cap before the Elder. And of course, could all come down to an Elder flip, folks. Could all be about that. Assume has himself almost max items as well. That Hex Optics in. Leave. Similar item breakpoint, just the components off of it. Shojin completed. Leave, as Sam was saying, like, I question whether actually his play actually would have made a strategic difference. Realistically, it was still a bad play. He needs to play better. Leave has not been impactful on the Ezreal, and Sam called it out. I completely agree. Leave must do better. Has both summoners. You have double AD carries. They've both got to do some carrying.
Just get tabbed by the big one. Assume, despite the woes of the early lane phase, actually been doing a lot of work on a late game Corki, and I know I chatted with Aragon a year or two ago and saying, actually, interestingly, Corki's a champion who's got the worst win rate curve of any AD carry in the game.
Okay. So, Corki on his own, yes. And I think it's a complete mistake to say Corki's a bad scaling champion, though, with Nami. Because Nami Corki is, I think, one of the best scaling combos in the game, because it bursts harder than almost any AD carry in the game. Corki with the Imperial Mandate, Tycaller's Blessing will one-shot almost anyone on the Rift, and we've seen that with the big ones here, right? We've seen that all of this year. But anyone who's been watching the Corki and says that it's not a good scaling champion, but this meta with the Nami pairing, I mean, my God, what else do you need to see big ones to take off 30 HP?
I think it ends up in a similar position to something like the Kai'Sa, right? Where it's more about managing to execute it well, and that will be important because we've got Elder in 15 seconds.
Okay, we watch this poke here. Jumping forwards, trying to charge the Mega.
Now comes the redemption. Get big old heal there required as the Mega Nard to try and find something here. Doesn't necessarily find exactly what they're looking for. Leaf begins to stick up the lethal tempo with the Shojin.
It's quite scary there. Hoya charged up to Mega very quickly. Flash in!
That's the shockwave after. Does not kill Assume. He's desperately low. GA down. Hoya also down towards the mini now. Guwon in danger. And now the AD carries can keep on throwing damage. GA burned on Guwon. ZDZ gets the exhaust down on the Care. Rune Prison. Golden needs to hop away. Hoya also low, beginning to build back up towards the Meganar over the next few seconds. Health bars on NIP look pretty low, but they get the mountain shields back.
They do. EDG are going to teleport back into Tristana. They do have the roll quest for the flash forward from
Oh, that's not fantastic. He's in danger, goes down to the flag. The stun after isn't good enough. In goes Guwon, the Vault Breaker. The turnaround with the cease and desist. They kill off a couple, gets another one, and the Vi does everything they could ask for. Leaf needs to hop away, and what looked like a good fight from EDG is turned around by the fists of the Vi.
NIP know the Tristana's recalling. They find that gap in the recalls to make sure they can find the fight, and that should buy them the Elder. Better gamesmanship. Understanding that the Tristana wouldn't be there will buy them the Dragon. Care dies for it. He is the one that starts the opportunity, though. I think it's a worthy death for him. Forced the flash out of Sinian on that defensive footing. EDG so close, but it is so hard to execute. Everyone is so high damage at this point in the game. You put a foot wrong, people get exploded. And the full combo from the Jarvan and Orianna, as we've seen again, just does not kill Assume. Dre flashes for Q, misses it onto the Corki as well. If that hits, probably dies. Assume ends up making it out. Dre sadly not able to tag that on because the shockwave ends up bringing the Corki out of the Q angle. And then we actually see that even with the exhaust, ZDZ can't kill Cat. He can't. He has to recall. But then he's spotted recalling. Deathfire Touch even stops the recall a little bit longer. NIP, just better understanding of what will determine the late game.
And this is where it gets real messy, because Care goes in, and you're thinking, well, that's a bit far.
But then you look at the state of the recalls, and you think, okay, and I mean, Care and Guwon notice the angle. Care's the one that noticed the angle. Guwon follows it very well. It's a bad teleport from ZDZ. If that Q hadn't come in from Guwon, perhaps he'd have a different story. Sad story for ZDZ, who I think has actually largely had a very good game, but the late game has been so hard to pilot.
Yeah, some of them I think are unforced errors, and that one unfortunately will probably count. And, we've had a few that TP sucks moments, and we stand with EDG, despite the early gold lead, potentially about to lose this one with Elder, with Baron. With Mountain Soul, that potential is real close to becoming an actuality.
It is, and particularly with the Corki with the Elder as well. He has fully scaled. The late game Corki Nami is disgusting. Hoya walking up with the Gnar, probably my MVP. Doesn't matter how much gold he's behind, he has been impactful. Elder, Baron, both mega buffs up. They're trying to take down the Nexus.
Nexus turrets under siege. Care looking for a flank angle there. One structure between NIP and evening up the series.
EDG, it would be heartbreak to lose this game. And yet, that is the inevitability.
Here we go. They're going to try and jump onto K. He's got a massive shield that popped him, but they get the Rune Prisms. EDG hops away. Nexus turret number 2 falls down. Megador incoming. That's the start of the wall. The Mega and the Elders scream together. And NIP clap back in style. Leave just about gets to the fountain, but he will not stop the game ending in Ninjas in Pajamas' favor.
Can I get a ultimate to the Nexus? His third 3-man ult of the game. He's my MVP, Sam.
Yeah.
Wonderful Gnar performance. Portion of the split. All right, into game we go. We'll have to think about this composition a little bit more, shall we? Been quite bruisery tank side. I'm very interested to see what build that Sinian goes. I think there's some logic to say Rod of Ages, but I think Zhonya's is better. Blackfire Zhonya's feels better, I think. Predabelt's kind of okay. Maybe Blackfire Predabelt's not bad either, actually, thinking about it. I'm just trying to think the best way for Victor to survive and put down decent damage. I think in the past it would have been Rod of Ages. I think you need a Zhonya's in this game or a Predabelt, non-negotiable. You need a defensive item. Victor on his own is not going to be enough with that. Yeah, I think maybe Blackfire Predabelt will be the build we're likely to see because everyone's building it. Being able to Predabelt out of the way of Nautilus Hook or a Jin W could be very important. Level 1. Varus. Oh, it is. Hang on. Is there going to be the aftershock popped there? Leave. Getting a couple of auto attacks on the way back. Of course, Comet's been changed on this patch. Comet does more damage the further away someone is from you now. That doesn't have the refund on it. Not bad. 4th shot there from Assume onto Leave. Empyrean Varus skin. Let's get rid of those ads. Mid lane. Yeah, getting an okay shove in here. We'll have the first shotgun of the game available. Gets the Q there too, so he gets himself the full passive. Nicely done. Wave push in from Jue and Leave. Going to be contested very tightly with Draw and Assume. Actually, level 2 hit exactly the same time. W traded for Mr. Q there. One of the things about Nautilus that's quite good into Karma is that you can start with your W early if you want. Get yourself good defensive ability. W not going to land from Assume. Just Assume and Draw, one of our better bot lanes in a send across the entirety of the split. Go on now going into bot side jungle. If he does go in there though, he loses to the Trundle. Trundle is very good at fighting early. He's going to walk around bot side. In fact, he's going to be walking. What does he do here? I guess he doesn't want to tangle with the bot lane roaming. Doesn't he lose Grump because he's slow on this though? Yeah, he does. Does he walk into Guon now? It's best you're going to force the flash though, no? Doesn't want to walk over because he's afraid of the Jin Nautilus comboing onto him. So Xiaohao, I mean, a rare misstep from him in jungle, actually. Best you can do is force out a Warrior Trickster, right? So he loses a Grump for free. All right, not the best early pathing from Xiaohao. I'm surprised. Guon walking across mid lane. He missed there from Sinian. Who has the better draft? I think NIP do. But it's not as simple as that. And Xiaohao really wanted to get early advantage on the Trundle. He's not been able to get into the enemy jungle at level 1, level 2, level 3. Which is where Trundle is arguably the strongest champion in his role in the game. And also just EDG's carries, I don't think have been doing enough work. I don't think that Leave and Sinian have been doing enough work. Of course, perhaps that'll change with the different champions. Leave has always been a fairly confident Varus player. I think every AD carry has to be confident on Varus. Especially in the modern era. Teleport back into lane now. Has that tier built up. Is going to be that poke Varus, as we noted. And on the other side, I think, look, Hoya can be a lot more even with ZDZ in this kind of game. Trying to get that Raptor respawn now. Xiaohao actually down a level. He has to back off this as well. Xiaohao just not getting much out of this early game. I think he has been the better jungler in this series. That one's quite clear, really. Game 1 on the Lee Sin, Game 2 on the Jarvan. He's done everything asked of him and more. Not getting much out of this game now. Not out of this early game, which is so important for the Trundle. Now, Trundle needs a good early game. He'll help kill the first target in fights later, and I think particularly the Nautilus is going to die a nasty death in a bunch of these fights if he goes into the wrong targets. What's your favorite pizza? I like pizzas with mushrooms on them. I think like pizzas cooked, the mushrooms cooked in a wood oven are good. I like ham and mushroom pizza. But I also like jalapenos on my my pizza as well. Not on the same ones though. Don't put any of that pineapple stuff near me, okay? Okay, fun fact. This is a fun fact. You know that pineapples eat you as you're eating them? They actually secrete an enzyme. They have an enzyme in them which, like, dissolves your mouth. So if you eat pineapple for too long, you'll actually start, like, bleeding. Because it's actually digesting you at the same time. Crazy. Yeah, there's a guy on TikTok that, like, tries to eat very large amounts of things or very strange things in like a certain amount of time, and he had to give up his pineapple challenge because he started like bleeding. Oh god, nasty stuff. Alright, Dragon Sun up by EDG. Quick aside. You hear that, Sam? Fun fact, you know that pineapples eat you as you're eating them. Yep. Right, Dragon's gonna be taken by EDG. Xiao has picked up the Trundle. He's not really done that much with it. Not really. No, Juwon actually stole away Gromp, and Xiaohao was the one that couldn't get into the enemy jungle, which is quite concerning for a Trundle. You'd normally expect them to be in the enemy jungle very early on and making a mess of things. Very cool, by the way, that LPL has individual sponsors for different dragons. So Hextech is specifically a Sky Motors sponsored dragon, because it's like the tech dragon.
That makes it.
I think that's really cool.
That is cool. I don't think I knew that, actually.
Now, the problem is that you're going to get random amounts of dragons spawning, but on average, you should still get the same amount.
It's just like, is it an important game or not?
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, Guon, much better early game this time. Of course, every lane going fairly even. It's not really enough to call a lead anywhere. So we're going to get into, hopefully, even skirmishes, get to see some mechanics on play. But the fact that the Trundle isn't ahead is a huge issue. I think the NIP have had better push. Kaz been pushing in mid lane. Sumadora have had control over bot lane, even though it's not led to a CS lead, even against the Varus Karma, which is very good early on into the game. And I'm just a little bit worried that EDG are not getting much out of this Trundle pick, and I'm a bit worried that they kind of need that there.
DDZ, of course, is having some fun here on the Renekton early on. Hoya had a pretty good game. We got a unanimous MVP vote at the end of last one, and not surprising, really, considering he did Herculean effort to repeatedly take out multiple carries in every team fight you could ask for post about 20 minutes.
Hoya was great. Hoya was great. And I think the big thing is, I think that Hoya probably wouldn't have had that game 2 years ago. Or maybe even a year ago on TT. Well, no, actually, a year ago on T2, he beat BLG in a best of 5, so...
With a Camille win as well.
He beat Bin on Camille in Game 5, so maybe he would have done, like, this time last year. God, what? There is a bit of a what-if with that team if Beichuan had actually not been sniped by BLG and he'd stuck with TT. Look, it was a better move for Beichuan. Well, actually, arguably, was it a better move for Beichuan because it really kind of crashed and burned his career, and now he's not on a team. Yeah, I think there's a what-if of what would have happened if Beichuan would have stayed on TT. Hey, thank you so much for the resub, email. Appreciate you.
Welcome back. Halfway to a year, baby. That's what we love to see. EDG. Now, I suppose at this point, they're going, well, we're the team with the Victor, with the Varus. We can theoretically get to River first and then just be zone control the team.
Yeah, you'd like to be zone control with, Karma Q, Trundle Pillar, Victor everything, Varus most things. But that raises the question of, have EDG's players actually been kind of holding up their end of the bargain? Jor has roam top side. There is a Dominus. EDG's likely not dead here, but he's going to... Oh, actually, no, with Guwon here, he might be dead.
Grim Deliverance and a Cyclone. Guwon will help his top lane to get the kill, and that's all got a little wrong. Assume's going to have to flash in the bot lane. They might still go for this dive regardless. Piercing Arrow brings down the Jhin.
All right, Jhin goes down, gets slowed by the Karma Q. No dodging that arrow. I didn't spot that everyone had roamed top lane. NIP did this in game 1, actually. Remember when they roamed up Assume and Dwarf? Try and get themselves something in that top lane. They do that again here, so a nice little play for them to get something onto Hoya, who can get ahead of the Renekton now. I think on the whole, in isolation, Renekton's slightly better than the Zahin and lane, no surprise. They're going to try and gank Assume on the way back to lane. No summoner. If he gets hit again, he's just so dead. If he doesn't respect this, he could just die straight out, Sam.
Yeah, he doesn't have a flash. He's dead.
Yeah, he is. Just walks up the lane, tries to kill the Karma maybe with the ult Q, and the arrow takes him down again. Leave gets gifted 2 in a row.
Assume is out of this game.
He is, and Assume has been so important to NIP. We talked a lot about Guwon, right? But Assume has been the main carry for this team across the majority of Group Ascend. He's not really been able to do much in this game. Even in last game, I thought the Corki was very, very good. He ended up getting like 7 kills in deep into the late game, something like that. Scaled up very well on the Corki. Having a fantastic game of that. Boy, trying to zone up DDZ from the wave now. Has that Bramble Vest to stop some of the healing coming through from the Renekton. Actually, both of them have Ramble Vest, because both these are really kind of sustain-heavy champions, actually. It's on the queue from Zahend and from Renekton as well.
Aureate Rush into the dreaded return. He's got his passive stack there as well. You can see by the glowing glaive. Glaives are cool weapons. Very Chinese. Very Chinese. These kind of like sword staffs.
Oh, yeah. It's like, yeah, glaives and stuff. There is a name for it. I don't want to butcher it. I don't want to get it wrong. Something like a Guangdai or something like that.
Oh, I know the ones with the very particular kind of like heads. Yeah. I mean, I just know them as glaives in general, but there is a particular Chinese variant that's quite popular.
Yeah,
It's on a lot
and
of the sort of like
and they share a lot of similarities with Naganato, which are like the Japanese variant of like the sword spear, right?
Yeah.
But even though a sword spear is technically, look, the thing is, they weren't known as that in the medieval kind of period in antiquity. They were just like the specific version of that. They weren't kind of put into overall categories. It's just, oh, I've made this thing, and this is the specific version of it. We group it into those categories later.
So Xiao Hao's just come down the lane then, was spotted by a warder.
He's using what we know as a club. Yeah.
Yeah, you're pronouncing it wrong.
It's actually a club.
The club, yeah.
Club.
That's the actual correct pronunciation.
Sehr
Let's
klug. Ja, sehr klug.
Sehr klug.
Das, mein Jungler ist sehr klug. You can learn with Duolingo with us, both German and Chinese. I don't know how to say it in Chinese, sadly. I can say shit. That's you know, thank you. We said Laban, which is boss, which is why we have Lao Bin in the top side.
Yeah, that's true.
He is the boss of top lane. And I did check that I wasn't like saying like something very bad. Because the thing is, with Chinese, with Mandarin, very easy to make something which is quite innocuous into something really not. Assume he's going to get support here, but he's on his own for now.
Oh, he gets a barrier and a dream. The double knockup's not bad, actually. 1-for-1. Both AD carries take each other down. Xiao Hao now trading back as Guwon. He's going to have to start running. When's the next pillar? EDG looking for the kill. Out comes that Chaos Storm. Draw with them. Attempt to run away, but still ends up on the wrong end of a focused resolve, and EDG come away with 3!
Sinian on the roam first. And one of my worries about this series is, well, isn't Sinian just going to get exploded? I think the online games, and I think a little bit of time to settle in, has done this player a lot of good. If you watched him back in Group Nirvana, when he did sub in for that one series, not great. Angel was the better player. But Sinian's actually been more than fine in terms of the early game in this series so far. Now, he's not been carrying as well as we would have liked. His teleport coming in for this dragon. Zahend coming down for it. EDG calling off the dragon. They would have loved to get that second one. I think they actually could have stuck on that, to be honest, Sam. Maybe they were just afraid because they didn't have ultimates and Hoya did. I don't think he's at a 2v3 standard, but maybe double solo laners with ults. Yeah, fair play. I mean, Aurora might have done a bit of a number on them. So it's actually going to be 1-for-1 in Dragons early. That's a bit of a high roll for NIP. I'm not sure they would have been expecting that one after the way this early game had been going. Also important to note as well is that, you know, earlier we were saying, really, Xiao has not got enough done on the Trundle. Credit to him. He's actually done a fair bit. Now, that bot lane play, 0-0-4, 4 assists, and we're getting you know, good amount of work onto Assume, ganking him over and over. Assume is 0-3. This is an AD carry that defined a lot of the meta in Group Ascend. You know, he was perhaps the best AD carry for a brief period of time alongside Jackie Love, with that Lucian really being his calling card of a champion. Someone that had come out of the woodwork. NIP, very much a band of misfits kind of team. A lot of players who hadn't found great success elsewhere. Not that they were bad, all of them. I mean, I think that, for instance, someone like Guwon had really struggled last year. He was, I would say he was bad last year. That he's been a great redemption story because he's actually gone from being someone who struggled in the LCP on Detonation Focus Me to a player that's actually done very, very well against some of the very best junglers in the world. Hoya, I think, also a player that struggled before and has now come up into the limelight. Assume and Draw, I would have said that, well, Draw particularly last year. Very, very poor from him as well. Assume, though, was a player who I thought was, you know, middling, but fine. He's now gone into a player, particularly across this split, that was something you had to respect. One of the best AD carries in the LPL. Today, though, not been the easiest game for him. Put a lot of pressure put on his way in this game. EDG really wants to make sure that Assume can have a better performance later into the game. It's not like there's a hyper tank on the other side to stop the Jhin doing damage in the way that a Scion or a Cassante can do. You do need to put good damage in anyway. Care just got hit by double E. Does have the flash, ult, and the W, so not really a threat here from the Trundle. Or one of the better anti-Trundle champions of the game, because you just always have a way to jump out of danger and also go invisible away from his auto attacks too. Team pushing up this mid lane. Varus Karma roaming about the map. Boy, still at a slight lead from that early kill over ZDZ.
That's good work from him in the general scheme of things.
Well, I would say it's more good work from Gorn and the others who are
Okay, yeah, fine, I hear.
So, like, CDZ right here, trying to maybe force the individual advantage. They're teleporting onto Hoya now as well. He's flashing while trying to get his stacks up. Is anyone else roaming? No, Hoya has to do it himself. He's going to go down into passive. Good damage onto ZDZ, but in the end, not nearly enough damage.
Does get his passive to deliver. It buys a bit of time, but it's largely just to pick up the wave, and EDG happy to pick up another kill, and they zoom in on it as well.
No cannon taken. That's what they're zooming in on. Not just zooming in on the death. Zooming in to say, you just ulted for the wave, and you couldn't get the cannon. That is a sad, sad little moment for him. Hoya gets the revive, but can't do anything with it. That's going to lead to the Herald taken on top side by EDG, and they end up getting some gold away from that top lane. Assist over to ZDZ, kill over to Sinian. Worth noting as well for Victor. The more kills and assists that Victor gets involved with, the quicker the evolves he gets through as well. And he's already got the upgraded boots. He's going towards the Blackfire build. See if he goes for a Proto Belt next. I think Proto Belt is also a fine second item. Sinian's going to get good evolves here. He's into the game well and truly.
Yeah, great arcane evolution, you know? That's what it is these days. No Hex Tech to be found.
No, it is Hex Tech.
I'm just winding you up.
No, but he... No, so, look, I know it's arcane stuff, but it is literally Hex Tech is the way that he gets his arcane stuff.
Sure it's arcane.
What?
That's
Wow, definitely not the inventors of Hex Tech being a really important plot point of, like, Arcane the show or anything.
Yeah, no,
wow.
I don't think that's the way that works, Alex. Come on now. They've rewritten the law, and that's... Yeah, that's
hang on, Sam. Oh my God, we've got a cooking build from Leave. I'm so sorry. We've got to.
Oh, you're right.
Wait. Okay, so we've got to abandon all of the conversations.
Yeah.
This is a Shiv Varus. Now, what Shiv does is it applies Varus passive to everyone. He's gonna go towards eventually a voltaic Cyclosaur, which means that his abilities will also proc on hit energized effects, flash away in the mid lane. Speaking of that, does end up getting the root onto the monkey, but can't quite get that much damage down. Flash down, bit of an overpush from Leaf. Anyway, back to the build. He's going to go Shiv and Voltaic, and what he'll end up doing from that is applying the Varus W onto targets he hits with abilities. Now, there's a particular interaction with the Varus E, which means that if the E lands, it will also proc stacks just after it lands too. So basically what you'll end up doing is hitting E, proccing the Shiv off of that, and then getting a W stack onto everyone and popping it immediately, which means that your E becomes very, very consistent AoE poke. Very, very strong. Haven't seen it in Pro yet. Leave is always the chef of AD carries, though. Now, I know we can talk about his carry potential and some of his overall level of play, and I think there is some value to talking about that. However, his builds have actually always been very good. I've always enjoyed seeing what he cooks up. Stuff like the Shadow Flame, Essence Reaver, Kai'Sa was a good one. He's done some very different builds in the past, and he's actually been largely very successful with them.
Yeah, exactly. If I was going to trust someone to come up with a cool build and justify it, he would be right up there as our top option. Going to be going to that Muramana second. Again, you need the tier as the Varus anyway. You just go through too much mana. And again, you'll be able to apply it via your static Shiv shenanigans and Voltaic Cyclosaur shenanigans a little later on. Anyway, Voltaic is quite potent because it allows your on hits to trigger on your abilities, which is very cool. Sinian is about to face Checker Wukong though, and that could be really miserable. Xiaohao is coming down, but Sinian has got a flash and a dream. The Trundle's coming. This makes it a bit more interesting with the gravity field down. The TP behind Guwon's now in danger. Has to flash. The pillar interrupts his attempt to jump away. The Cyclone will mean nothing. Hoya is here, but it's too little too late.
I wonder whether Guwon should have full center Sam. Just try and get the kill onto Sinian before the other players come through. Ends up dying pretty unceremoniously, flashing away and still dying. Herald is going to get, I think, a double charge off here, actually. They'll get through the top, the bot lane outer turret, charge into the inner one, too. There you go. Good damage, and ZDZ keeps going forwards.
The Ruthless Predator, that's the name of it. The Cold and Meek is the Q. Still gets that one off, too. Had a second there getting my Renekton abilities conflated. That will be fine. No more TPs to follow when EDG make a solid play. Up 3,000 gold now.
ZDZ even popping the EDG emote there too. NIP, they've not looked very solid today, have they, Sam? They had to really force their way through into game number 2. Very lucky to get away with that one. Leave was pushed up in mid lane very briefly. Teleport came through from Care to see if he could catch off the, the pushed up AD carry. Ward over the wall will be spotted there. Dragon, of course, in the advantage to EDG, 2-1. Infernal Rift with a Varus and a Victor. Yep, that is very scary. The ranged poke will become a huge impact later into the game. Dodges out on that last skill there. And just missing. It's the Protobell away. Saves Care from the potential death there.
Dragon 3.5 minutes away. Baron's 20 seconds, but that's not going to really be a consideration. I think, especially with the poke Varus, that's very unlikely. But EDG happy with the state of the game right now. Leave got another cool fields in inventory. Ability haste for Varus is kind of rather nice, and he's going for that poke variant.
Can you rate Sinian's gameplay? So, the thing about Sinian is we haven't seen him on enough champions yet to get a full picture of him. Also, right now, I think his games are online, so he's playing a lot better, I think, now than he was when he was on stage for the Groot Nirvana games. In this series, I think his laning phase has been fine versus Care. I think that his team fighting has not been fantastic. I think that this is a very hard skill to adapt anyway. But he's been quite hard. It's been quite hard for him to find himself in a good position to do damage. We saw that in game 2. Both Leave and Sinian really struggled to do the damage they needed to. Sinian was on the Orianna that last game. I don't think he built very effectively, as Sam called out, and I don't think he got the best continued damage. The initial combo was fine, but he's not necessarily had the carry potential we'd like to see. Xiaohao is going to be spotted here. Guan's going to walk over. Here's the Cyclone.
Over comes Leave, could potentially change the corruption. The pillar denies Care a little bit of entrance. There's the shield up. In comes ZDZ. Sinian on the back angle of this as well, and Guan is going to die. Make no mistake about it. And Baron's just there.
Mate, you just walked into a subjugate and died. He had no flash. He used it in bot lane.
What?
Cares around the back of the pit. Sam, NIP are going to have to fend off a Baron 3v5, and that was entirely their own fault. They chose that fight and they lost it.
I mean, Guan and Care managed to get behind the Trundle fine, but trying to kill him was just a bit much there, I think. I know you've got the Sundered Sky. Hoya is now not having a lot of fun himself, needs to Aureate rush out of that gravity field. ZDZ warding the flank. This is not the fastest Baron of all time, but it will go down, and make no mistake about it.
Oh, there's no smite on the other side either. NIP, that was disaster. I don't know what's happened to Guan today, Sam. Guan, even in his bad series in Group Ascend, would still have that kind of cutting edge and lethality. We're not really seeing him impactfully use that in this series. The Vibe game was better on that, but even then he got shut out of the early game there too. This time he had a better early game. The early clear was stealing away camps from a Trundle. You don't expect that. Now suddenly he's jumping onto the Trundle, and I just don't see a world in which that play works, Sam. I don't see a world in that way without working out for them. The Subjugate is so good at kind of making sure the Wukong can't be soul initiated. No one else was in real range. Easy Baron take for EDG, and now NIP are going to have to do very similar to what happened in game 2 in terms of denying the value of the Baron to see if they can stop it being a big push in. Oh, sorry, that would have been in game 1, but trying to just distract EDG from pushing him with the Baron, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to do that this time.
Well, I'm not so sure either. Hoya, not going to face check that bush. Still gets hit by the Hex Tech Ray. Dragon's 8 seconds away, and this will be sole point for EDG unless NIP can pull off some magic.
And it's really hard to engage into an entrenched Varus Victor. Now, I think that's Sinian just kind of talking about this newer player as well, because I think it's interesting to kind of see what we've seen, you know, what we've really learned from him so far. Looks like this isn't going to be contested at all, so we don't need to talk too much about that Dragon. I think Sinian is probably going to fall into one of those roles of the player where sometimes when a rookie mid laner comes up, they want to be the playmaker, they want to be the assassin, like the Akali, the Sylas, the Yone, things like that. Particularly in China, that's been quite a common thing to see. I think Sinian's probably more someone I want to see on champions which kind of follow the leader, follow Xiaohao, and someone like the Victor really falls well into that, where just you want to sit in position, do your damage well. I think he's done quite well at that so far. Good split pushing tower, tower taking there by the Trundle. Trundle, one of the best tower taking junglers in the game, just walks up, bonks up the Triforce a few times.
ZDZ.
Z to Z.
Z to Z, yeah.
It's like Rob the Bob.
That's how that's pronounced.
Yeah. He is the Z.
Yeah.
DZ.
DZ, yeah.
The one and only.
Yeah, and you know, as a British speaker of English, therefore the correct speaker of English, that's how that's pronounced.
Yeah. I think my favorite line I've had to ZDZ was he beats. I want it because he beat a really good team. He might have beaten like the IG. Like I think he beat one of the top teams in 2024 when he was on Weibo one game. Might have been JDG, beat them, and he carried both games, and it said, like, shows them all the ways to win a team fight from A to ZDZ.
I was going to use that at some point. The fact that's been used already
Sam, now, the rule in broadcast is people don't normally stick around for more than, like, half an hour to an hour, so you can just repeat it an hour later, and you're probably fine. tends to be the going rate anyway there. As Leaves...
Hitbox? No, just the pillar.
Yeah. Leaves gone for the Cyrilda's third, by the way. But again, I'm really expecting that Voltaic to come in at some point to proc that Shiv on abilities. Go on. He's caught out again. Does have flash. He might have to have that blown again, though, Sam.
Yeah, he is. Well, he just gets over the wall with the W instead to actually have that warrior trick. So the problem is on the other side, Care's not actually winning very good trades into the Victor at all at this point. The double burn proving quite obnoxious. Wave disappears, and it's very dark out there. Care on the Aurora, relatively slippery. 3 mobility spells and invisibility on top of it all is quite scary.
Okay, so, EDG, complete control. And the problem is, look, typically I look at this kind of composition and I say, you need engage, you might struggle if you fall behind the game. Well, they haven't fallen behind the game now. Some compositions, you can highlight their flaws, but they're never relevant. And I think that's the case in this kind of team comp from EDG, where it's like, okay, they don't really engage that well. You have a Trundle Pillar, you have a Renekton flank, you have Varus Ultimate. That's kind of it. Beyond that, you can't take space very aggressively as this team. Not massively. The Trundle has to be the one that's going to walk up and face check. However, when you're this far ahead in objectives, on the map, and in terms of gold, that never becomes an issue. The floor of this team never becomes relevant because they're the ones on the objective first. NIP, on the other side, they do have good ability to start fights themselves with the Jhin, the Nautilus, the Wukong. The problem that they've had this game is that they haven't been coordinated with that. And I don't think they've accurately assessed their own tankiness. They've ended up dying very, very quickly in a lot of the entrances to fights. I think particularly because of the Shiv build from Leave, I mean, not that you're going to be missing this, and he's still not going Cyclo Sword. I thought it was going to be Cyclo Sword. Oh, I'm so sad, because there's some really fun interactions between Cyclo Sword and Shiv. Anyway, Leave with the Shiv means he has such incredible wave clear. Poke Varus already has incredible wave clear, but with the Shiv, it just kind of goes up that extra notch, because you can auto-attack the wave once, then arrow it, and they'll all take the extra W damage too. Your arrow goes on lower cooldown as well. Means that NIP just can't contest midwave, ever. Look how far down they're pushed every single time. They tried to force the flash out of Leave to make sure that he couldn't push up with impunity as much, but it's not really been that successful. And now, you know, a minute till Dragon, look at this, they just push up well beyond the turret within seconds of that wave spawning, and EDG just get to keep pushing relentlessly. Seeker's now in for Sinian, means he's a little bit more safe. There's a Hectopsix LDR from Assume, but you know, there's early deaths onto him as Xiao dove him twice in a row. That really broke this game, I think. It allowed Leave to be just this utter control tower. He's never leaving mid lane. They tried to force the flash out of him, never got to get that follow-up of the kill on the flashless Varus down, and then, of course, the flash has been now up for many minutes. NIP have zero map control.
And as a result, Assume is just like a ways off the infinity edge. Like, he's still got to get that completion cost down. Like, if you get that for this dragon fight, then maybe you're good, but he'd have to reset now, and I just don't think he's going to have the opportunity. So it'll be 2 versus 3.5 items for these double AD carries. Jor's going to try and face check here, being a little bit careful to stutter into that bush. Easy. Pulls the meat briefly. Assumes managed to find his way into one of these bot lane bushes. Deadly Flourish follows. That's not bad, actually. But Dominance comes on board now. Xiaohao's here with the subs against EDC. Slices, dices, redemption, Sterax. All the shielding and healing you can ask for. But Guwon, with a nice re-engaging Care, pops the Renekton.
Okay, there's not a bad kill onto Hoya, though, in return. Doesn't get his passive. Grab field makes his mark. Both top laners down for the count. And I think EDG still retain the advantage here.
Blank angle, watch for that. But in comes the Between Worlds. Trying to find an angle. Goes Care as he goes across both walls, but nearly goes down. Guwon goes very low, flashed over from Xiaohao, bonks him down. The chomp, the subjugate, assume too much and falls down. Padma Amidala knows exactly what she's talking about.
What? What?
You assume too much.
Okay. Where did that come from?
Assume die.
Sam, you even lost me on that one. Infernal Soul's gonna go to EDG. NIP, they pay the troll toll in the highest of costs. Bloody hell, Sam, what? Perhaps Xiaohao truly was the Phantom Menace all along. God damn. Do you think that was to that Naboon and Nabust?
Okay, that's that.
What's the worst I
That's
can
not
think
even
of?
close.
Well, can we get some Poggles in chat?
Oh.
That's a reference to hit separatist leader Poggle the Lesser. Wait until we talk about what Tambor.
What
the Tango reunion.
You know, legitimately, I was going for a Tambor reference. It's great.
Well, Sam, I think NIP really put the shit in glop shitto in this team fight. It really all went so wide. As Care jumps across worlds, and sadly it's not the Across the Stars theme for him. It's much more of a story of a dirge rather than a love story here. I mean, Xiaohao, like, the hilarity aside, Xiaohao has been on a tear. This Trundle is unkillable, and he's actually a huge damage threat as the game goes on.
Oh, dear me. Well, maybe the Wukong should have tried spinning. I hear that.
It's a great trick.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Well, it's certainly our second day of games into playoffs. So, you know, double best of 5 day will take a bit out of you. What the hell is Leaf building? Leaf's got a freaking Shojin item? Look, okay, Leaf is cooking something. I can't believe he's actually doing this much damage, but I mean, credit to him. Leaf's done quite a lot. Jumping on towards that player in the mid lane there.
Well, there's an ability to press the arm guard. That'll buy a bit of time, but she'll still die. That's not bad. Hang on, turn around onto ZDZ, who'll slice and dive. Culls the Meek. That'll make things a bit more interesting. The Northwest Dive Duel is going to keep running that, and that's making things a bit spicier. It's Hoya. It's gone to the back line with a Grim Deliverance. The passive is rolling. He'll get that res. The pillar comes on up. Man, it works. Jway got taken real low by that Jin fall shot. Bishao was really scary. Flash forward from Hoya. He gets another, and I think NIP have just won themselves a team fight.
Against the Infernal Soul, Hoya is not willing to lose this game. Incredible team fight from him on the Zahen. Finally gets some value. Kill off early in that last one, as it was the solo laners caught out individually. That's a lot of the gold lead gone. I mean, EDG still have Infernal Soul, but that's a huge throw, Sam.
EDG and late game closeouts have been their worst part of the game for 2 years now, Alex.
Yeah, EDG's late game has been disastrous for them. It's not going to lose them the game here. The resets will come through.
Gold's gone.
But the gold lead is gone. It's now down to just an Infernal Soul lead. So Sinian walks around the corner, gets put onto a Jin trap, full CC combo, goes into a Cyclone as well. Sinian, just, you should not be the one pushing alone. Now, this is the kind of stuff which, you know, rookie players will get wrong. The macro, the ability to understand when you are in danger, when someone can full send at you in a concerted kind of play. Sinian's been better in the grouped up units. He's been better at kind of playing around, kind of following the play. Jway also just, why would you walk to the side there, Jway? Just get body blocked by the Trundle. That loses him all of his HP. He ends up getting killed for free by Hoya then. Gives him a Triumph proc as well. I mean, not that I think he would have mattered in the grand scheme of things anyway. I think he's still dying, but an unforced error there too. I mean, does EDG panic now? They're now at a point where perhaps they don't have the map control they once had.
I mean, Assume got a massive shutdown in that. Got the Infinity Edge for that fight and basically one-shots a rapid fire cannon. Jin's only 100% crit.
Yep, and now he's at late game Jin value. I mean, look, this is a pretty scary Victor, and the Pillar forced the flash out of Dwarf. You are still in a position where EDG are pushing up relentlessly with the Victor and the Varus and can hold position quite well. But now you have the ability to maybe kill the front line. Maybe. We'll see.
I mean, Assume is, it's worth noting, the second richest person in the game. He just happens to be 1,300 a gold behind the first richest person in the game. He is at a point now where he is legitimately scary. Sometimes those head-to-head matchups can be a little bit disingenuous in terms of relative strength to the rest of the field. Now, actually, as we do get to the point where Jin's passive begins to stack, again, Jin's passive, for those who don't know, is kind of not just the full bullets. It's also, he gets bonus AD based on his level, his crit chance, and his overall AD, basically. And as a result, that kind of triple scaling really comes to fruition around 100% crit, level 16, it's 4 item marks.
It's quite interesting because, of course, Jin is not an attack speed based carry. I mean, you can build attack speed items on it, the attack speed funnels into his aggressive stats too. But yeah, the thing about the Jin is that your individual hit so much harder than any other comparable AD carry. He's got Gathering Storm as well. So he's got three stacks of that, and now Assume, who died so much early, might actually be able to put out the damage needed at this point.
And again, your tanks are a Trundle and a Renekton who hate the Jin in that sense. This is not something like the Scion where the 4 shots kind of suck, don't do all that much until very late on.
ZDC,
in this game, he will hurt them.
ZDC didn't even go for an armor item. No. He's got a Spirit Visage third to deal with, well, to get himself more healing and shielding. So you're still against an Infernal Soul as NIP. They should still be expected to lose the damage race because in even gold, you have double long range carries in the Victor and the Varus. And if they hit one skill shot, I mean, we just saw what happened to Draw, right? Had to flash. very defensively. Good death ray, good Q coming from... Hang on a second, starting the fight now.
Deadly Flourish. That's a lot of damage back onto the Trundle who's subject, but he's going to die. The Redemption just about keeps him up, and the Infernal Soul turns it all around. They lose 2. It'll be a GA coming on forward, but Guwon has to flash away. But the burn from Sinian and then ends his day. Xiaohao can keep bonking and will likely get another chomp on down. Gets over the wall, but he needs to run and run far.
Oh, the Trundle passive is heartbreak for NIP. They can't kill off the jungler. They lose to the infernal damage DPS race, and EDG will take the lead once again in this series. I think they'll end the game here.
There was a glimmer of hope. We saw it get to the late game stages. Elder Flip was a possibility, and they lose 2 in the base. There's a fair amount of wave clear here. Maybe they can hold the line. The Deadly Flourish comes on for the Chains of Corruption go wide as the Orient Rush allows the dodge.
Yeah, that's a good W from Hoya. So the game doesn't end there. I thought they might send it with ZDZ with Flash into the front line down. They're going to get Elder off of this, though. Guwon is going to be alive.
I know.
Because EDG went for the end, they might be late to the Elder.
That's my worry, is I don't think they can actually finish it before Guwon gets over here.
Certainly try. Lever's going to be firing arrows into the darkness. Guwon's only just alive. Draw's coming around the corner. EDG, they're going to take the Elder, but NIP are going to try and look for the fight.
Yeah, they're going to try and rush this down boys into the back line, and the Elder's going to go down to a flip at the very least. The Grim Deliverance is taken by the Trundle. They do lose 1, but I think this fight's still going to be pretty much unplayable after. Assume's going to flash, but it's going to get tagged by the Siphon Power. The slow from the gravity field speeds himself up with the passive, and there's just nowhere to go, unfortunately. It's not bad from Guwon, but he's just here a little too little, a little too late. Leave gets the double. They will flash for the hail of arrows. It does go just wide. Triple kill to Leave, and this surely now is the end of the game.
I can't believe that a Shojin, Endless Hunger, Cyrilda's Shiv, Varus is carrying this game, Sam. But alas, that is the world we live in. Care, ticking, burning, dead. Popped by the Elder. Care tried to one-shot at the end. EDG, the second time of trying, will end the game.
It's another dragged out game, but this time NIP cannot commit the comeback and fall down here. Edward Gaming on the verge of dropping another Ascend game down to Nirvana. Yesterday it was Invictus Gaming fell. Today NIP on shaky ground.
Think of it as a stream player myself. You don't have any dashes. You can farm up fine. Talia's damage is not threatening enough to you. And it's not like when a Theory ganks you incredibly well. Level 1 stack, they might look for something fun here, although Draw's can spot absolutely all of them. There'll be a Q away from ZDZ, but they were aware of what could happen there. And Xiaohao actually takes a decent amount of damage, takes the full brunt there. So did he get hit by another skill shot? Must have been hit by a Caitlyn Q or something too. I actually missed what happened on the entirety of that. ZDZ will get himself a ward. Sorry, not ZDZ. It'll be Hoya gets a ward onto enemy blue buff. They'll be able to spot that. So jungle information gained by NIP. They know exactly where Xiaohao will be going. That's very important, of course, because Xiaohao has been the better jungler this series. NIP, they're fighting for survival now. EDG have been 1 game away from Ascend before. They lost to WE in similar circumstances not too long ago, in this similar time last year. Well, it would have been a little bit earlier. Then, of course, WE went up into Ascend and then took out JDG and Toppy. It was in the same playoffs. It was an incredible run of form from them. EDG would have loved to be the one to do that instead. NIP bot lane, trying to poke out as best they can. The Leona starting with that W, I believe, to make sure he can be a little bit more tanky.
Yeah, and again, Caitlyn Luck's still pretty obnoxious. Of course, Leona can somewhat tank up 1 or 2 combos of the Eclipses up, but still not particularly good fun. Heal to dodge away from the light binding. Bouncing bomb after Ziggs. Leona was a bot lane thing for a while.
I think that Leave and Dre have played this level 1 out very well. I mean, they've not lost that many minions down here. They know that Xiaohao might be on Wolves, but they don't know he might be bot lane. If they get themselves a flash forward for Leona E, this could be hell for NIP.
Boy. Yeah, they need to get out of here now. Hello, Raz. The Razzers. Razzle plus him. One of the actual goats of casting.
Hey.
Lovely human. If you're not following Raz, chat, go follow Raz. What are you doing, LOL Esports?
And also one of the real historians of the LPL. So mad respect from one LPL lover to another there. We've had a great series here, Raz. We have a potential kill game against NIP now. If NIP lose this, they will go down into Nirvana, despite being the highest seeded team. I think the dogs should actually give away that vision. Your dogs are giving you away a little bit there, buddy. You can put them on a tight leash. They're teleporting in. Here comes Xiaohao. He has flash. Guwon has W to ignore tower aggro if he goes for it.
Yeah, can't avoid the shield bash. So flash for the shield vault. Now he's in danger. Needs to back away with a flash. And an eviscerate gets out safely.
Yeah, so Guwon caught out on that playthrough, get rid of those ads. That could have been a crucial play for NIP to get the Caitlyn Lux ahead. When you play Caitlyn Lux, you need the advantage. They need to move out of lane early. Of course, in mid lane, it's the first Rumble mid we've had since, well, since before I was in here. Raz will probably remember this one a little bit better, I suppose, than I would do. Since E-Star. E-Star was that team which came up with Wei on the roster. Long gone now, kind of inherited by other organizations. This is 2021. Of course, Dernby was a huge Rumble mid player further beyond that point when you go back to, well, before even 2019.
Was he on Reapers? Or we talked,
well, no, he did that on FPX, remember?
FPX. Oh, yeah, true.
Yeah, of course he did. So that was when, like, Dernby was internationally famous. But
I kind of just got my timeline really messed up for a second there.
Exactly. It's like, my dude, that's like... He did win Worlds playing Rumble mid, remember?
Yeah.
He did play a game of that there, and also first time for
anyway.
as well. Kaji Reapers were, yeah, a long time before then.
Good grief.
There are a couple of players from that era which I think, you know, deserved a lot more of a spotlight than they did, but they never made it quite international. Like, the Flandre of 2015 was very different from the one which won Worlds in 2021,
Yeah.
of course. Dernby was always Dernby, but it would have been nice to see him a little bit earlier in there as well. Back into this game in the here and now, though. EDG, one of the legendary organizations of LPL, had a bad couple of years. 2021, they won Worlds. 22, kind of crashed and burned a little bit. Of course, went out in quarterfinals, kind of suffering from COVID at the World Championship in 22 against DRX, and they won that 5 games and lost. 2023, of course, was when they kind of like the last swan song kind of came through. They were briefly top of the table, spring 23, with JJ as their jungler. Lost out in the regional qualifiers, though, to get to Worlds, even though they brought Uzi in, which was one of the legendary moves, you know. It would be like, you know, one of those great players moving to their rival organizations. It's happened a couple of times.
Messi to Real Madrid.
Exactly. Couldn't quite make it. And then the Doom squad entered, kind of coached by Clear Love. They brought in players like Fisher, Vampire, Leave, and all of them suffered. They were all very, very poor. I think many of those players have gone on to be better since that time.
Absolutely.
2024 EDG was one of the worst rosters that LPL has ever seen, especially given the level of talent that they should have had on that roster. And they've slowly been clawing their way back. They've had, like we said, some heartbreaks in there. Arn, when he was on EDG last year, couldn't make it happen. He was the one that was caught out, pincered out of the sky by Skarner while he was mid-Kai'Sa ults. They're now a game away against NIP, who have been a shock of lightning to Ascend, beaten so many of our top teams.
Hoya on a roam down here. Could actually find a really good angle onto Sinyan potentially. There was a ward there, though, making it a bit unlikely. Guwon on the dragon. That roam partly, I think, to defend against the potential dragon contest, but with the Ziggs Leona being what they are, I don't think they care. Xiaohao is going to be much more interested in these grubs in a couple minutes to give that to the Vayne, who really, you run double global and a Vayne top. You want that Vayne to have as much priority and power in a side lane as you possibly can.
Very, very true. You want to be running up there with that Pantheon as quickly as possible to make sure that the Ornn is not happy. Though they tried this with the Tristana earlier in the series. For those of you that missed the early parts of the series, we saw ZDZ pick up the Tristana. Xiaohao and ZDC have been together since Rogue Warriors 2021 summer in the LPL. They've stuck through thick and thin. That's the way we've been phrasing it, because they've been through thick and thin. They've been through the works together. They've had some better moments, some worse moments. This would be a big milestone for them, getting one of those important best of 5 wins, getting EDG up into Ascend again. Of course, we saw IG just leave Ascend yesterday. They lost in a 3-0 upset to, of course, EDG's old AD carry, Arn, who won on TT, exploded IG out of nowhere. EDG made it up to Ascend. I think the fan base would be very accepting of that one. EDG have been away from the spotlight for quite some time now. Pushing in again, Suman Draw. Using that Caitlyn Lux to push in, second plate for them. Leave has that teleport to get back on good timing. They want to stop the reset if at all possible. Ward goes under that turret there. If Leave can get himself into a point of power, I think that NIP really struggle to reach him. You have Guwon and Hoy that can sometimes get there, but the backline access from NIP, not the easiest, actually. You kind of need this pressure in the way that EDG did in that last game where they had the Victor and the Varus. If they're sat on an objective, then yeah, it's kind of hellish. EDG can't really approach objectives. Not easily. They have, you know, the Leona W, but they're going to get one shot if they're the first target into the play. Whereas if EDG manage to get themselves just a little bit of a breaking of the pressure, they manage to get themselves out of lane, get themselves even in gold going into mid lane, they're more than happy. Get ZDZ into a side lane, get him pushing up against Hoya, playing around Xiaohao's ultimate, instead of just engaging into an entrenched position of a Taliyah Caitlyn Lux, then the EDG can really come to play. All right, trying to stop the back from ZDZ, and they will do so here. They'll spot the lane swap coming out. save Hoya just a little bit. Switched over to the Ignite, by the way, not an uncommon thing for the Ornn, who's once again left top lane to go find something better elsewhere. Sinian on the Rumble mid, of course, did that to allow this Vayne top lane experience. Sinian, a new player, replacing Angel, legendary player for the LPL. He's done a good job here, at least in the draft phase.
Kate Lux have gone top, shoved the Vayne under turrets again. She doesn't have a lot to say about that. Now they shove out of the wall onto Sinian and the flag and drag. Well, flag and drag, the seismic shove after. Puts that Rumble into the dirt. Does get that reset finally to it. Can't quite kill off Care as the Leona. And now this is looking pretty rough from EDG as ZDZ finally turns up. This is looking a little too late. The knock-up with that searing charge. Flash away from Xiaohao. ZDZ gets a stun to the wall. As soon cleanses. A tumble away. The damage is good. The bouncing bolt, the comet. A last bomb gets it. The ace in the hole won't bring down ZDZ. And you know what? Not bad in the end. A little bit messy, but EDG burn flashes and go 1-for-1.
Yeah, the equalizer still went down even though the Rumble was killed. So Sinian got a good amount of work done in the team fight anyway, I suppose. It's not the same as like killing a high DPS champion that has to continually put that out. The Rumble managed to get something out of that. And NIP look for their first big play. Almost a hit. Just not quite the killer blow. Xiaohao's going to walk over.
Massive stack.
Needs to be a little bit careful. Go on can kill from this kind of HP.
Needs to be wary of where the rest of the team is, and that clearly a little bit afraid of the Vayne coming up with the exhaust, I think, more than anything else. And with no ult for Guwon, I think it would have been very risky to stick around. So two grubs do go the way of EDG, and I think they'll be happy enough with the 1-for-1 there.
I mean, ZDZ is very happy with the grubs take himself now too, right? One of those champions that can actually walk up to the Ornn and say, well, you can't stop me from hitting the tower because I can tumble around your skill shots and make sure I'm not CC'd under turret. Get some good damage onto you. And even if Hoya does get a knock-up under tower, a lot of the time ZDZ will actually just kill him anyway. Vayne is a nasty matchup for the Ornn because you can get condemned out of your ult reactivation. You really need someone on the same side of the map, which Guwon trying to be right now. Hops up straight up into the app.
We've all done that at some point. Who was it that used to do that? It was bloody Peanut on Rengar. Used to attack move all the time. Was to jump to the Velasquez, and that was the thing.
Oh, what did Guwon just do?
I think he was trying to flash to get in range for the ult.
Sam, I think he might have just flashed while typing. I think he might have just flashed while typing. If he was... yeah, not sure about that one.
He's a bit tilted.
I think Guwon has been a bit tilted all day, Sam. Guwon has not had a good series. And he's someone who I thought was a top jungler in the LPL. Especially, I was like, this guy diffed Tarzan in a series.
Yeah,
Guwon,
that's not easily done.
But this is the wheel and woe of Guwon, where he can be that player which can bring you such heady heights against the best junglers in the LPL, but he can also crash out and burn as well. Xiaohao, no flash here, needs to be aware of you know, the CC chain that can come through from NIP. Dragon spawning now. Don't have every ult backup and available, no Grand Starfall, but that's the less important if the Pantheon's already at the play.
Expecting the Boeticus reference in 2026, but here we are with the Wheel of Fortune coming at us in this potential game. Soon, keep shooting down this dragon. Potentially, it is a key game. Potential has nothing to do with it. That's been actualized. Ain't that the item of the moment for a lot of our mid laners? Down to 1200, might get taken. One by the Neferi, second dragon for NIP.
Quite scary, EDG trying to get into, again, that kind of like entrenched position when they're in the defensive. ZDC got us out in the knockup, gets another play. Very happy to do that. ZDC just getting more gold on himself. Now, ZDC couldn't win on the Tristana earlier in the day. Can he do it on the Vayne? Vayne's going to go towards the Hex Plate, presumably. I don't think the Hex Plate changes it come through yet. I'm actually going to check the patch notes, because, of course, Hex Plate did get changed on... it's potentially getting changed away from a bit more attack speed to AD is a big thing, so AD carries will build less of it.
I will say, obviously, the Tristana game, one of the things that became a problem was Care just permanently shadowing the Tristana. So Tristana could never shove the way she wanted to. And there wasn't really the global response option from EDG in that game. It kind of left ZDZ after the early game once the Jarvan had to start joining the team really a bit more with less options to play with the advantage than I think they wanted. Yeah, there were a couple of moments, particularly later on, where the decision-making was a bit poor, and Hoya just found ults on the Tristana repeatedly, despite the ability to rocket jump around.
I was also going to say as well, I think that, kind of coming into this series as well, Care has not been significantly better than Sinian, or he's been better than him. He has been the better mid laner, but it's not been enough to win the series. I thought NIP would just have a freebie because Sinian was, you know, not that great. We saw him, Grand Starfall into mid lane, no flash on Care.
Equalizer as well. The shield bolt lands even with the seismic shove, and that means Sinian, the man we've just been talking about, is gifted a kill by his jungle support.
Good synergy there. Don't have to use anything but the heal from Dway. He used it just to make sure the Pantheon get out just fine. Seems only 20 CS up on Leave too. The Ziggs locked in on 3 has been the key part of this draft, realistically, Sam, because it allowed them to say, right, we're going to be okay in bot lane. Regardless of what you ban and support, you can lock in your Caitlyn Lux. Sometimes you don't have to fight fire with fire. You can just say, you can have your lane pressure. I'll just absorb farm a turret, and it'll be a lane which will do better beyond that point. Now you've got Ziggs Rumble with backline access. If ZDZ can get just a little bit of free time to farm up, which indeed he has done here, has almost a full level over Hoya. No, this is a winnable angle for EDG. One of the legendary organizations has gone down from Ascent, but perhaps one will come back up from Cycle of Samsara and Nirvana to replace the outgoing Invictus Gaming.
We're getting to the point as well where any attempt on ZDZ's life is going to get followed by an Mega Inferno Bomb and a Grand Starfall, and that makes things quite difficult. ZDZ does have to back away here as 4 members turn up.
Exactly. At this point, it's like Global's on in position, and there are like 4 people there. At that point, the attempt on ZDZ's life, it's not an attempt. It's like a guarantee at that point. It's like signed and delivered. Team pops that ult onto Leave to chunk it down a little bit. Of course, Ziggs, one of the biggest issues that you don't end up having that much sustain. Farming through here again, though, and seeing again struggling to make big inroads. CC landing.
That's quite a lot of damage down to Dway. Does get a shield off a little bit later. He's got to flash out of the reactivation of the Ornn Horn. The Call of the Forge God is decided to be unanswered. She leaves.
So the Call of the Forge God has been left on voicemail. Pick up, Ornn. Pick up.
Leona, I am calling you!
What would, I mean, Ornn is not the kind of person I think would give a, I don't think Ornn would give a call very lightly. If Ornn called you, and the Forge God actually called you, I would pick up.
Alex?
Yeah?
New Ornn skin idea.
What? Call center Ornn?
You, basically, when you hit the old ring, I am calling you about your car insurance!
I just can't imagine Ornn being like that. Although, I would find that very funny.
Basically, the pillars that come out as pillars of paperwork.
Right. Yeah, I can see that. The rest of the skin, finding it hard to figure out what works with that.
But you just need the sound effect of the call.
Yeah. Yeah. We should stop on the recall. Not going to happen there. Dragon coming up in a minute. 1,000 gold lead to EDG, mainly through top lane. But Sinian also has a 900 gold lead over Karen. Lest we forget, pretty strong is that Rumble when you get any kind of semblance into the game. Just exhaust turn blown by Hoya. That does have the spell book to get those free summoners, but it's not like ZDZ needs to pop the ult there, right? Hoya might have to teleport back in. Doesn't have the ult available, and that's a big thing, right? The Call of the Forge God is a huge part of the con.
Go, out come the dogs. The Herald's taken by Pantheon. The wall is down. Dway left real low. Remember, doesn't have a flash of that last place, was likely just dead here and will indeed be claimed as a flash forward from Hoya. Helps secure it. Sorry, flash forward from Guwon. I got that. I apologize.
Yeah, so he ends up getting that ult target, gets the ult reset. Ziggs can stick around. Doesn't have the ultimate just yet. They want the top lane turret. If they get the top lane turret, they're happy trading that, really. The Herald is kind of like a guarantee of a turret later, right? Well, what if you can just get one now?
That's a big one as well. Care should pick that up relatively happily.
EDG getting a little bit caught up by the CC at the start of the fight. Even without the Call of the Forge God, can't quite get themselves in order there. I almost wonder whether Sinian should have dropped the ult just to disengage. Almost wonder whether that would have been the angle. To say, all right, can't follow up on this one. Yeah, get slowed. Some LPL Rumbles would have done more of that, but I guess they want it for the Dragon. I think they want it for the Dragon. NIP do manage to get some gold from that top lane turret, though. EDG choose to hold most of their summoners and ults for the Dragon spawning now, and I guess against a Hex Soul burgeoning in the distance, they really want to get this one. Shao stole some important Dragons earlier in the series, might have to be tasked with doing so again. NIP on the objective first, though. I think NIP are very happy with how they're approaching the objective here.
Out come the bouncing bombs, the double control walls to try and hold onto vision. People are doing this more and more, double control walling, boarding either the banana bush or this mid lane line bush because it's so contested.
Yeah, it is, and also gives you full coverage. Flash forwards, get the equalizer down onto Cat.
Shield, Bolt, Solar Flare, they don't quite get what they're looking for, and that's a few big ults down.
And the Flash and the Herald won't charge. Now, NIP lose their positioning in the river. That's what they lose for. This, and NIP will need to use that Call of the Forge God now to get back into the river. It's on ZDZ to carry this fight now, but the big ults down. Vayne needs to be the DPS.
Yeah, The Electro Harpoons lands onto Hoya. Guwon's throwing out Dark and Daggers, can't quite do it. ZDZ gets to tumble in, can't quite get the condemn angle.
Yeah, he greeted for the auto. Here comes the call of the Forge God. Triple knockup, but here comes ZDZ.
Does find the flank angle, flashes away from those minefields, the unraveled earth, but unfortunately everything else is unraveling for NIP. The tumbles keep on coming. It's a gymnast in the top lane who keeps on firing. The crossbow is unleashed. It's Demon Hunter, it's Diablo 3, it's the wrong game, but it's PvE for ZDZ.
Blood Hunter gets their slake of blood from NIP. Dragon will be theirs. EDG have their top laner to thank for that. That was the perfect Vayne team fight, Sam. You get individual 1v1s throughout the entirety of the team fight. Hoya, Smite. He has Spellbook Smite. He's gonna walk over. There's no Smite from Xiao. Now they realize it's too late. Hoya needs to die.
Oh, he takes it away. So point, he does die, but that is worth it for Hoya.
It hugely is. Hoya gets themselves soul point. That's a threat of the Hex Soul later. They don't realize that he's loaded over to it. That is an incredibly important Smite steal away by Hoya.
And nearly got out as well. The last auto was following, but I appreciate the angle, and Hoya has been playing a blinder.
This series has been a series of top laners in so many ways. I think they've been the best players for each other's teams. But look at ZDZ here. It gets individual 1v1s pretty much the entirety of the way through this. Flashes away from the minefield, gets out of the flick back because he has the move speed from his ultimate running, changes targets, makes sure that draw goes down before he can get another cooldown over, switches onto the Nefarian because they can actually carry the fight at the end, and just starts rattling through different members. The extra move speed and the duration of their ultimate after you get those kills is so disgusting. Triple to ZDZ, but losing the dragon at the end, that is genuinely the most important part of this. Hoya secures what could be a game-winning advantage for NIP through that later dragon stacking.
The other thing I'll say though is ZDZ is now 4-0, so you've got another win condition online. It's just come with a potential knife in the back. There is a chink in the armor, and it is a significant one, and that is of course Hex Soul. The possibility, it's not completed yet, it's only the potential of it, so to speak. A word of my own at the moment. That and annihilated.
Well, have you claimed that word for yourself? Word of your own? No one else can use potential
no, you're not
now?
allowed to. Potential. Right, yeah. I am the potential man.
The word stealer. Yeah. Not even a wordsmith anymore. Used to make words, now he steals them.
I do that.
Right, ZDZ at 2 items. Damn, that's scary. Hex plates and the Essence Reaver. I think in this kind of game, the Hex plate makes a lot of sense, right? I mean, I know that Vayne's kind of all build it right now, but the extra HP really matters against this kind of CC kind of combo. Jway yet to have a really impactful fight on the Leona. See if that changes as time goes on. Hoya hiding in that brush, trying to look for wall stuns where he can. Baron now spawning. How can EDG leverage this Vayne to their advantage? Because if ZDZ doesn't become the main character of this game, NIP win at this point. NIP need, you know, that dragon later on, but they should be able to get it if they get to the objective first.
Guwon's here, Talia coming up the lane. This is a potential 1v3 against ZDZ, who does not have flash or exhaust.
Yeah, but there are also a Pantheon Leona in River. Does he roll away from this? Yes, he does. Goes into the ultimate. Outplays for now.
Condemn away. Solar Flare on 3 grand. Starfall. They're all here. The call goes out and the bat signal is answered by the whole of Edward Gaming.
EDG come to party. Satchel on the top lane. That can be the Baron right after. Guwon is alive, but I think they might just roll for this now. There's going to be a recall from ZDZ. He can teleport back in with the roll quest, and he'll be the DPS they need. That is an exceptional response to the play from NIP. ZDZ dodges away. Baron started.
Guwon recalls, but has Hex gates to get back out. Jway puts on the Eclipse Shield. Not going to take too much damage from a Zoom. To where Leave tries to zone off. A Zoom with the Satchel. Oh no!
The Satchel through the minefield. Xiao's going low. I actually wonder if this is a bit too dangerous now. Guwon can hop over the wall. Call it off. Just call it off. Guwon's going to start leashing it again. Maybe going in for a smite of his own. ZDZ pops the ultimate. Has the Hex plate. Movement speed. Forces NIP to disengage, so it's just kills, not the Baron. We'll calm things down. Dragon is now in 2 minutes. That will be the next flashpoint of this series.
Seraph's done to leave. ZDZ now 5-0. I have to point out the time on the top left corner of our screen though. Minute and a half until Hex Soul and all of NIP's woes. All of the sins can be washed away quite happily. Just one more Hex Dragon.
Xiao going to take the Spurtle Crab, which is really important. That will give him that undeniable vision around the objective. Also be able to clear out the wards, which would have been there. Of course, they'll get confirmation there's basically nothing there now. Close to killing that mid lane turret. Leave is getting pretty strong. He's ahead in gold compared to Assume. Does have that Seraph for a bit of protection too. CDC doesn't have the role quest teleport anymore. Sinian doesn't have his own teleport in general, so he's going to have to clear out top lane and then head down. Sinian been a bit of a role player in this game, and I think that's probably been best suited for him. He's been better at following the play rather than leading it himself. What summoners are down? Well, most of them are up for this fight, actually. Dway doesn't have them. That might actually be a bit of a problem point here for EDG, where Dway can't really survive in the front line. If he gets caught by a bit of CC, he will be perm CC to death.
Everyone down his flash as well. Care's going to be split pushing away, and that might be problematic. Again, has the Weaver's Wall, so can join with the press of an R button. Dway, oh, wow, looking for that, but the wave does kind of get cleared there, and Care's just chipping away.
EDG don't have the globals. They could send Leave up there, but he's needed for poke. Guon's going to head towards topside. That does mean that Dragon's going to be given up by NIP. They say, right, let's just get some gold. We don't need the Dragon here. I guess they feel like they're scaling up for the Ornn. I guess they feel like they're scaling up with the Neferi. Or maybe that the position just isn't optimal. They can get towered, they can get some camps away from topside. It'll be what? I mean, 1,500 gold from that, although they'll lose some gold in bot lane at the same time. Still good gold in pocket from NIP, choosing that they can bide their time for now.
Suspicion is that might buy Care a second item, and indeed it does. There's that rocket belt to follow the Blackfire Torch, which is the mid lane default combo right now.
Yeah, not really sure what I think about it. It's not exactly optimal damage, but it is what it is, I suppose. Leave getting decent poke back onto Assume there, actually, at points. If he lands one bomb, we'll pretty much even up everything which Assume can do to him.
And I do know that rocket belt is like 120% gold efficient.
Yeah, it's
a very efficient item.
Very cheap, very efficient. I think in games like this, it can help you against Ziggs skill shots, particularly against Leona skill shots too. If you can proto belt out of the center of a Leona ultimate, then it's already paid back its money, basically, at that point. Player taking down our bot lane turret slowly but surely now too. ZDZ very close to... sometimes it's the Fiend Hunter bolts, actually, for them, so you get like the crazy triple auto coming out of your ult. I actually wonder whether you want to go for Phantom Dancer, though, in this kind of game. Just because you can get that extra move speed and the ability to kind of dodge out and skill shots yourself. A bit more consistent DPS. However, you can see the value for either of those items. If you double up on the ult, cooldown reduction is very, very important.
The gold lead's largely shrunk down to just the 1,500 at this point for EDG, basically because NIP have full sent at these side lane turrets. Have successfully picked up and are actually ahead in turrets.
Sinian, 2 items himself, was ahead in gold compared to Care, but as you said, Care gets those side lane turrets. Sinian's not unhappy though. I mean, he's a Rumble with upgraded boots. He's got 2 items. And they get themselves 1 auto attack on turret. If they get 1 auto attack here, they will be able to get it. Here comes the ultimates.
Equalizer, but Assume real low. The Mega Inferno Bomb nearly kills Musa. Has to heal and run away. That's every summoner down from him. Actually, it's the cleanse, of course, because the heal is from Duo, but there we go. Either way, still has to burn a couple summoners to survive. Has got the Molten Edge, formerly known as, courtesy of the Ornn upgrade. I still call it that name.
Yeah, the Molten Edge is cool. Okay, so Assumes off the map has no flash. EDG are going to get vision control around here. They finally get the mid lane turret, and that's going to be a big thing for competing for dragons later. They use 4 ultimates, but they don't really use any summoners for it, so EDG work out on the cooldown economy there. Assume won't have flash for the next dragon fight. That's huge. They won't have themselves that flash on the AD carry. Not that Assume's really been able to do that much. He's been outranged by the Rumble, the Ziggs. It's a great combo to stop the Caitlyn from getting much outside of early lane.
She's going rapid fire for a reason.
You have to. Yeah, you have to. You just don't have the range to compete with this combo. And Leave, it's a bit of a weird build, right? It's gone for the Seraph second into the Shadow Flame, so it's kind of halfway house in terms of full burst and a little bit more self-sufficiency, but in this game, I suppose when you've got the Neferi running at you, you understand the need for a Seraph, so you can very much help you on that one. Good knock up onto the Rumble.
And as Soul AP, I think the Shadow Flame makes a lot of sense when really your target's never going to be the Ornn. Someone like a Caitlyn or a Luxo, or hell, this Neferi, you feel just fine about Shadow Flaming there.
Hey, appreciate the stream streak there, Jadron, as well. And if anyone's in chat enjoying yourselves, please think about dropping a like, a follow, subscribe. We got to chill for ourselves every occasionally, but this is how we keep on our LPL coverage. Very hard to cover 1,000 games a year, but that's what we do. Okay, Guon has 2 items. Not been a great series from him. If he gets a good one-shot in the next fight, though, might just be their ticket to a game 5. In some ways, it feels like it should be a game 5, but I think that EDG have just been the better team, the better set of players.
They have, however, been forced into late-game scenarios more than I think they would like. It's definitely their weakest part of the game. They've been able to get good early games a number of times across the last few years, but closing them out has been something of a trial and a tribulation.
Okay, so we're getting Ornn items coming through.
I said Soul AP and I remember Rumbles in the game, but that's on me. You're right.
Yeah, Rumble is a famous physical damage.
Physical damage. Yep. You know, Trinity's like, Sam, what do you say? He's like, no, you're absolutely right. Just lying to you.
I was actually... So sometimes when Sam's yapping, and he'll do this too, I just look at the mini-map instead to see what's going to happen next. Where he does have his summons back up and available. It's less opposition blown. Minute till the dragon.
I suppose with the Leandros and Bloodletter's Curse, you're not obligated to go into like full pen here as the Ziggs anyway. I think it's probably still the smart build regardless.
I mean, you're going to be hitting people on the backline.
Yeah.
You're not really hitting the Vayne will kill the Ornn. You don't need to kill the Ornn. Everyone else will do that for you. ZDZ did go for the Fiend Hunter bolts, by the way, so he's got himself basically the 3 auto crits on first 3 auto attacks after you ult, and you get even more ult cooldown reduction. So once you ult, ZDZ goes kind of turbo mode, and NIP can really get one shot by that point. ZDC can choose his target, just kind of gun him down.
And as the crit builds up as well, reminder, if you would already crit, you do 25% extra true damage.
Yeah, you do a ton of extra true damage on top of that. So basically, if you get the Essence Reaver crit, it goes kind of wild, which is why you often go for Lordomus Regards beyond after that point too. Okay, so you've got 3 Ornn items because he's gotten 1 for himself. So that's an extra 3,000 gold for NIP in terms of combat stats. Dragon spawning now. But NIP don't have control over Bot River. They have the control over Baron. NIP, if they get Baron, are still pretty happy. It would only be second Dragon for EDG. Are NIP really scaling for late game? I mean, I do get it because you're getting Ornn items. I get it because maybe it gets Assume back into the game as well. But I think you're giving EDG a lot of long leash to get the Ziggs into like one-shot territory, aren't you?
You know what a Vayne really loves? Ability, haste, and attack speed.
Yeah, very true. I mean, Pantheon loves it too.
Yeah.
I mean, there is no champion in the game which does not like a Hex Check Dragon. They are very happy with it. Even the Rumble, who doesn't really need cooldown reduction, likes the attack speed for his passive. Cat, hanging out in the side lane. Do they jump down with the Neferi? There's actually a chance of them looking onto ZDZ here. They might go into a bit unseen here.
Okay, flashes the seismic shove, thought there was more coming.
Yeah, I think he was aware that Guon could have been behind them. That is a very good reaction. However, now that flash is going to be down for the next dragon spawn. Just about. If the dragon is delayed, maybe they can play around Vayne having no flash.
And you can see why she was being so cautious, trying to find a way into the bush. But hey, there, and again, the rest of the team is just elsewhere on the map. And this seemed to be the problem in game 1 as well, where EDG were running this late game split pushing AD carry. They weren't great, actually, at defending or playing towards it when necessary.
No, and especially when you got Xiao Hao with the global. I would have expected the Pantheon to fly into side lanes more. I think at this point, you're a little bit afraid of getting counterganked by the Neferi, who's a level up, almost a level and a half up, actually, going through farming very well. It's been one of his best games of the series. In fact, probably has been his best game of the series so far on the Neferi. Leave. Hang on. Protobell forward. Not going to land the flick back, though.
Yeah, bouncing bomb doesn't land either.
Trying to make that big play. Of course, global from Care. Hasn't really used that to much impact either. It's been very... Hang on, fast forwards. That's a grab start for it.
But that will be the E coming on out, the Aegis top. But it's been left real low. Has to cleanse and run away. But another Electro Harpoon lands. Sinian finishes the job. His jungler started.
A huge over push from NIP. They lost the mid lane turret earlier, and that's been their demise. Here comes the call of the Forge God for wave clear.
We're going to try and get a couple knockups and brittle procs are there, but that'll be the end of it. The final spark to clear the way, but it will not stop a Satchel demolishing what remains of the turret.
Okay, so that is a bunch of summoners blown on both sides. In fact, the only summoner left up for EDG is the Flash on leave in terms of the combat summoners, as EDG has the exhaust too. NIP lose their inner turret, lose some gold. It's not a big enough fight to get the Baron. That's a big investment of cooldowns. Next Dragon, you are going to be very shy on those cooldowns. Whereas on the other side, Hoya will have a lot of flash targets to hit with the ultimate. Care and Assume are still going to be very vulnerable too. Poor Assume. He's really been targeted in these games, been given hard drafts to play. So I wouldn't say it's his fault, potentially. Have to watch back on the...
But the other side of this then is you've got to remember, like, Assume has been the win condition for NIP in a lot of ways. Guwon, yes, important that he gets rolling, but Assume and Joe being so dominant even at an Ascend level, it's been a massive deal.
Yeah. So I know some people in chat, like Woolman saying, about, well, you know, you got the carries flashes, should be happy. And normally I'd agree, just in this kind of comp, getting into range as the Leona and the Pantheon is hellish. Very hard to get into range when you've got Lux E, you've got Ornn trying to stop you. Yeah. Well, the you've got the Talia, the Talia minefield. When you've got a Ziggs in the game, quite confusing.
Yes, no, you're right.
So having the ability to flash in is really important for the melees of EDG. Even for someone like ZDZ, right? Very important. Hang on, Sin, you've got to be a little bit careful. Here comes the call Forge God.
They're going to try and jump onto him. He's likely dead. Does get that important Zhonya's and the equalizer down. Final spark will leave him low but not down. The solar flare comes on down. The American Firebomb follows and assume loses half his HP bar. ZDZ with the final hour rolling. Looking to find an angle. The Grand Star fall in. But it's a 1v5. A little deep push out, but it'll still work. Mikels comes on down. Care gets stunned by the shield vault. The Zenith Blade follows. And they lose their mid lane.
NIP full send onto the Rumble, but he's got a Zhonya's. He's got a Zhonya's and they can't follow up the play. When NIP overextend out of their trench, out of their phalanx, they are not safe. And now suddenly, with Care off the table, they're going to start the Baron. I think they should look for a turn still, or at least poke with the Ziggs. I don't think you really want to Baron flip this.
They're going to throw down the control ward. Finally turns around away, walks up with his shield vault, gets the Glacial Augment, gets eviscerated onto him, just dies.
Okay, now Baron's very low. I think EDG are losing the plot a little bit here. I think they need to just back off, use your skill shots. Exactly, don't flip it right now. There's a minute till Dragon. You don't have to throw the game over a Baron here when it's actually in pretty good control for you.
Yeah, I think they were hoping to just CC up Guwon, who actually at this point just annihilates the Leona. Her health bar is paper to the upgraded Voltaic and all the Esther items.
Dway hasn't had a great series, I don't think. The Leona here, been okay. He's had one very good ultimate in that top side. But, you know, the Bard game earlier in the series, missed a couple of clutch Qs. And right there, misjudging whether he was safe or not to walk forwards. Okay, Dragon is up now, and EDG are not in position. They're not in position. They've given up the position on the Dragon. This is not good for EDG. NIP, they can get Soul off of this.
Okay, Sinian walks over, cleans one of the traps up. Leona's coming with a Hex. Gates gets on over 6,000 HP, can still look to play this. It will become a flip. This could be all over and wrong shortly. Xiaohao needs to get in and try and find an angle. He's got a GA being procced, just alive! The Hex Soul is won by the ninjas in pajamas. Dway on the flank angle. Maybe it doesn't matter if they kill everyone off regardless. Xiaohao's killed by Jaws' final spark. They're going to keep on trying to trade out best they can as ZDZ with the final hour rolling. Guwon calls the pack. They finally bring one down. Hoya died, but look at Jor, look at Care. The Hex Soul getting value. The bouncing grenade doesn't find Jor.
Yeah, the bouncing bomb just a little bit short there. ZDZ rolled into the minefield. He rolled into the minefield, and I think that cuts down his cleanup. Does get the condemn onto Neferi, but ZDZ makes his critical error in such an important team fight. If he kills Guwon there cleanly, I think they get the Baron at least after. EDG late game objectives have not been their friend. They have to work their way in very slowly towards the objective, and Xiaohao has the unfortunate interaction with Talia where you get knocked over, several walls, gets put out of position. Has the GA, but he doesn't end up surviving through to the smite in terms of, well, he does end up actually getting the smite on target. Gets out smoked by Guwon on the other side. And then watch ZDZ in the last bit of this team fight, because he tries to roll in, and this second roll in just a second gets him killed. Goes here, rolls into the minefield, and that's the end of his team fight. Just needed to not press the Q. Goes into the minefield. It's his own mistake which gets him killed.
Yeah, and he already stunned himself up right at the start on another minefield. Just double stuns that he put on himself, and that is 2 critical fails. Even if he gets 2 kills from it, then you need to be doing better there. And now Hex Soul make up for a world of hurt suffered early on. Suddenly that smite from Hoya earlier feels rather clutch.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that earlier smite may actually turn the game in their favor. Now, ZDZ is still incredibly strong. He's going towards Infinity. I guess he's going Infinity Edge, actually, with this build. If he's going for the BF, he might go for a GA, but I think actually Infinity Edge for the one-shot is actually just low-key kind of funny, but also very important for the one-shot onto the squishies. Elder's now on the table. Baron's on the table. Can EDG get themselves another play around, big Pantheon ult into the mid lane? Perhaps, but with the Hex Soul, it's so much harder to close the distance. I've already said it's hard for the melees to play. Hex Soul makes that even harder.
Yeah, at the very least you have got the Ziggs, who's pretty good at like playing from range, being obnoxious, and that can be pretty deal. But Leave doesn't enjoy the poke. Final spark just wide.
Yeah, so it's just half the HP bar will live there. Seraph's is proc, kind of scary. You're just saying, well, yeah, Ziggs fine playing from range. Well, sure, but there's Kaelin and the Lux can also punish him too. In brief moments like that, ZDZ has himself GA. He has gone for the GA rather than the Infinity Edge. I suppose that makes sense. Oh, God, if he hadn't rolled into that minefield, it could have been a very different story. It could have been that Baron. He's got to be kicking himself for that. Of course, lost that flash to Care in the side lane. Care's 0 and 5. Minefields are still valuable. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if the Talia is 0 and 5. Caitlyn has a Gathering Storm. That'll be why he did like a bunch of damage there. Gone for the Gathering Storm for a lot of games in this series, and it's worked out quite well for him.
Yeah, he got the Jhin to a point of genuine danger in the last game. Definitely do a lot of work here for the Late game level 16 Caitlyn, who's not miles off what will be a BF sword 5th.
You know what? We saw both of these teams play off against each other in Group Perseverance, like the middle group in Split 1 of this year. And I do remember EDG losing games to teams like NIP because they had Soul and Baron up at the same time, and they would go for Baron and then give up Soul, and then they'd end up losing because of it. Late game objectives have been their foible for the entirety of this iteration of the roster, really. Good Q on to assume. Just have a bit of sustain in with that Vamp Scepter. Let's be careful there. Leave. One good ultimate, one good combo could change the tune of this game. I do like games like this, right? We've got individual hero plays can make the entirety of this series change on a knife's edge.
Baron being considered, but NIP have done a very good job of making sure the Vayne hasn't taken over on a side lane. The global usage from EDG has been limited, to say the least. We just saw, actually, the EDG side lane control has really fallen away from them. They just lost their tier 2 bot lane because they needed to get wards down around this Baron. NIP have been pretty relentless in ensuring that vision control around these objectives isn't slipping.
Death cap in from Leave on that recall. Very important. Help coming into mid lane. Can they get themselves a CC on target? Almost got Leave as he came out. A little transportation there. Lucky didn't manage to get caught there. Xiaohao down to half HP from a single headshot. Assume has been the butt of the joke in a lot of plays in this game because he's been focused so much, but he is very much the punchline now.
Yeah, Hex Soul Caitlyn does quite horrible things with the ace in the hole and Leave. Sure, you can play from miles away, but the problem is you have no sustain, as we've noted. Sinian goes on ZDZ. Big angle onto Cat. Can't quite get the kill. The flash away now. Gu1 goes on in. ZDZ with the GA. But the Mega Inferno bomb plus the equalizer brings Assume to his knees. The Sheriff is shot and Bob Marley's singing. Gu1 needs to start running away. That weren't bad.
ZDZ flash condemns the AD carry into the Ziggs ultimate to get them killed. Toya's going to try and go for a Marin. Maybe try and interrupt the wave, but there's already one with them. EDG are looking to knock out NIP on this push.
No way. Hex Soul, and it was looking like a game 5. Surely they've cleaned the wave partly. They've got a cannon and a dream. They look at the picture-in-picture. Hoya is pulling a Marin. He's doing what he can. The final spark doesn't quite kill the cannon. It's a support. Leona, she's got very limited AP. Then comes the Gu1's Neferi, calls the pack. The house pursuit. ZDZ onto the Nexus. Dancing around. Can't do it. They can't do it. The Nexus stands.
The Nexus stands. EDG will be quadra killed by Gu1, and now they might even teleport to the other side of the map. Where are the globals? Kaz coming up in 10 seconds. There are 50-second death times. Dre's up in 25. Dragon is up in 20. So at minimum, it is Elder. They're going for the base. EDG were looking to knock out NIP, but instead will be brought to a game 5 due to their failure at the Nexus.
Gu1 gets a monster ult, and it buys them all the time they need. They might just end the game here. It looked like they'd done everything right at the end there, Edward Gaming. They held the minion wave, but it was not enough. The Nexus exposed down to half HP, but half is not 0. Ninjas in pajamas by the skin of their teeth, by their fingernails. Hold on. We go to 5.
Silver scrapes in the elimination series. NIP win against all odds at the end. It was almost certainly NIP's game at the end there. I think ZDZ focusing on the Nexus and not on the champ. 14, they've been a premier team here. Today, though, a lot to be desired. Well, rather in the last few years, left a lot to be desired. Should have been over already. Out onto the map. NIP have some comfort picks. And that'll very much be bolstering their spirits.
One pick and dive comp versus one hyper carry zone control 5v5 comp. Yeah, I'm here for that. A great amount of fun. There's a look at those runes.
Deathfire Touch on Ari. That's the big one then. He's gonna go for. He's gonna go front to back. He's gonna go for probably Malignance Leandries or Blackfire Torch Leandries. Either one is fine. You'll go for the Deathfire Touch. Gives you a bit more extended power. Jaws walking up to mess with Xiaohao's invade.
Okay, you can still Q Smite here, so you should still get the Raptors. That's not the issue. It's a question of what happens at the end of this. There's the Flay, gets a decent chunk, but that's not going to stop anything going down. The problem is it leaves Assume alone at level 1, and Aphelios is not a level 1 champion.
No, not at all. Yeah, well, yeah, the Aphelios just switches guns aggressively. He still managed to trade back okay there, in fairness to him. He's done alright. Thorin's bow on both AD carries to give them extra attack speed early on. The Mel's pushing in. Malachi goes Raptors to Raptors, so Shyvana goes Wolves. Ends up actually being called off of, yeah, he goes off of kind of like Raptors to Raptors, does the Malachi, but the Shyvana goes Wolves and has to kind of go straight towards their bot side. Can't respond to the Raptors in time, though.
Heal burn from Dway there, but the... Of course, Yuumi gets to run double combat summoners because she isn't really locked to flash like most champions. Q1 is around.
Man, I really wonder whether it was worth letting the Ahri go through. I think that a good Ahri player can actually outlane the Meldrill's going to walk up and try and get the hook down. Dodges out on the Prowling projectile. Doesn't land the hook. Could dash away by Lee. Will also get away from the Moonshot from the Calibrum as well. Now, the thing is about this matchup in mid lane, you see that reflect there. Q back from Sinian. You've got to be so careful about how you use your abilities on the Ahri. The thing which breaks this matchup is when Mel wins trades without actually having to reflect your charm or not use the W at all, which she just wins with the EQ rather. And I think Mel has become a one of the highest ban rate champions across an extended period of history in League. Because of that frustration of like, what do you mean she doesn't even need to use her W? Same kind of thing with Yasuo and Wind Wall. If he doesn't have to use the Wind Wall to win lane, kind of scary, isn't it?
Xiaohao's around, and that makes things potentially interesting on this bot lane. Jaws just hanging behind Assume, but as a result, does get in range for Twisted Advance. The Bramble Smash slow. Comes over the wall with the Spark Surge, does lead with Dway, gets a bit of a chunk. Care also eating a Radiant Volley and having a bad time of it.
Yeah, very interested in his build will be with the Blackfire Torch, which is good on Ahri. It's very good for your lane dominance and your ability to take longer trades. Against the Mel, you can't really afford to take burst trades because she reflects your burst back at you. If you have Death by Touch, you can take slower ones. I think Lichbane is really, really good into Mel too, because again, you force her to use her W on less valuable skill shots. You can very much outlane the Mel as the Ahri. I think that a lot of Ahri players is going to complain too much about the matchup. I think it's actually completely playable. Same with the Silas. You have tech to use. You just got to be careful with it. Q3 there from ZDZ onto Hoya. Hoya and ZDZ, what a series they both had. You know, ZDZ on the Vayne, I think you can actually blame him for the loss of that last game, but I think you have to praise him for the ability to be in the winning position in the first place. Same with the Tristana back in game 2, that was. All the way back then. Feels like such a long time ago, despite it just being an hour or two past. Xiaohao back towards bot lane again, really wanting to set up lead. They're behind in CS, but of course the waves out there. Draws doesn't have heal. He has flash. Going to play away the Malachi, but it won't be enough. Grabtom's not bad there, though. Flash forward for the W. Q has to get it from the Yuumi, though. That's the skill shot on target. Kill goes to Dway, not Lee.
Prowling projectile required, but the work is done. Flash down from Leave, a little problematic, but hey, you take what you can get, and Assume's going to be zoned off a fair number of these minions. You can see they're just not shoving, and Assume's like, do I need to walk up for this? But he's on Graviton Infernum. Yeah, the AoE is there, but exactly the longest range. Be a bit wary. Got both summoners at least.
One does manage to get into the enemy jungle because of this. Now, the Shyvana is scary when you dive into a team fight. In proper 5v5s, without an enchanter though, you will be at risk of just getting one shot. Especially if your Santé W's over your flight path doesn't get feared, bops you back when you land, and then ults you. You don't really get to do that much. Now, the combo for the Shyvana is you Q when you're in human form, you jump in, and then you get your Q2 and your Q3 because it has a recast on it now. With basically, the Twin Bite has a bunch of different recasts, and it has a third recast as well, so you get 3 casts of it. So second recast, third cast total. But if you're CC'd before you get through your Qs, you're really not that good of a brawler. You need to make sure that you have enough staying power when you jump in. The hook's going to miss their draw. Used to be a very famous Thresh player here in China. Had a lot of value on this way back in like 22, 23 odd. Been a while since you could really show the most of that. Still no ult yet. Doesn't really have gank threat one of the combos of the Shyvana. No real early pressure there.
Yeah, you can plus your Inferno Aegis and run a little faster tends to be the way of it. That's why sometimes Shyvana's used to run Ghost actually a little bit every now and then. But now everyone's around bot side. Sinian's roaming flash for that twisted advance, but Guwon in a bad spot. The exhaust comes down and this gets a bit spicy. Out comes that golden eclipse though. And EDG come away with 2. Goodbye, jungler. Goodbye, support.
Once again, Xiaohao is making the bigger impact early. Guwon made a name of this in Ascend. Xiaohao, I think, is really showing his pedigree here and saying, okay, you know what? Guwon's good. I've been around the LPL longer, and I can be better than him today. And while Guwon did have a very good game on the Ethereum game 4, I still think that Xiaohao has been the better jungler. In terms of player of the series, depending on who wins on each team, right? It's either ZDZ or Xiaohao for EDG against Duo, which is stuck together for a long time. That's how you counter this matchup, by the way. Have a minion between you and the melt. Means that the charm is absorbed by the minion. But NIP on the other side kind of has to be Hoya. Hoya has been absurdly good for NIP. He's really tried. Despite having the pressure against him, in years past he would have lost lane and then become a lost condition. This time he's lost lane in some of these games, but he's actually still kept in the game and had incredible late game impact later on. Lord Commander Hoya of the top lane, and a fine job in keeping his team in contention.
Soon burn both summoners in that last play. Did survive at least, got the kill. Something there to mitigate the woes of the rest of the squad. And they do now have level 6 on Guon. The Dragon's Descent is available. And of course, you have got that capacity to come flying on in and maybe mess with this bot lane where Leave doesn't have the flash right now. We'll decide against it. They also picked up the Dragon. So, you know, like NIP haven't found anything out of this early game.
It annoys me that the animated version of How to Train Your Dragon didn't keep the fact that Toothless was not, in fact, the big, badass, rare black dragon thingy. It's actually just a common or garden dragon. And then it became a common, you know, it became known later that it was actually like a very, very small version of like one of the giant dragons. And he could actually be something special in the future. But I really enjoyed the books more than the animated How to Train Your Dragon movies.
I mean, they're basically different universes.
They're not the same.
I enjoyed the movie. And it was a cool movie. But it was a lot more. It was kind of.
It was too cool, Sam.
Yeah.
Legitimately. The problem is they made Hiccup and Toothless too cool. The whole point is that they're not cool, but they're still succeeding to be the heroes anyway, because they're meant to be role models for people that don't fit in other societies.
Yeah, exactly.
Do things differently and still succeed. Hex Flash over the wall, potentially for a hook here. They still have cleanse, though.
Yes, the lightning crash.
That is a cool particle effect. What the hell?
Nice.
That was cool as hell. Like, pops the ult for the move speed. Doesn't actually hit draw, though. Actually went on cooldown immediately.
Other big difference between the book and the movies. In the books, everyone has dragons.
Yeah,
it's not a negative thing.
Although Hiccup is the only one that can talk to them. He speaks Dragonese.
He does.
Now, hang on, Xiaohao's managed to sneak into the push. So he has level 6. He has level 6. They don't have any. They don't have themselves cleansed. They have a lantern. That is a very good lantern from draw.
Very necessary. Guon on the flank angle here. Now we get interested because the death sentence lands. In we go. Dragon's Descent, the Ember Strike, and the Molten Burst will lead a very charred tree on the deck.
Yeah, that's a visit from Balerion from the jungle. Guon flies into the play. And on Wings of Fire, NIP get themselves something back. Xiaohao, I think, again, he's been trying to impact this game as much as possible. Goes a bit too far there. Sinian, he has the swiftness boots. That's why he's running at him so aggressively there. He's going to stop Guon from invading onto him. Can he get the smite in time? No, can't quite get the smite. It's a blue buff. Bit of a wasted time there from Guon.
Phage in inventory might be hex plating again at this rate. We'll see. Because it could be the. It's not with the hex plate with the Phage, is it? It's
yeah, it is. Can be.
Yep. Yeah, I think I had a moment of self-doubt. But could also be the Trinity Force.
Now, because he's built it before, well, I mean, Hexblade has been a very common item for him. And yeah, it's Phage, Tunneler, and a dagger.
And he's got the dagger and the Phage, so it might well just be that again.
It'll be the Hexblade. He's built it before. It does impact your rage build-up. They changed the way that it's coded, so it's more on your auto attacks than... So the Hexblade increases your auto attack gain more than your passive gain. So you actually need to be auto attacking things, but then you get more of that. Go on. Starting to scale up. You know, if this Shyvana gets ahead, it is a problem. It'll be a big dive threat into the backline. Means that if you get the fear from the ultimate, Hoya hits the ultimate directly after too. And I think if both the Ambassador and the Shyvana get into melee range, that's when it's a lost team fight from EDG.
And there's a lot of very good non-committal pick CC with the Death Sentence, with the Graviton Q, with Charm from the Ari. Very possible to just land a hook on us. Even something like this Maokai that will be a little bit scary. Already the ult back from Guon, by the way. The Dragon's Descent. The Golden Eclipse is nothing compared to the Molten Burst. Shyvana is searing her way through this early game.
Sinian, no flash, must have used the W, couldn't reflect anything back, dies very easily there. An easy pick-off from mid-jungle as Care also gets involved. Very importantly for him, gets himself a Dark Seal stack. And he also, he's not running the Ultimate Hunter, so that won't be in there too. Important to note, his ultimate's going to be on a longer cooldown than it would be from more typical Ari builds, but still gets himself into the play. And now Guon, despite being out-jungled by Xiaohao in the very early stages of the game, is starting to have more impact now. The counter-gank bot lane, the play in mid lane now, starting to get off the ground.
Eyes on Guon's Rage Bar as well.
how quickly that stacks. Go against Shyvana.
Isn't it Fury?
Might be Fury. Might be Fury. No, Fury probably is the correct one, isn't it?
Well, across League of Legends we have Rage, Fury, Ferocity, and then like a bunch of other things which are very similar.
Ferocity? That's Rengar, isn't it?
I think that's Rengar.
No, the Rengar stacks, yeah.
And then I can't remember.
Mortal Will is Pantheon.
Yeah.
Whatever the Unsteady is Irelia effect she puts on other people. But there's also like her passives. It's Ionian Fervor.
Yeah, she has Fury. That's her.
It is Fury. I was right. Okay, Fury. Okay, not Rage. Rage being Gnar specifically.
Exactly. And I can't remember what Trendemius is.
I think that's Fury as well.
Maybe. And
then Renekton is also, I believe, Fury, because Rage is kind of specifically Gnar.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Dragon spawning now. EDG slightly in the lead. I mean, look, Leave is scary, and he also has a Hexplate first. The thing about the Hexplate is it just gives you so much extra uptime. If you go towards the Fiend Hunter bolts later as well, Zeri always has ult, can always run you down. It's a real problem. Good burn there. Sinian and Xiaohao trying to hold the terrain well. Guon coming through with that Fury bar raised up, and here comes EDZ with a shield.
Leave looking for a decent angle on the back end of this. Xiaohao can throw down the native scratch, but buffered through by the Dragon's Descent into the public execution. Mom and daughter start dueling out a little bit here. The charm lands, and on the other side, Duel is trading well with the Cassante. Assume's got a lot of chakrams and the blenders online. Leave, though, still potentially quite scary here, making this a bit more interesting. Hoya has to flash out, and the dragons go one to piece.
Yeah, so EDG get the dragon, and the kills are 1-to-1. Who gets the kills? Believe it was Sinian that gets... Sorry, ZDZ gets that one on the other side. Believe that was 1-2... Hoya. Yeah, he got that one. Oh, no, Assume! No!
Oh, dear.
He has flash. Cleanses anyway. Dies so easily. That's a bad death. You can't be giving over free gold to the backline carries like that.
That's really, really unfortunate. I like the start of that play from Guon again. Jaw getting dragged away was a bit annoying, but I actually thought Guon buffering through the Nature's Grasp. Not the Nature's Grasp, the... No, it is the Nature's Grasp.
Nature's Grasp is the
I always second guess myself. I get W and R confused on Maokai all the time. But I thought that looked pretty good with Hoya getting the follow-up. But I guess with Assume not able to walk forward, with Jaw being dragged away from him as the safety valve, make things a bit tricky.
And they don't have the items to one-shot the Zero yet. So still got to hop over the wall with the ult running.
Yeah.
And Leave has the Hexplate early, so it's enough HP. So you've got Heal Exhaust from Jway. Leave has a Hexplate. It's very hard to one-shot them at this point in the game. You know, this is the problem with the Zeri Yuumi. If they build something like a little bit of HP, it becomes very difficult to truly land the killer blow. Go on, has his ult back again. You should really expect with the Hexplate that the ultimate is going to be there pretty much all the time. It's most of your mobility too, so it makes a lot of sense to have that. Leave does have flash and cleanse.
That's unfortunate. He's gonna have to cleanse. The hook goes wide. That shouldn't have happened considering the fear on Dan. I guess they were expecting a potential flash. Either way, doesn't happen. They get the cleanse, and that's it.
They get the cleanse, and that's it. They get the ult out of him, but with the Hex Plate, doesn't matter too much. Yuon's ult goes down, but again, as we were saying, does manage to get a decent amount of Fury back with every auto attack now. Doesn't have that level 11 with the increased Fury gain. But Leave clearly public enemy number 1. Assume dying in really bad spot in mid lane. I've come to expect great things from Assume from this regular season. He's not delivered on that in this series. Now, part of that has been the heavy focus onto bot lane from EDG. They have really loud... Look, ZDC's had good matchups. Leave and Dre have had the more attention from Xiaohao. And this is a concept which we talked quite a lot about on this stream, which is effectively, you can play to top lane by just ignoring top lane and focusing on bot side, because if the enemy team just also focuses bot lane to match, then you have an isolated winning matchup. So as long as you win the isolated 1v1, completely fine to just ignore top lane, just say, we're going hardcore bot lane, you got to answer.
Yeah, exactly, because then you have that problem. Again, Assume, particularly that Jin, for example, did actually get back into the game, but had that horrendous moment where, because Duo left to make a play mid, we got a dive into reset into dead for Assume in the matter of about 2 minutes that really took him out of the game for the majority of it. The Caitlyn late game did come online. Could end up doing quite a lot of work. Those ace in the hole for the Hextech Dragon soul behind it was pretty foul. Go on with the ult available. Could potentially jump forward here. Leave. Got flash.
No cleanse is the big one, though. They try to use the Graviton. Get onto Sinian, but a good dash to the side means that Leave is not rooted. You see the thought process from Assume. There's a no cleanse Zeri in front of you, can't land that shot though. That is a stinger.
Exhausting heal nearly up, not quite yet. NIP just getting chunked out a little bit here. That's unfortunate. Catch Care will get lanterned out to the Dark Passage. Brings Ari to safety, but will mean there is no real contest available anymore to this Herald.
Care is one of the best Ari players in the world. I trust him a lot on this champion, but making your way into this team is very difficult. Go on, might look for the steal. Gonna get punted out there by ZDZ if he tries for it. Herald taken by Xiao Hao. They can use that to break down mid lane turret, or of course use it as a battle herald, which might actually have some real value around the next dragon.
His pathing does mean that Cassante can't just walk top. The Ari's roaming top as well, so they're going to hard force with their 3 grubs to this top lane turret.
Yeah, Care's coming up here too to shadow this thing if anyone else will come to this top lane turret. They guess wrong though. The Hex gates are going to be used by ZDZ to get closer towards that top lane. Care wastes a bit of time here. You can see he's really trying to get into the game. He really wants to get involved. Wants to make sure that Malignance is getting use out of it. Stack up on that Dark Seal as well. Sinian spots that going down. Sinian's had an okay Mel game, you know, overpushed in mid lane. I think some of his awareness of the greater movements of the map are a little bit skew, but I think he's been more than fine today, Sam, comparative to expectations for him. I thought he would be the lost condition. He may well be just solid enough to get the job done. And that says a lot, actually, when you're against teams caliber we can display here in the LPL. And of course, let's take one final step back as the dragon comes through, because it could be so important. This is an elimination game. Winner goes to Ascend and to playoffs. Loser goes to Nirvana. We won't see them until next split. EDG haven't been to the upper group in LPL for years at this point. NIP have been there after promoting in split 1. They've bumped up between middle and top tier team. They've been very good this split. For this NIP roster to lose, that would be heartbreaking.
Yeah, especially because it felt like they'd got onto something special with Asur finding such great form. Stands 1-4 as a bot lane isn't exactly spectacular, but hey, game's still playable here. Both teams within touching distance of one another, and again, the later the game goes, the less sure I am of EDG in general.
Dragon going to be taken by them. Sinian walking at Care. Now, where there's no minions involved, the Mel kind of just beats the Ahri. Look at the damage just from a single Q. He lands there again. There'll be another Q on top of it. And yeah, the Ahri against the Swiftness boots really hates this matchup. Move speed differential is big in this matchup. You've only got one W as the Ahri to match that move speed, or of course, exceed it for a brief moment. But that mind, actually, you know, I called out, like, EDG should have banned Care's Ahri, but the Mel's been fine from Sinian.
Yeah.
And I think, given the nameplates, I thought that Sinian wouldn't be able to pull off a level of this performance. I think that, again, games being online for the qualifiers, for the Knights rivals, the play-in stage, I think it helps Sinian. Don't have to do this in front of the crowd, not until playoffs, if you get there, of course. But doing against Care's Ahri, who I think is an incredibly good player of the champion. You know, I called NIP a dark horse.
Yeah.
I called this team, like, they're volatile, but their ceiling is good enough that they can actually be a threat. For them to be knocked out in Knights rivals, that would be disaster for them.
Yeah, the floor, however, feels like it's in the basement, and we aren't far from descending those steps. G leave here with a fairly powerful point of the game. Got himself Fiend Hunter Bolt and Hex Plate. Double ult cooldown reduction for the Zeri.
Yeah, we see it. Basically, when you have the Zeri, you're so ult dependent, you need it all the time. So having double cooldown reduction makes a lot of difference. Leave has a ton of movement speed with the Yuumi on top of him. Cashed in the Cull as well. Keeping it around for now, though. It doesn't have an item completion. The Cull is nice for the on-hit value. Stops a recall there, too. Leave's been a weird player to judge because he's had some very low lows. Again, the Doom squad of 24 was not good for him. Still walking across. There they go, trying to force out the cleanse. Don't get it.
They don't now. The final chapter comes before, and that dragon is going to have to flash away. Care ulted and really found nothing on the side. That Hoya being run at. Leave is real quick.
Yeah, he is. The Zeri changes make it so hard to run. You can't run.
Lantern.
You might be able to lantern, though. Hoya makes it out to safety. That is the threat of the Zeri changes. More ramping move speed, less burst. But if you get caught in a fight, you do not escape anymore.
That's pretty significant, and that will cost them the mid-turret. EDG hold the line there, and the attempted trigger pull goes a little wrong from NIP.
What? Hey, Michael. Well, thanks for stopping by as well. And if these are the last games you get to catch live for a little while, go and enjoy the Isle of Man, of course. But yeah, I hope that you enjoy the rest of these games because these ones look really fun. Sam, LPL playoffs is a different beast. It is a different beast. For those of you who are, you know, new to the LPL and started watching the last few last few weeks or the last split or two. Of course, we're now a world, renowned region. We've always have been, but we're the international champions right now. Perhaps you've tuned in from the first stand victory. LPL playoffs is different because every team in the regular season has such a harsh schedule, especially with the multiple events happening now across this. You only really see their true form when it comes through to playoffs. And I think now we've had some time to sit, prep, get ready for these best of fives. Some teams collapse under the pressure. They do, but you see some teams very unexpectedly rise to the occasion.
Shojin just got completed from Guwon, who is up 1,000 gold at this point. Not the most exciting last couple moments from the Shyvana, but I think at this point we'll get to some serious damage thresholds, assuming you can get on top of someone important. Leave would be a great target, but again, they have to really get through a lot of defensive tools to get to that all-important hyper carry.
That's my worry for them. Appreciate the sub there, Michael, as well. And yeah, thanks for stopping by, everyone. If anyone else does, we're visual learners, by the way. I've never seen what a Twitch Prime is. If you have one of them, I mean, I'd love to know what it's
I know, we would too.
Yeah.
Especially because it put us towards a thing called Partner Plus.
True.
Which is
Very much
quite
helps us.
cool as well. We're about halfway there, so anyone else who wants to consider throwing a sub somewhere that it would really matter, this would be a great space for it.
Yeah, interested to see what Leave goes as his third item, whether that is LDR for the HP cutting, or whether it's a shield bow for maximum defense and just say, you're diving onto me, it won't matter. The problem is if you go full defense, you maybe cut enough damage that it becomes too much of a problem after that point, because you need to actually still do damage.
I mean, Cassandra's got Iceborne Gauntlet, so there's a bit more damage from him than there might otherwise be in other builds. You've got the minefield Maokai with the first strike, double burn. You've got Mel, who's at a decent point of power. You could probably justify a shield bow, just about, I think.
I think particularly the Mel, being in the state in the game she's in, you might be able to just say, I just gotta survive. They're gonna dive on me, not the Mel. And the Mel can pick up the damage which I drop by going more defensive. There's not that much armor built up on the side of NIP either.
No.
There's almost nothing, actually. It's basically all HP. So perhaps you can get away with it a little bit more. So you're missing a bit of attack. Well, no, you're actually not missing that much attack speed. Both your items get that a fair amount. You're starting to pick up your crit value as well. Now, of course, one of the big things that they kind of use as a lever on Zarya is how much of your excess attack speed beyond your max cooldown of Q. Because basically, when you build attack speed, your Q gets lower cooldown.
Yeah.
To a certain point. You can't just spam it like infinitely for forever like you would do auto attacks. Again, it's like having the 2.5 attack
RSI
speed.
the champion.
But once you get attack speed over that point, you get AD instead, which is why when Zarya gets like to, I don't know, it used to be like Phantom Dancer stacking, stuff like that, used to be a real problem point. But taking a lot of HP from that mark I sat from that. But yeah, basically one of the things they keep tapping is the ratio of which attack speed converts into AD. Baron control is there from NIP. Dragon's up now. EDG, this is the point where they start to fall apart a little bit, where their objective mindset is not really good enough. They've given up a lot of objectives where they start one kind of flimsily and then they have to pull off it, so they realize, oh, it's a bit of a flip. And then they end up being slow to the second objective. They'd love that Hexol, and of course, with Zeri, you love Hexol for that attack speed, as we were just saying, right? But cooldown reduction for everyone matters a lot. Otherwise, going to jump onto CDC, who's just there to clear out the wave. Not bad trade there for the investor.
No, not at all. Oh, yeah. Considering jumping a little bit further. And again, we are getting to the point where now with the Black Cleaver, Hoya does start to threaten a few more people a bit more regularly. Loves a Shojin second, but into the Cassante. I see why you go the Cleaver.
Wondering now at this point, it's Hex Optics for Leaf. Huh, interesting. I mean, it's very good ability to kind of keep your distance, get that reset, and your Q gets slightly longer range as well. Yes, that does work that way. Zeri Q is extended range when you get extended range as well. Assume is on his way to an Infinity Edge. He's down 1,000 gold, but Aphelios is Aphelios and does have an LDR in inventory, so there's a chance that Assume can just output more damage than ZDZ can withstand, especially Xiaohao. He's not a tank, right? He's gone towards the burn build, as all Maokais really do nowadays. He can't really go towards hyper tanky Maokai anymore. Just not quite the same champion he used to be.
Hex Optics also gives you that attack speed you're looking for. So that's, you know, there's the attack speed, also the extended fire, so you're looking with the ramping move speed, also with extra attack range. That feels pretty good to me.
And it's cheap. So Dragon's been up for a while. Neither team feels emboldened enough to walk towards the actual objective, though. Yeah, they don't feel embiggened enough, really.
Is that a Terry Pratchettism? It feels like it's a Terry Pratchettism.
Feels like a Mother Earthism.
It might also be that, or orcs from Warhammer.
Yeah, true. Yeah, that sounds like, you know, either Gork or Mork. Yeah, cunningly brutal or brutally cunning. Care goes forward.
There we go. Ooh, does not get that much until just at the end. They'll get the cleanse. That'll be that.
That's the Mikhails. They still have the cleanse on leave. Mikhails is slightly lower cooldown. Get the ult out of Leave, but Kag loses this as well. Which one's more important? Well, now, if you start a fight now, even with the ult cooldown reduction, Leave is still not going to be that happy with it.
He would get something down. Care being down his own ult's a bit rough, so be it.
At this point, you can see, though, that Leave's ultimate with the double cooldown reduction items is almost back up already. I mean, it's halfway up, so unless they can force a fight in the next, like, 20 seconds, it won't matter that much. That is why you build both the Fiend Hunter and the Hex Optics. Teleport in from Ahri. Ult is, again, a little bit longer cooldown. Maybe EDG can wait for the Zeri ultimate. It's up in 10 seconds. It's up already, Sam.
Days. They can just go again. It'll be up in 5, 4. Look at Hoya looking for the flank angle. This could be huge, but they don't know he's there.
They have to get Leave. They have an idea now. To get Leave. How do they get this? They want the fear into the ult. He's spotted now. Leave has ult again, has flash and cleanse. He's so strong.
Getting this bloody Zeri down. It's going to be a nightmare. The death sentence wide. It's a skill shot dodged away. There's the Binding Eclipse coming on forwards after the ult lands, but now the rest of EDG can keep running because Hoya is still in the river. It's a 5v4. And Leave can sprint at them. Birdfire turns full. Also go on to Dragon, but I don't think Leave gives a damn. He's finally brought low, but I think he's done enough damage not to care. Xiaohao gets a cat on his back, looking to avenge his owner. They can't quite kill the Dragon.
Ends up being, what is that overall kill score? 2 for 1, but the Dragon in favor, well, I think it should be in favor of them after this, but Leave maybe actually goes a bit far with that. Care and Guwon were within kill range, but couldn't quite be finished off. Xiaohao doesn't have the damage to kill Guwon, even with the cat on his back. That might be a bit far from Leave. He loses both summoners for what should have been the hero play. I mean, you can see how much damage he has, and he's doing very well at kind of, again, using the ramping move speed. Finding Eclipse thrown out, but he cleanses through it to chase him down. If he keeps that ult running, the move speed is undeniable. Flashes away from the charm, the hook was off target as well. And then Guwon does a really good job of just turning around for the damage hit. Shyvana does bit. Care also gets himself a very important skill shot or two on target. You can actually see Joy trying to hop off the block, the charm there if it had come through. Leave goes down all the same. No flash now. And now, I think this is, again, the objective mindset of EDG. I think it's a bit off. That play from Leave loses them the Dragon, which should have been free.
And I get what the thought process is, because actually they very nearly just won that, and Leave might just run at Assume, who's not got any summoners, but he does have a Lantern.
Okay, so that's going to be the Lantern
TP.
teleport.
Oh, no.
Hoya coming through.
Like execution, got himself a lot of shields, buffers his way through well enough.
Okay, so not enough damage this time. EDG. I'm not loving these movements, Sam, but they are still really strong. They lose the Dragon, which should have been theirs. They lose an objective, which could be very important. They're one step further away from Hex Salt. Unlike previous games in the series, though, like that last one, they are still, you know, they have better Dragon controls. The NIP, it's not like they're getting themselves a soul because of that either. We're going to head towards the Baron.
Oh, boy.
And they might just look for a flip, Sam. I mean, the Zeri ultimate is solo cooldown. I guess they just want to keep forcing ults on their ult cooldown of that Zeri rather than the cooldowns of the enemy ultimates, which are longer.
Yeah, again, Zeri without the flash is a little less vulnerable than this poor old Aphelios, who's got a Lantern, and that's about it. Everyone else can make things very scary. Mikhail's is back up, the cleanse down on Leave, 2 seconds on the ult.
See, Assume does have the Infinity Edge. Now, it doesn't take much. One charm and a late cleanse or a hook, and no Mikhail's on cooldown. Can one-shot the Leave back in turn now at this point. Look, earlier into the game we said they don't have the damage to one-shot the Zeri because he's gone for the Hex play victory early. They have it now. Everyone can one-shot, especially I think Cat. He's trying to get in range, trying to burst out that target too. Baron now potentially started by NIP, I suppose, but I don't think they want to be testing that too much. How did NIP start fights? It really feels like this game has just come down to Zeri kills you or not. Jumping forwards again. Doesn't have the backup of his team. Gets that ramping move speed going forwards. Forces the ult backwards.
Hang on, Assume's gone the opposite direction. Split off. Guwon will ult over the wall. The Dragon's descent. The Nature's Crash comes on down. Gets Brood up with the care. He's going to get cleansed. But they can keep Spark surging forwards. Ult to escape for now. The mobility. Flash from DDZ. And Assume goes down as the Topo strikes. Drags Aphelios back towards her team. Scorpion, get over here.
Perhaps the end of this series, and perhaps, well, at least the end of the alphabet, doesn't just end with a Z, it ends with the ZDZ. Great flash for that knockback. Does that unlock the Baron, though? I think it should do. I think they have to go for the Baron now. Force another fight. Leaves ultimate's not crazy long off cooldown, right? Managed to get a good play with Not quite the kill onto Care, but he won't be able to fight for now, and that means that he can't recall and teleport back in. That should be Baron to EDG.
Yeah, and they do that with 2 members still on the Baron, so it delays that invade. Guwon's got no flash, no ult stacked up quite yet. Trying to get it off the wall.
Too slow. It's too slow. I think they actually have to peel off of this now. This is getting a little bit scary. Guwon doesn't doesn't have ult. The flash reflects on the hook.
That's pretty good angle there with the rebuttal going for the public execution as Monte, it's my turn. Sinian in danger as Ambessa dashes around. Flash from Hoya does keep him safe for a second or two longer, but he's going to get brought low by that passive. The burning comes on forwards. Care goes down to the burst fire, the final chapter. In comes Asuma's respawn. Leave gets healed. Now he's in danger. Stepping on forwards just about to find the ultimate laser. Leave is in, but dies. It's a little bit deep. Just about alive from Asuma, but he gets caught by the radiant volley. Guwon is here. The Ember strikes as he bites off more than they can chew. EDG chasing the Nature's Grasp. The saplings coming on forwards. The prowling projectile. And ZDZ takes the head off the dragon.
It is on a knife's or perhaps a Tofo's edge.
Yeah.
Instead, the Baron will not go down. It's an even set. Well, it's not an even set of kills, but the people that go down are more important for EDG in terms of Leave going down. Leave is everything to EDG. If he goes down, EDG can't really do much on the map. He does get himself an infinity. I'll drop that back. Doesn't quite get the damage calculation right onto Assume. I don't think he quite understands how much damage the Fellows has got. Leave has really been trying to take this game into his own hands and, well, mostly getting the most out of that. Does get the cleanse onto the charm, allows him to get played forward so he can Chaos afterwards, but gets dragged into a turret. Most of his HP goes. Assume is down gold. He is still in a Fellows with 3 items, and he gets a low-range chakram, gets the cleanse on the exhaust, which allows him the damage to kill the Zeri at the end. Still dies to the burn, but Assume does his job there in killing the Zeri on the other side. I mean, credit to ZDZ. ZDZ has been doing so much legwork here. I think that ZDZ is by far my player of the series. I think that he has been, I think it's just been incredible. It's between him and Hoya. The level of top lane play has been incredible for 2 players who I thought were, you know, fine top laners. Maybe even good at that point. But I didn't think, you know, they were the best the LPL has to offer. And I still don't think they're quite up there with, you know, Lancia, Bin or whatever. But I think they've put on an incredible show here today. Very different champions, very different roles. Hoya looking for lane dominance, ZDZ looking for team fight value. Both of them providing a win condition for their team through that. I think whichever team wins, I want to see that top laner get the MVP of the series. So I think they've had an incredible run of it. Dragon now spawning. NIP threatening the Baron, I suppose. EDG, do they go and solo that Dragon Lead? You've got to be a bit careful there. No cleanse when the Chaos is there, and it's used very quickly.
They don't have a lot of vision, but they do use the prowling projectiles and Leave as a kind of mobile outpost.
Now they can look. There's no cleanse now. There's no cleanse, no Mikhails. They might jump onto Assume. Assume does have flash.
Oh boy, he's going to get lanterned out to safety. I appreciate the angle, but again, Jaw's been pretty well positioned to keep his AD carry.
So now you have no Maokai ult, no cleanse, no Mikhails. I think NIPC a winning angle here. Baron can get started. EDG will come over to contest. They don't have great vision. Baron is still being set up to. I mean, if Care gets the angle, they can get onto Leave and potentially end this series.
Shadow's got a flash. Can look at Care. He can look to jump onto someone's ZDZ. Finally up with the footwork. Sitting left with a load of charm in the back. Comes on forwards. The charm is superb. Leave survives for now, but he's out of the fight. He's not doing that much damage. The ultra shot laser means nothing. NIP, who got the Baron? It's EDG.
EDG get the Baron, even though NIP win the fight. NIP should be able to get the Dragon after this. Even with the charm onto Leave, they can't kill him. Even with everything onto the Zeri, they can't get the fight, and the Baron still makes this now somewhat worthwhile for EDG. I think they messed up around the objectives earlier. They should be one more Dragon to the good, and IP will get themselves soul point. Oh, bloody hell, Sam. We're getting ourselves a very high variance late game. This is not one team in control. This is very intricate play. Well, it's very kind of volatile play is the word for it. Around these late game objectives, there's no cleanse and no Mikhails onto Zeri for one brief window of time, and they still can't quite kill him. But the E from Dawn does a great amount of damage, and the damage lands largely onto Sinian, who can't reflect enough in time. Not really sure what happened to this W, really. Sinian not in a great spot. It's taken down very, very easily. Flashes into melee range of Guwon. That's not good enough. Blows that summoner and dies. At least the Baron goes over to EDG. Otherwise, that would have been disaster.
Yeah, it's important that. Of course, soul point still picked up for EDG, for NIP rather. That's the trade. And that could still end up costing you a game. Hex Soul has been a thorn in EDG's side for a couple games in a row.
Okay, Leave has picked up the Hurricane, gives him some more move speed, gives him well, he gets the 100% crit now is a big thing as well. And onto Hoya, he does have flash, might have to use it.
The execution gets him a little ways away, but Leaves running at him with the exhaust, and they just pick off the top lane, who's trying to set up for a bit of a pick-off on the flank.
Yeah, just wanted to control the side lane, just wanted some vision down. EDG have not been great at putting down vision, actually noted in chat as well. in various places, actually, that you can't control vision very easily with a Yuumi, because Yuumi's always on the Zeri, which means that she can't go on her own warding missions. Means the Zeri has to go do that instead. Tower goes down. EDG still have a minute left of the Baron. That's 2 more waves. And because Hoya's dead, they might look for a dive under the turrets. Leave ultimate will come up by the time Baron is just about to expire. In fact, they'll have one last wave with Leave's ultimate available. Do they try and dive when Hoya is dead?
See who wants playing against the Cassandra? Actually, to be fair, you do true damage with your Ember Strike at certain stages, specifically part 3, so better into tanks than many. Full more done. Well, the Prowling Projectile still a little bit obnoxious. That's one way to scout out. You can use that to check bushes quite well, but not needed right here. Just to get this turret down. Tier 3 falls. EDG potentially big advantage now. 3,000 gold to the goods.
They break the base, they get the tower, they don't get the inhibitor itself. Always going to be straight to 2 saplings. Teleporting out anyway, has flash and ult, doesn't want to force the play now. ZDZ's not in. They could actually look for this. They could look for this.
Mel's top, let's get spicy, the public execution! Oh no! Xiaoho's gonna try and go to the lead! He survives! He survives! He keeps gliding! Spark surge! And the lightning's in the bottle! And it might just send NIP careening! Grounded! When comes the Cassante all out, and Adolfo strikes a footwork! The bleeding eclipse is there! Everyone see it! And EDG have done it!
EDG will upset NIP, and it is at the hands of their wonder kid they brought up in 2023, Leave. It's been years in the making. He brings them some glory.
Edward do some gaming, and ninjas in pajamas are put to bed. Nevada bound, and EDG steal their spot.
Leave has played for both of these organizations over time. He was... This whole team's been all over the place, really. They lost their series versus Ultra Prime, which is a big one for them. Let's go into our game. Very generic way to answer the rift, isn't it? Let's go into our game. God, I'm running out of words a little bit here. Hey, Sam, can you close my door, please? No, I need to... Well, we're in game now, so I need to be like... Door closed. Yep. Oh gosh, sorry again, folks. Trying to shout through to Sam at that point. Should have moved the mic. Alright, okay. Tongyuem has been a big Akali player ever since his entry into the LPL a few years ago. As we said, he was kind of meant to be the heir to the RNG throne. He was meant to be the heir to Xiaohu's throne, who'd made RNG great in many ways. Elk and the Hunk in bot side. Of course, Elk, you got a feel for him. I think in parts of Split 1, he was the best AD carry in the world in regular season. But then having to play with 3 different supports in a year, definitely not helping his laning ability. I think that, you know, both Erha, Hung, and the Hank have had their own positives and ways, but changing between all 3 of them has certainly added extra complications to the equation, really. Both junglers going top side to bot side. Xiaoya on the other side. Used to be known as Savior. Or used Xiaoya, then renamed to Savior, then came back to Xiaoya. He was the kind of player who, for a while, was actually quite good in early game, and then he'd just have this horrible habit of throwing late game. He's been around for a year or 2 now. What, most of his career, actually. I think I cast him his very first games. YCX, a little bit newer than him. Xiaohu not going to be able to land that stun there from the fire cone. Push in from the Renekton top side. Both junglers just regular clearing towards bot side. No walks over the river. Nefiri skipping Raptors for now. Oh, no, sorry. Just leashing them another. Yeah, just leashing. That's what you do. Quite hard to leash things as Nefiri because your dog's going to keep them in place. But you know, the bleed helps you kind of damage them over time. Gosh, 5-game series to start out today. If you guys didn't hit the, or see the results of our first series, it was an incredible watch. 5 games, very tense. Not going to get hit by that E. Thought that missed, actually. Large hitbox there from the Seraphine E. In terms of favorites there, again, it has to be Weber have to come in as favorites here. The NIP did just before this, and EDG managed to fell them. Games are being played online, as we said. Weber, of course, have played a lot of games recently. They've been in qualifiers for the online qualifiers. Perhaps that could lead to some fatigue or lack of prep for them. And going towards top scuttle. Jejek might be able to contest for a smite hit. Nah, there's no smite. Hang didn't use it as well. Very easy take there from the Nefiri. Didn't check those summoners in time. Recall coming in from the Jarvan.
slight leads in all lanes from Weibo. GG completely even so far. The big thing about Weibo was, when they were at their best, look, Elk was doing very well, but realistically, the biggest thing that they did was jungle support synergy. Their vision control was excellent. They were the best vision control team in Group Ascend. And then, of course, then they just got rid of Erher, who I thought was a big part of that. I thought it was a big mistake to get rid of that support. Of course, he was on the winning team of WE versus LNG in just yesterday's game, the 5-game series. Can't believe LNG is the top seed from Nirvana. Ended up losing to WE, who are the bottom seed of Ascend, and then of course the two other teams we've seen play since them from Nirvana have won. If LNG are the only non-Nirvana team to not make it to Ascend, that will just be disaster for them, you know. God. So taking himself a tower shot there was slowed by the boomerang. Xiaohu warding the Raptor respawn, they'll be coming up soon. Both junglers, again, on decent pace. Just farming up their camps as they spawn. Elk using the campfire now. Flashes over the E, wants to get a really good trade. Investing the summoner to make sure they get themselves a really good phase of lane. Forcing a flash on the other side. So flash for flash, but main thing is control the bot lane over to Elk and the Hank. Elk on the Lucian. Made a name for himself on this pick over time. He was great on BLG, of course, leaving BLG this year, replaced by Viper on the team which became first stand champions. LNG looked the least prepared of these teams. The funny thing is, I actually don't think LNG looked least prepared. I think that LNG looked like LNG when they come up against a team with an actual jungler. I think they look like a team which came up against an opponent which is more organized. LNG are a pub stomp team. That's the problem with them. They're a pub stomp team. They just don't have that strategy, do they? I think that really came to bite them. Oh, gosh. What a disaster for them. Weibo maybe bringing JJ down to party. The Lucian Milio a little ways off. Does he go for the smite? Can maybe go in for it. Splash smite and gets in for the dunk. Gets the level 6 off of the dragon and he gets himself into the play. Now that's a good start for Weibo. Can Tonghyun get himself to his own ultimate as well? Flashes out of that pit. 1 kill and the dragon. JJ leading the charge. That smite on the dragon gets him the XP for level 6, which then wins them the fight. That is galling for LGD. Yeah, sure, I understand, Mecca. Yeah, for sure. Alright, so, JJ, first entry into the game. That's a solid one. Xiaohu gets himself the kill on Annie as well. Now, for those of you who have not watched as much Weibo in this split, one of the big issues with Weibo is the fact... Don't follow that. Please do not follow that back to base. He could have followed that back to base. I want people to know. Weibo were really bad at dragons this split. Really, really bad at objectives. They didn't know how to set them up. They had arrived late, and I mean, in this objective here, they arrived late. They didn't get much value out of it. In terms of much value in terms of the setup. They get value out of it, but they were in a position which was very dangerous to them. Good double Q there from Elk, but the Ranger's focus, very threatening. Elk had no flash there. That E had landed would have been a big problem for him. I would have followed it. Yeah, and then you end up sadly in positions like, you know, Nox and Ult, which ended Ultra Prime split. Their year, even. Flash in for the smite. Got himself the level 6 off of it. Dunks onto both bot laners. Flag drags. Misses the knock. If he hit that, Shaya probably dies, actually. Ooh, Elk and the Hank go very low there. Shaya used the barrier. Heal flat. Well, sorry, the flash and the barrier down from Hank, and then the barrier from Elk. He's the one with the barrier. I know it's the flash and the barrier from Hank. Anyway, 2 summoners used there. And if he gets in here, maybe causes problems. Another short flag drag from JJ. Shaya and YCX managed to get some good control over here, though. Down 10 CS, but able to claw back some presence in bot lane. Okay. Dragon up in 2 minutes. Grub's up now. By the way, I actually got a response from Xpetu, so about the build from Varus earlier, and basically it's basically what we were saying too. It feels like a mix of different builds. I thought the Voltaic would be a good build for that one. For those of you that missed it, he went for Leave went for Shiv on it. Because it applies the W onto everything. I think Shiv is fine on Poke Varus. I just think that on the whole, you should probably go for a Voltaic afterwards to apply it on your E for that crazy interaction. Matters less on your Q, of course. Elk and the Hank. It's freezing the wave. JJ's over here, has his ult, and there's no flash on Xiaoyu. You could go towards him. I think they're a little bit afraid of where Hun could be. And in fact, he is in bot lane. Game's been quite slow so far. That one kill around Dragon. Hope it's not going to be a series played around Dragon timers. I think that... Look, Dragons give you a reason to fight. And that is a good thing. Having reasons for big team fights makes for entertaining League of Legends. Having Dragons being the only reason to fight, and only having 5v5 instead of, 2v2s and 3v3s, that can be a bit of a problem. And some teams do need a big kick up the butt to start fighting them. Grub's going to start now. Bertle has gone Mega just in time for this. JJ could walk over. Does Zika want to walk down? No. No, they're going to let all three go over. Not in position to contest. Again, Weibo not great at turning up to objectives early. It's not been their MO, really. Now they're going to walk down potentially for the last one of these. The bleed's over. Ah, they can't quite get it. So that will be the last grub taken by Zuka's Q instead. The bleed was there, but Hung doesn't quite get the smite at the right timing. Oh, that's a bit scary. Not in turret range, though. I thought Elk might be stuck there. Doesn't take the tower shots. How was the stream earlier from those? Was Kitty watching LPL as well, or was it like an LCK? I'm not sure what's going on in LCK today. Appreciate the raid again, by the way, Kitty, and Kitty viewers, and to Raz as well. Thanks for the raid over there too. Make sure I get a raid back there sometime. I like to make sure that like anyone who raids me, I like to raid back. It's just nice courtesy, right? But I've been trying to spread around the raids a little bit. I've had some friends who just started streaming recently. I might go give a raid over to them. If you're nice at some point, you gotta behave. Oh god. Anyone got any okay, LGD are another historic org within the LPL. Has anyone got any favorite memories of LGD? Of course, 2015 was the big year for them when they got first place going into Worlds 2015, and then the Juggernaut patch hit, and even with Imp 2014 World Champion, they couldn't make it through the meta change, really, because it went from a bot side-centric meta to a top side-centric meta basically overnight. I don't think... Oh, man. The thing is, Riot love to do big balance changes before international events. It's happened a lot. 2015 was the big one there. That was the big one, which I think actually kind of low-key ruined the event in terms of competitiveness. Of course, SKT then came through, and it's just utterly absurd from Faker in the summer split. But yeah, I remember the Imp LGD very fondly. And of course, Peanut came up in 2020. People forget Peanut was on LGD, one of the greatest junglers of all time. And he was there for a brief run there too. Zuka's going to get a 4-man dive flash away from the Mega Nut. They do have the ability to drop aggro with an Ethereum. Not going to do that, though. They just get him into with a wall up anyway. Birdle will get that assist. Starts off the plate. Hung gets that kill. That's a problem. The Neferi getting a kill is scary. Neferi needs a little bit more gold than a Zed or a Talon to get damage down. That is a 1v2. GJ will dunk in. Avoided on that. And Weibo, I think they're a little bit lost on the map. The Asheros coming down will miss here. They have a bit of healing coming through from the Milio. Can't get that red buff in. I don't think Weibo are tracking LGD around the map very well at all. Now, funnily enough, isn't that something we mentioned about, well, the other Nirvana teams versus the Ascend teams? The Ascend teams not tracking the enemy jungler well enough. And the rotations around the map. We've seen this before. Weibo not the easiest early game. There's still 1,000 gold up. A lot of that through mid lane and bot lane. But still, that's something to be noted. Weibo not getting the best information on where the Neferi is on the map. Really not sure why JJ jumped in the 1v2 there. Oh, good hyper proc just in the back end of the boomerang. Elk was not expecting that. Birdle gets himself a great trade. Gets the barrier for free. I mean, he could jump onto him if he goes into mini. Nah, he's just about to go into that. Now flash away. All right, good summoner back. Summoner economy working in favor of Weibo there. Barrier for flash works out for a shorter cooldown. I love the LGD chance. Same with the TSM chance. Yes. Yeah, LGD has become the TSM chan of LPL. It would have been around similar time to LGD, been around since the early days of League of Legends. Arguably, LGD are more famous in Dota, though, right? I'm not that familiar with Dota, but LGD, one of the great Dota teams, been active across a bunch of different esports over time. LGD haven't really been a top team for a while, though. They haven't really invested in it heavily. They've been looking for developmental players. Haven't been a top team for a while. I've never been part of the LPL while LGD has been a top team. There used to be this kind of prophecy / meme that LGD were only good on years ending in a 0 or 5, a multiple of 5. But that kind of broke in 2025. LGD couldn't quite match their 2015 and 2020 form. Tongyuan gonna get CC'd up here, but gets the W down in time, so there's no follow-up auto. Does he have to use the ultimate to get out? No, he doesn't. Just down to half HP. So it's the ultimate from Xiaohu and a combo from JJ. Still down to half HP. The turret goes down. Weibo breaking open the map some. Dragon in 2 minutes and not anywhere close. Weibo do have 2 dragons, and we've said that, look, dragons have not been their friends recently. So good for them to get that for their own good, really. Hides one of their weaknesses somewhat. LGD with the team OG beat to finish the Cinderella story. Oh, OG and the, were they the first team to double TI? Can't remember. I'm not as good on... At some point, I want to do a deep dive in Dota history on a lot of different... there are a couple of esports I really want to look into. I want to look into, like, Rainbow Six Siege, because it's such a competitive game. I know a bit about the Halo competitive scene with, you know, Ogre 1 and Ogre 2. The literally, like, the twins, the brothers who played Halo together and are the best in the world. Ogre 2 is one of the greatest esports players of all time, by the way, if you're not familiar with early Halo esports. Weibo on the Herald first, hung past that W early. Xiao will have to claim things again. That's going to be the Akali teleporting in, and they don't have that much CC left for them. Does he have that W? He might fly in anyway here, actually. No, choosing not to. Has the R2. Herald taken by LGD. That's well considered by them. That's very reserved. Teleport in, get Weibo to clump up, and while Weibo were at the objective first once, they don't secure it. You can see what we're talking about here. Weibo, they don't always approach objectives with the best plan. I think they just walk to an objective when they realize it's being done, or they walk to it and they think, well, we'll figure it out as we go along, which has clearly not been the best for them. Still 1,000 gold head, still, you know, at a power point with Xiaohu's Annie. Dragon now in a minute. If Weibo get the dragon, they're fine with it. They held on to a lot of their ults and summoners for that. The Hunk using his in that last play, but that was it, really. Elk has the culling back up again. Would like to use that for some good poke at the start of the fight. And good poke on him back. Okay, let's have a check of items. Is everyone at the 1 item mark? Yep. In fact, Xiaohu is very nearly at the 2nd item too, actually. With that, well, the Haunted Guys is in there, so it's, yeah, big component as part of that. Mikhail's for YCX, Ardent Sensor for the Hank, so a bit more aggression from the Hank. Has the basically Mikhail's in his ultimate anyway, doesn't have to build that, whereas YCX has stopped off. A lot of Seraphine players have stopped going for the optimal healing build. They want the Mikhail's first for the utility, and it makes a lot of sense, right? CS is a lot of fun. Yeah, CS is a... No, I love the just the layman's opinions of CS. Watching it as a layman, right? Because I'm not good at CS, so I don't understand it. But it's a great esports to watch. League of Legends will always be like my esports love, right? It's a great culling onto Xiao. Yeah, down to 20% HP. That might just be Dragon earned just off of that ultimate. But yeah, you can always tell what's going on in CS. And that's great. League, you know, League is fantastic to watch when you understand the game. But hang on, potential jump onto Tongyue, drops down that ultimate, tries to make sure that Akali can't fight as easily. Arrow flying forwards, goes onto the Milio, who's the one with the cleanse. That can be a bit of a problem. Doesn't have the cleanse up right now. Actually, Zuka goes Mega. The Kaiju's fighting off against each other. The Encore's through, and that's going to be Zuka going down. They have a reset now. Here comes the Dragon Smite. Who gets it? It is going to be JJ, but it comes down to a Smite. The hand goes low. He's going to die as well. Did he get himself more CC? The slow from the boulder toss working out well. Elk flashing away. Hung not quite able to get himself onto the Lucian, and JJ will fly Dragon away. I think he'll be safe now, so that will be 2 for Dragon. It's a hefty cost actually for Weibo, because they're going to be forced to reset. I think that that might lead to mid lane turret going down. Maybe. Do they have a teleport to respond with? No, I think there should be mid lane turret forced down. Tongyuan should be able to claim that one. So basically, Dragon, 4-2 and a turret. I actually think, even though it's Chemtech Soul, LGD aren't unhappy with that. I mean, the Netheri's getting fed. Kill towards Birdall as well in the midst of things. Weibo, these objectives are not looking great. The more I look at this team, the more the objective horrors have come back to haunt them. I mean, JJ gets the smite at least this time. But these are not clean setups. They're not clean contests. I think Xiaohu using his ultimate onto a target with the upgraded Merc Treads is not the right play. Togman still gets to have a team fight. And Zucker is just what's he frontlining for? Well, he's just letting Bertel hit him for free. He's now in the side lane. Doesn't have the Dominus. Has Flash. But he might die anyway in range. And that's going to be the empowered W going onto a dog. Not onto the big one. Onto the small ones instead. A member of the pack tanks up that W. So I get my words straight for once. Zucker goes down. Elgubs jumps forward. Great damage from him as the Essence Reaver starts to really rip home. Culling brings Shay below half HP. Gold lead to LGD. Down in those dragons. But I don't think the Chemtech Soul's going to be the game changer, is it? Don't think it is. LGD are not in a bad spot. Turret and bot lane taken. Bertel happy to just get that through bot side. Mid lane and bot lane turrets open up. Now the next dragon for Weibo is going to have to be done without the kind of extra pressure and control of mid or bot lane turrets. Typically when you're fighting around an objective, especially when it goes into early and then into mid game, you get a big advantage if you have your outer turret still alive either side of the objective. Because if you kill mid lane turret and then the side lane turret on that side of the map, you get yourself great flank angles. Tungler's going forwards, does get himself stunned up, but I think Xiaohu might die anyway. Calling up the play. The arrow's not bad here. JJ gets himself the knockup. Not bad damage onto Neferi. That's a late teleport from the Gnar. Not happy about that one at all. He has to teleport up here just to make sure that nothing further goes awry because the Baron had just spawned. I don't think Weibo could have gotten much more off of that. Good pick off. Didn't expect the Neferi to die there. W'd the dunk, but it was too low HP anyway. Quick shout out to the community, by the way. You've all been, Sam and I wouldn't do this unless our community was here to make this enjoyable. It does genuinely make my day a lot easier seeing you in chat, enjoying yourselves. And for those of you that raid over as well, appreciate you as well. If you're in the LPL community anywhere, it makes a difference. Of course, the LPL broadcast was shut down, you know, a little while ago now. Keeping the LPL alive, whether that's on our stream or the other streams you watch, makes a big difference, you know. Keeping this wonderful region alive and kicking, keeping the storylines alive. It's important to me. I'm sure it's important to people like Raz, Kitty, all the others who've been part of the LPL lineage. And over the last couple of months as well, I've seen a lot of support towards the channel. Makes a big difference to us as well because, you know, this is our job. Can't do this without that as well. Pays the rent. Second item now coming in from Xiaohu and Jirjit. On the other side, second, I'm pretty close for Tongan 2. Wow, they're going to start two-manning this Baron. They really want to try this. Okay, all right, 2 items to the Neferi. Now, rushed Barons early used to be a fairly uncommon thing. Does JJ go and check it? He does. Yeah, they spotted out enough of that. We saw that the other day from TT versus IG. It's one of the big parts of game 1 in that series. Ultimate judged away by Elk. Hung not getting that much damage down. Gets the bleed on target. And of course, with the Black Cleaver, that is really scary. Dragon in now under a minute. LGD. Some big cooldowns used. I wonder whether those cooldowns being used may be the difference in the Dragon test or not. Second Q, I think, landed there onto Elk. That's why he took the bigger burst. Hung still on half HP. You can't have the Neferi jungle going that low before an objective steal. Not objective steal, but an objective fight. You need them high HP because they need to be really in the thick of things. 2 items for most people on the map now. Not for Zucker, notably. 0 and 3. Now, he's made some mistakes himself, but also he was dunked on 2. Teleport coming in from Zucker has that role quest. This Renekton is not going to be very useful. And once again, Weibo late to the fight. Elk spots out Bertel over the wall. Zucker going to get knocked out a little bit. Bertel going into Mini Gnar. So even though the Renekton doesn't have great amount of power or gold behind him in this fight, I mean, Mini Gnar's not on a good... Well, Mega Gnar's not on a good timing. He's gone Mini. Very bad spot. Bertel will have to wait a little bit to start charging that back up again. Zucker around the corner. Ash Arrow does land, but the melee ult is traded for it. Okay, ult for ult. Probably in favor of LGD. Bertel starting up the dragon. He's using it to stack his Mega Gnar as well. Yeah, clever from Bertel, making sure that doesn't just have to hit enemy champions. Drops the boomerang. That'll be on a longer cooldown. Poke for poke traded as Neferi takes a chunk, but does manage to get the bleed onto 2 people. Love that that visual effect of the bleed happening onto them after. Bertle, Mega on the side. They don't have the melee ult now. Here comes the Encore trying to get that Jarvan out of the play. Flashing onto the wall. Here comes the Neferi forwards. And even the Annie can't save the resale to the Hank has been separated out. A double to the dogs. They're torn apart by the Canines. Weibo, these objective fights are not well set up. They are lucky to have gotten the dragons they did. LGD are... the Nirvana team is better at objectives than the Ascend team. That is a worrying sign. And Weibo, much like our other Ascend teams, do not look like these unbeatable teams. They're very flawed teams. Particularly around objectives to Weibo. They are fallible. JJ dead for another 10 seconds. Teleport coming through from the Akali to get them back into the play. Potentially find a flank angle with their ultimate and the Shadow Flame available. Baron going lower. Xiaohu looking for that stun. Zuka, I rage. Is it enough? Elk's walking in, but he's finding himself. The Akali on his doorstep. Needs to find himself potentially a flash away. Does take the damage anyway, and he dies. Tangu gets the assassination. Now flashes out to safety. That was slick. Zuka makes it out alive himself on the other side to try to contest that Baron. Potentially, I mean, he's too low HP to go for a flank now. Good kick on the Neferi ultimate. That's nice. Hard to make that land, that ultimate land from the Neferi into the Milio. So that's Dragon and the Baron for LGD. Weibo's objective control is not good. Yeah, all good, Mackie. You can do that. Weibo, what is happening to this team? Their objective setup has just not been good enough across the entirety of this split. It's the reason why they're at this point in the first place. I mean, Weibo were top 4 in split 1, dropped out of that in split 2. I think that, you know, the support changes have hurt, and I think that the whole structure of their game has changed. When you change a support, you change your bot lane laning phase, and you change the way you move around the map. You change the way that you play objectives, your vision control. Weibo were good at that in terms of their vision control, in terms of their jungle support play. Back in Split 1, they beat teams like JDG. I think that Junjo and Vampire were actually hard diffed by JJ and Urha when they were together, jumping onto Bertle. Doesn't have a flash. He's not mega either. The Ashe Arrow starts to get that disengaged through, though. They fail to pick onto him. And I think the 0-3 Renekton will go 0-4 instead. Zucker has not had a fun time of it. 0-4. This Renekton has sucked. He used to be one of the best Renektons in the league. I mean, just scratch that. He used to be one of the best top laners in the league. This year has not been, this split particularly, has just not been one to remember for him. Xiaohu, I don't think has been the problem. Jeja's been okay individually. Weibo, strategically as a team, just not on the same page, though. LGD, prime position to take this game. It's game 1. 8,000 gold ahead. Tangu and some slick assassinations. It feels like the Nirvana teams have just come in just much hungrier, much more locked in. The Ascend teams have looked like they've been really taken for a ride. Bertle doesn't have that Mega Gnar stacking just yet, just went mini. Loses over half his HP, but happy to, you know, pin Elk back to his base. Distract him, means that Tangu can get himself topside instead. He goes wide on Elk. Xiao, yeah. I was worried that the stun might come through actually from Xiaohu. Perhaps the Annie can get a big play. Perhaps. There's a Mikhails from ICX, though. Quite a hard ask. It's also not that bursty. He's gone for the Leandri's build for a bit more damage over time. Helps you with the old Tibbers burn. Hun goes that W onto the Lucian Q. Another turret down. That's the base broken in 2 places. Arrow onto Xiaohu. No Milio close. Easy kill. That might not just be the base being broken down in terms of the inhibitors. I think that might just be all 3 inhibitors going down. Tangu puts that W down to make sure that Zuka can't get himself a quick stun onto him. This might even be the game. Xiaohu was so important to Weibo. It's textbook from LGD. Find where the defense is weakest. Fire the arrow there. The Milio can't be everywhere at once. All 3 inhibs are down. And 1 Nexus turret down too. Weibo on the ropes already. Bertle goes forward. Gets the double stun through. He comes forward from the Akali. And Elk is low HP. Assassinated even. Elk has 0 HP. LGD, like the other Nirvana teams, have come for blood. Weibo are not above the other teams from Ascend. They're being brought down from the heavens to earth. and made muddy with it. LGD will take the first Nexus 1-0 to another Nirvana team. Of your team. You cannot expect to deal with the genuine, like the structure, the scaffolding, the foundations of what Pro League of Legends is based on, and expect it to go well. I think they've been punished accordingly. They have struggled to adapt to 3 supports in the same year. Which team do you think wins based off of draft? I quite like LGD's draft. I think the Trundle does bits to the Scion. You've got Rumble and Rise as solo laners. The Trundle's in a fine spot. Corki Nami's a good duo too. Sungwon loses the bone plating and misses the first minion of the game. Rumble's now gone to help Trundle with the first camp. It doesn't matter that much in terms of your in terms of your laning phase, right? Birdle's still going to be fine on top lane phase. Hung gets a little bit of a speed up because of this. We've got opposite paths. Trundle's going to go for something weird. Is he going to level 2 gank top lane? Or is he going to go into enemy topside jungle? Level 2 ganks are pretty rare in top lane because it just loses you too much time. Now, because Rumble helped with the clear, he's going to be quicker into topside. So he's going to start isolating out this top lane matchup. How many camps can he take away here now, though? And if Vi doesn't know about this, then that's a problem. Notice the ward. Notice the ward on the map. The ward on the map is in river. It's not actually... it's in the brush just north of mid lane. It doesn't spot the invade. So they think they're safe from an invade because Trundle would go like raptors into an invade that side instead or walk across there. Because he was helped on the invade by Hung, Vi doesn't know about it. He's going to go on towards Wolves now. Hung will be able to get Grump and get out, and then he'll be able to protect his camps. This is disgustingly good from Hung. Can he get over in time? JJ doesn't spot him. He's over vision. Can walk around now. What he wants to do is walk over, get that chomp down. Level 3, gets himself pillar on target. JJ's losing a lot of HP, and Rise is coming over. JJ Q's over the wall. Hung will not flash to follow. Does he get himself the steal here? He does. That's a huge play from Hung. LGD get themselves into the enemy jungle, a bit of help from top lane Leash, and they get themselves ahead of the clear. The top lane Leash has become such a big thing within the LPL meta over the last half of the split. We've seen it from Anyone's Legend, dropping Flandra's early wave to make sure that he can go help in jungle. Birdle just making sure the red buff clear was a little bit quicker means that Hung can get over to the other side and interrupt the wolves. JJ has nothing left. He has nothing left to do. Vi cannot fight the Trundle early game, or just fight him in general. Maybe a fight over the top scuttle now. Xiaoya, YCX going for the 2v2 down here. Bubble misses onto the Hang. Hung's once again going to walk on towards the Vi. Didn't see who got that scuttle grab. In fact, it hasn't been taken just yet. Or taken by Hung. Was that a control one or a regular one? I'm not sure, but it's going to be the top scuttle denied from JJ. Can he go towards the bot scuttle instead? I think he can do. YCX. Harsh trade onto him there. Heal used on both sides. So JJ will be able to get himself into bot jungle now. How much does he get, though? Trundle's going to come back onto the map with a Ruby Crystal and a Longsword. That's a good buy for him. You don't realize how much value a Longsword or a Ruby Crystal gets until you back and get one and then you fight someone who hasn't bought yet. Longsword to no Longsword is legitimately kind of crazy. Tongan's going to walk in, put a ward onto Raptors. LGD looks so much better prepared. How is it that every single Nirvana team, well, besides LNG, looks so much better prepared? And Mecha called it out in chat earlier, and I'll shout that out too, where Mecha was saying that LNG didn't look prepared. And I think that's just part of the flaws of LNG, right? That they've looked a lot more mortal when it comes to the macro. Despite having good individual players, this has not made the difference, has it? I mean, JJ's completely homeless in jungle. What's he to do? What's he to do? He is behind, what? Well, 3 topside camps. Yeah, he's behind 3 topside camps, right? So, despite getting that single scuttle crab, 3 camps down in the early game, that is unplayable for a jungle matchup very early on. Weibo struggling? Yeah, and I don't think Weibo look good around objectives, and they need to in this game now. They need better setup. If Weibo drop as well, pandemonium, folks, I tell you. Birdle pushing in towards top side. Vi does have flash, so she potentially could look for something there. Top side camps are available again. Look, LGD will know there's camps available for the Vi, so they'll be wise to it. They'll be wise to the fact that Vi will be up there with them as well. Hung just clearing through his topside camps again. Dragon is spawning. What Trundle will do is now clear towards bot side and maybe go towards the Dragon at the end of his clear. Hung around level 6 as well. That's the other thing, right? The Vi's can be denied level 6. This game from Weibo has to be based around mid-jungle. But their mid-jungle is now being hemmed back in terms of XP because JJ's been forced off of so many camps. Because of the 3 camps still hung, it's going to be really close towards level 6 even without the 6-minute Skull Crab as well, right? JJ has to recall again. Wants to make sure he can at least get like get himself a Ruby Crystal to match the buy of Hung. So you just walk straight towards Dragon? I presume he does do. There's a ward in the back of the pit. Smites early for the quick start of it. Pulls it out of the pit. If Vi flies over, she'll probably die for the attempt. Might have to physically them flash out. They do see the controller on the back of it. JJ might look for the steal over the back of the pit. We've seen a couple of those today. Control ward into the river. Smite onto it. He's putting a control ward down for that sucks though, doesn't it? Gonna go towards the fruit in river. Ari's back in mid lane though. Like, she's under her tower. She can't respond. Weibo looks so pinned back on the map. Even if bot lane's been even in terms of trading. Like, this is the problem with playing champions like Vi. Vi can get shut down early. Red buff taken by JJ. Level 6 from Hung though. That's nasty. Now, he does have the item advantage. He's got the tunnel compared to just the Ruby Crystal Longsword. Not completed into that just yet. Ultimate from Birdle clears out the wave. They do have the level 6 here, as we've been saying. Sion ulting into top lane. Does he pull the ultimate out just yet? Press the attack onto him. Good double bubble there, actually. From YCX. Xiao, who was roaming down, so that's why they call it off. Hung will get the Krugs, and he's going to get himself onto Raptors as well, I think. Going to be helped out by the Rise. Nice of him to do that. I mean, this is jungle domination from LGD. Didn't expect this. JJ, world champion jungler from 2021. Still held in very high regard here in LPL by myself and by others. Who won Game 5 last series? It was EDG. EDG won. NIP are down in Group Nirvana. It's been upset after upset. LNG lost that Game 5 versus W. They should have won that series too. Remember. Should have done. I just checked because I've missed playoffs plans due to work, but IG got 3-0'd by TT. Yes, they did. IG got blasted by Thunder Talk. Absolutely blasted. Arn, particularly, their old AD carry, did a number on them. A lot of it was around jungle too. I think that so much of these series have been about jungle, about getting into enemy jungle early, as we've seen mirrored in Group Ascend. Because of that, I'm so surprised that a lot of our bigger LPL teams weren't prepared for this jungle meta of like these jungle starts from Nirvana. Maybe they were just thought, oh, they'll not be as ambitious, right? They've definitely been ambitious though. Trundle still hasn't gone for a back for a while. Actually, only had that one back. There's going to be grubs available. He's got all of his camps up too though. Wants to keep himself on the map. Birdle 10 CS ahead of Zuka, who's, you know, he's been fine on the Sion, you know, he's been surviving. Mid lane, very even, but Tungo's had the push, importantly. JJ has level 6, can walk up and smite potentially. But he can't interact. If he goes over there's a good chance he dies. He's just sat in that brush. This is true Safari League of Legends. Go watch the wildlife, but do nothing about it. Potentially looking for that smite, and who takes that last one? It is going to be JJ. JJ will stop the 3 grubs coming over. Now, what's going to happen here? That's going to be the chomp onto JJ. Does he have to flash out of the pit? He's going to come over to this. Going to get a flash over now. Here comes the Rise. That's not going to be body blocked, and here comes the extra support. Good damage coming through from the Trundle, and they'll get the kill, and the Trundle passive keeps him alive. Very, very close. Xiao, who can't get the reset, and it's going to be Hung living with the Trundle passive. Heartbreak for Weibo. They get the steal on the 3rd grub, but they can't finish off the fight. Even Shy is out trading Elk here now. Not bad. The armor shred there. Jump to the side. Barrier pop by both. Flash away from the Foss. One big one at the last bit left. Auto attack Shy as Shaola kills Elk. And it's a win across the map from LGD. Oh my god. What a ridiculous early game. LGD are 3-0 against Weibo. They get the early dragon. They get the 2 grubs. Not 3. JJ steals the last one. But the solo kill from Shaya onto Elk. That is the cherry on top. I mean, LGD should win now. By all rights, LGD should win this game. You know, JJ is completely out of the picture. Great flashback from Hung. I thought he might have overstayed. Maybe should have flashed early. But watch this again. But, you know, you're down a level. And, yeah, you do get okay damage to open up the fight onto the Trundle. Trundle beats the heck out of Vi in longer fights. Everyone else roams over. Both supports get involved. Flash away from Xiaohu. Tongyuan tried to flash for the body block, but couldn't quite get it. Didn't end up mattering. Luckily, YCXA has a very good tidal wave. Bubble onto Ari as well. The equalizer helps with the extra damage. They realm up over the wall to try and catch out the Lulu. And then in the bot lane, what happens here? So there's 3 rockets from Xiaoya. Has the big one. The W goes wide. Okay, well, he misses his skill shots. Eats a Phos Bomb, Gatling Gun, and a big one. And despite the flash on the Phos Bomb, just gets 2 big ones in the big trade and flash out, or W out, flash back in for the last auto attack. Xiaoya was 1 auto from dying, but very well played from him. Just say I liked LGD's comp and that, you know, the Trundle can really mess with him. It's a Triforce complete at 10 minutes. Guys, Triforce is an expensive item. You don't expect it on jungle completed at 10 minutes. I guess that's why he didn't go for the Tunneler. He's going for the Phage, right? And now suddenly Hung will actually be a damage threat. He can actually kill the... He can kill the Scion. He can definitely kill the Vi. There's a ward in the pit. They'll know this is going down. Vi is walking over. Can they get there in time? No, I don't think they can. Not if they get there in time. They probably still die. Potential JJ jumping onto Tongyuan. Does he Q onto him? No, he can't. He's not strong enough. He's got a Tunneler and 2 longswords to complete a Triforce if Hung is just around the corner. Does he want to stick around for plays here? If he jumps onto him, he gets subjugated. Oh, he just jumps onto him anyway. He's doing a lot of damage down. That Triforce is scary as heck. Flash away. You do not DPS check a Trundle or Triforce. You do not. Credit to Hung. You know, this guy used to be on WE. He used to be the Mundo jungler guy. He had a bit of an unceremonious exit from that team. Was not performing very well. God, when was it? Was it end of last year or was it? I think it was actually in 2024 when he left them. Yeah, it would have been. Sorry, yeah, because, of course, Monkey came into replacement the year after. Potential jump onto Xiaoya. Can you get behind the turret in time? I think he's just dead here. They polymorph him. No extra outplay there. End up tanking the tower. 4-man dive onto Xiaoya. What happens on the rest of the map? Well, Birdle's going to get a full play on top side. Perhaps more there. Good play. Kill goes to the side of Elk, which I guess is much needed at this point. First proactive play that's worked out for Weibo. Yeah, welcome in, folks who are watching the chaos unfold here. 5-game series between W and LNG. W survived. We thought, oh, well, that'll be the closest matchup between them. And then immediately after that, TT destroyed Invictus Gaming 3-0. Yeah, I saw Ghost. I saw it. Yep. And then after that, of course, games today. 5-game series between EDG and NIP. EDG knock out NIP. EDG are back at the top of LPL. They're in Group Ascend. Haven't been there since what? Well, when it was the combined groups. Ever since there's been a 2-group system, EDG have been in the bottom one. And now we've got LGD, who probably go 2-0 up here. I think their composition's better. I think Hung is incredibly tanky at points in this game, right? Yeah, Ghost message in chat is quite funny. 1 world champion and 3 world finalists from the last 3 times LPL were a world. That's a bit complex. But yes, basically Ghost saying there's a ton of international success on Weibo, and they might get sent to Nirvana. But this is the thing, right? Weibo in 2023 in spring. So this is before they've got their worlds run. They had Karsa in jungle instead of Weiwei. They had, you know, something like everyone was an international champion except for Light as AD carry. And they still ended up getting bodied by BLG, who then made their way to MSI finals. Weibo have tried to assemble super teams over time. They brought in Tarzan. Of course, before that, they brought in loads of high-name talents. Really ended up peaking, of course, in 23. 24 still wasn't bad, though, when they brought over Tarzan. Hey, Navi, as well. How's it going? You've been tuning into the chaos? These games are being played off stage, right? Yes, they are. Yeah, because Weibo had the basically EWC online qualifiers, so they couldn't make it to NIP's arena for the previously planned NIP arena games. Yeah, and I think that does impact things. Online games are very different to on stage. Yeah, Hung's going to go into a Xiaohu. Do they fall? Oh, they stopped the first dash of the ult. Xiaohu now 2 down. They're going to go into the Realm Warp, call off the play. I think that's very intelligent. The teleport for the Realm Warp is a cooldown advantage for them. Xiaohu was in danger there. Again, Triforce Trundle. We don't see that much Trundle in terms of like top lane anymore, but it does remind me a lot more. If I could jump back there from Xiaohu. Cull was popped by Shy. A lot of the time, Corki doesn't go Cull. I'm glad he did it this game to match Elk. Hung still has Flash, still has ult. Good damage onto him by Elk. Gonna walk over towards the Herald. Oh, Y6, you don't want to stand in there. Q charged up. Careful, buddy. Half HP. Good trade there from Zerka. Now, there's no Ariel, which means it's quite difficult to fight. Hung is trying to heal off the Herald. He's taking a couple of auto attacks. I think they can just walk down there, because, I mean, Xiao just teleported bot. They're not even contesting. So Herald's going to come through from LGD. Weibo choose to not fight because they lose the Ariel and the teleport. Hang on, just a good flash away. YCX getting punished a little bit over the last minute or two. Bit fast and loose with his positioning. Quite worrying there, actually. Not even going to be the full turret on bot side for the Ari. Imagine no Weibo, no hang on, good charm there. Oh, well, that's just a dead Birdle. Just gets CC'd down. Don't even need the Ariel. Birdle, you can't be playing like that on weak side. You should know that, you know, Weibo have just played around that side of the map. That's a bad death for him, actually. Weibo, that's a sigh of relief for them, too. They get something rolling. First Dark Seal stack and first Ultimate Hunter stack for Xiao. He's going to go straight on towards Dragon as well. Birdle, he's alive in 20 seconds, but it's a 4v5 for LGD after this point. It's a good pick before that. Maybe they can fight anyway. There's no ult on JJ. I'm just going to walk over. Charm's going to... I mean, they might just try and go for this anyway. He's put the Subjugate onto Vi, trying to be tanky as possible. Here comes the Sun. Now he's in here alone. He gets the smite, though. Credit to him. He gets the smite, by God. Do they get the Rumble teleport in now? They should do. Teleporting into the middle of the fight. Do they win the fight afterwards? Because of that, I mean, Big Balls Hung just walks in, subjugates, smites, flashes out, and then they can put the Herald into mid lane as well. Elgod low HP because of that. Curves the Herald to make sure he gets a better landing spot. That's good damage onto JJ. That's not a bad equalizer. It does end up tagging onto JJ. Gives him the full turret. This is not bad, despite the fact that LGD, I thought they cocked it up a little bit with the death onto Birdall. They know they're powerful. They know they're very powerful, and Hung just walks up and smites. Hello, Weibo Mosh Mosh. I mean, what has happened with our group Nirvana junglers? Have they all just collectively just like been like hitting the gym and just turned up with just testosterone flowing through the veins? Crazy. And this is the same team that were looking good in Group Nirvana, and then they dropped a series to Ultra Prime when they were at a weak point. Of course, LGD really didn't look good in that series, and you know, Ultra Prime actually did look very good versus LGD, but LGD have dropped bad games and bad series so far this split. I mean, we are facing a situation where nearly half of Group Ascenders is gonna fall down, be replaced. Different teams within the within our top tier. Weibo, what is going on? You would have thought after half a year they would have fixed these issues. Instead, they've made themselves worse. I think the dropping of Urha from Weibo may go down as one of the worst roster decisions in LPL history. If this does end up being the worst case scenario for them. LGD look by far the better team. They look calm here. No, they've made a mistake or two, but they've been reacting well to the map, and Hung, credit to him. What a series he's been having from our first two games. Going towards the Dabman's plate, very likely second. Heading over towards the blue buff steel. Tung Yuan just very calmly pushing in the map as well. And I think it's such a problem that the Vi was the one that got bullied so hard early game. The Vi is the heart and soul of most compositions she's in, because she has to be the go button. She struggles to do anything else, really. I swear these 2 days are strategically played to maybe crash out as hard as possible. I mean, I feel... Part of me, look, as a wider LPL fan, I think it is terrifying that IG have been sent down to Nirvana because they've invested a lot in LPL and they just built an arena, and that's a big loss for them. I think EDG making it to Ascend is potentially good, though. EDG have huge fan bases. I wonder whether EDG will feel revitalized from that. I mean, they better bloody keep it up in Ascend. They don't have a bad roster. They should have been in Ascend. They just proved that they weren't worthy of it the last 2 times of asking, right? I think Trundle was spotted heading towards bot side there. Good movements across the map from LGD to secure the push in for Birdall. Xiaohu getting time on top lane. So now Xiaohu's Ahri is one of my favorite of all time. 2022 Xiaohu Ahri is one of the better players of the champion of the modern era. Him versus Faker at MSI 22 was a joy to watch. Tongyuan heading up towards topside. Anyone else roaming up there? No, not quite. I don't think they can finish off this turret. The problem with the Ryze is that the Ryze is so tanky. He's so tanky. What do you do about, you know, a Ryze that just walks up with a 10-stack Rod of Ages and a Seraphs? They might jump onto Hung here. Has the W to walk away a little bit. Good pillar to slow down. Has the Protoplasm Harness. It's not even the Dead Man's Plate. Oh, of course, it's built out of Moon Plate and, it's built out of Winged Moon Plate and the, what's it call it? The, Chain Vest. Yeah, my bad. I thought he was going towards Dead Man. I remember when Dead Man's built out of, Chain Vest and a Dead Man's, and a Giant Spell, so that's my bad. So he has the Protoplasm Harness, so he's actually quite tanky here now with the second item. Jumping onto him, does he get the Subjugate down in time? Yes, he does. Does he survive in time, though? That's the question. He's really, really put down to the limit, but the Protoplasm Harness saves him, and Hung lives. Great reaction with the Subjugation, and his item build sees him to safety. He's winning through the Shopkeeper, chat. Great build from Hung, and he's back up to full HP. They can actually go towards Baron because of that. He is so high health, they can go towards Baron. Ahri has to teleport in. So what's the plan now? They don't have the equalizer. This might be a bit bold now from LGD. I think they have to peel off. I don't know if they can do this, but it's going down quite quickly. They might feel like they're bold enough to do it. Keep DSESing the Baron if he wants it. There's no smite on the other side. Charm does land onto the Corki, but he passes around because the Trundle pillar creates that path a little bit better for them. Trundle going down low HP, but if he kills the Baron, we'll get a lot of it back on the other side. But there you go. Half the HP back already, and now Zuki's stuck in the place. Birdle flashing forward, getting the burn. Xiaohu will meet a fiery end. Elk will take the kill back. Shaya going across the wall as well. They only need a little bit more damage, and there it is. LGD, decisive as you like. The last minute of play from LGD has been superb. The reactions of the Trundle to help him survive with the ultimate, get the passive, get the healing, and then manage to translate that into a Baron was incredible. How did Trundle not die? He put the Subjugation down, he had the Protoplasm Harness activated, and then YCX managed to pull the enchanting value out as well, and then he got the passive value to heal back up. Incredible play from LGD. This has been such a jungle-centric game. Hung, what a wonderful performance on the Trundle. I love the adaptation in the item build. I think the Triforce gives him the power to fight, and I think the Protoplasm gives him the chance to survive. Dragon, now a chance of Ocean Soul here. He doesn't even get a chance to smite. Ocean Soul now to LGD. This is a holistic performance from LGD. It's not just, you know, okay late, well, good early game and great jungle pathing. It's then translating into objective play, into quick reactions, into quick thinking on the item build. This is a great game from LGD. One of the best games I've ever seen from this era of the roster. Good damage onto Hung there, about a third of the HP. It's not like Xiao, who doesn't have damage, but it wasn't enough to one-shot him before, and of course the Ocean Soul's going to make it even harder now. Subjugate will proc the Ocean Soul because of the damage, and you'll start healing through that. So now you have Protoplasm, Ocean Soul, Enchanter value, and the Subjugation healing. It's a lot, isn't it? Jumping forwards, Charm does go wide. Might have been able to stop the Baron push there. We are seeing a world in which Weibo might have to reverse sweep for their lives, and much like the other Group Ascend teams, they're on death's door. We're going to see 3 kill games back-to-back from LGD against Weibo. There's a Seekers in from Tongyuan. It's not even easy to jump onto the Ryze. Jumping forwards, doesn't hit the big one. Belk would have been unable to defend the turret with that. Might just be able to walk up now. What happened to Weibo? Weibo changed their support between Split 1 and Split 2, and it's perhaps the worst roster move I can think of in recent years from the LPL. Urha was doing more than fine, and their jungle support synergy has fallen apart. Sion jumping forward, the Ocean Soul activated. Here comes the Ryze teleporting into position. Zucker is very low, and the Subjugate makes it that much easier to damage him. He'll live for now, but the turret won't. LGD pushing through bot lane. Weibo, their legs are cut out from under them. You know, their legs are shattered. LGD, this is an insane game from them. They have turned up, not just for pride, but they're turning up to win. Of course they are. NIP just fell to EDG. TT smashed IG. The proof has been shown. Rune Prison onto JJ. He very nearly dies to the spell flux. And JJ just dies. Xiaoyu slaughters the Vi where she stands. And the Scion is next in line. LGD, a wonderful performance. And Weibo, they're shell-shocked. They've been sucker punched. They are left reeling. They've barely been able to play the first 2 games. teleport back in from Rumble now. Doesn't have the equalizer, but has a Seeker, so he can walk up and be a bit of a firewall in front of them with the Flame Spitter. Gonna save that one for useful later. That's another inhibitor down. There's no JJ, no Zika. They don't have the front line. Shaya jumps towards the Hank. Is more close to being the Hanged. Almost tied from the noose by Corky. That Dirk is doing some great value for him in this point. Normally I'd say it's a bad item, but the Dirk itself, yeah, you definitely want to end. If you want to end the game early, it'll help you. Xiaohu trying to wave clear for all he is worth. LGD fighting against defender's advantage, but they have the Ocean Soul. They'll heal up just as easily. Jumping onto the Corky, but it's out of range. The Vi is out of time and out of position. Just about survives. Birdle goes golden. The Lulu goes down. I think they've just brought us to a 2-0. Weibo have been shocked. 2-0. What a series of games we're seeing from Group Nirvana as a cohort. Weibo will fight for their lives in perhaps 3 games in a row. LGD, 3 match points. Very well. I think that the drafts from LGD have been good, and I think they played out the early game incredibly well. Onto the Rift. Weibo on death's door. Is there another level 1 plan again? They're standing in the 5-man fan. Hung is not going to be playing an invading jungler this time. He wants to protect his jungle clear on the Jace.
And they can see they've got the Nautilus just sat there going, you will not come over here. Because what Jace does have at the level 1 is 2 abilities. And they're nasty ones at that as well. Shock Blast and the To the Skies are good damage, make no mistake about it. We'll be starting on the Raptors, likely going for a very defensive clear. You often see this from junglers.
And now he knows he's on vision here. The reason why, when you have a camp on vision, you sometimes start there, just say, well, you know I'm starting here, but you don't know where I'm going next. And that's the important thing. You limit the total information which the enemy team has there. Hook at the level 1. YCX, when he first came up into the LPL, was kind of a slave to the Nautilus meta. Had some better games, had some worse ones. As every team, losing Nautilus syndrome can be a thing. And now going, see, a bit of abnormal jungle path here, going from Raptors onto Wolves rather than going bot side clear instead. So you might go for what's known as a reverse clear, where you kind of go for a bit of a zigzag across the map. Sometimes slows you down a bit, but it does mean, again, you can end up on a different side of the map than the enemy team expects you to be on.
Also is a lot harder to punish with invades because you get the camps that are invadable early.
Yes.
Going to Krugs for an invade is very risky. You could red buff, but it's slower. And honestly, the gold and the experience is largely in the other camps.
Of course, one of the big bonuses for LGD here, of that Jace going to jungle, is it allows a better top lane matchup. When we saw, you know, MF Nautilus plus a Jace, you're like, okay, it's a Cassante angle. You neutralize the top lane and you're good against the bullet time later. Now you're against a Cassante. Do you neutralize that lane? Well, no, not really. I mean, Jace into Cassante, actually quite dangerous. Cassante can kill that. Cassante never beats the Yorick. Yorick is nasty as hell, and Birdle has been doing quite well today. Dodge out there with the E by Tongyuan. Xiaohu on the Aurora is going to be mobile, can be quite high damage. It's not like Weibo don't have damage in this comp. It's not like they can't play it out, but I'm just worried, Sam. They're already 0-2 down. They need to be clutch now.
A bit of damage, turn around with Alt, but there's already the Titan's Wrath shield up. That kind of delays any of that damage that was going to come on through. Nice jump forward there from Tang Yuan, who is going to find the charm afterwards. Taunt, rather, I should say, with the Shield of Durand and Birdle. Look, Zucker's a player we know. He was on LNG, did very well there. I think he's had a rough split, personally. I don't think he's been firing on all cylinders.
I agree.
But Birdle is someone who was supposed to be one of those up-and-coming LCK great top laners. This was an Aurelia top player. He has fallen a long way from that kind of top of the glory days, so to speak. And now on something like the Yorick, he's having a good series. This could be a hell of a statement.
Birdle, I was actually at... he suffered the worst CS difference at 15 of any top laner ever at Worlds. When he faced, I believe, he played Aurelia versus, I want to say, Arla's Fiora, I think it was. He started the wrong skill and then basically got decked. Birdle has been... You know, he was on Gen G for a long time. He was one of these players which, you know, from the LCK Challengers thought perhaps he could amount to something special. Potential hook coming out of the bush here. Don't get the CC down. Shotgun not matched by the Justice Punch.
Hilarious. I think his the worst CSD at 15 is also an Aurelia game where he went 0-10 into a lane recently.
Huh?
There was a recent Aurelia top game, not from Birdle, but from someone else who had the worst ever.
Oh, it was Shiwu.
Shiwu, yeah.
Yeah, Shiwu into, yeah, I remember that. On DK, I think that was into Zeus, actually.
If you want to see some, basically binary champions, Aurelia's got to be right up there. When it goes wrong, it doesn't go wrong quietly.
Exactly. As opposed to someone like Jace, which is a Hex champion. Makes a lot of sense. Right, hang on, Shire's in danger here. Needs to be pay a lot of attention. The barrier comes out.
There's a flash forward. The staggering blows buys a lot of time. The Hank's going to keep getting some of those autos down the hook hook away. Elk can still look forward to flash for flash.
I think YCX makes a mistake in hooking away there, actually. It stopped the body block coming through from Elk. Elk flashes to try and secure the kill. Doing well in this laning phase so far. MF Nautilus is meant to be very dominant. It's against the Ezreal Bar, which is similarly strong, though. It's not been given an easy time.
There's a world here where the K'Sante gets ganked. He's not on the most HP, and a good dark procession can make this quite messy, but walking across a ward means that the front step and the first strike gold will be avoided.
It took Sven 30 minutes to get 70 Senna stalls.
Ooh. Oh, God, what?
We've been seeing a lot better than that here in the LPL, of course. Hang on. Not going to get that hook onto the bar, gets the double stun on the way out. Weibo's lane's not going too bad here, though. You know, Xiaohu's doing quite well. Elk's doing quite well. Shaya down that. Both summoners, actually. Has the Vamp Scepter in now, though, so we'll have a bit of a happier time for that.
So we're Elk in the hank, to be fair.
Yeah. Tongyuan, when he was... Yeah, true, but I think particularly when you were a Misfortune, who was an immobile champion, you don't have a... You don't have a, you know, an Arcane Shift. Yeah.
Fast. Hold. Now he's going to go towards the Krugs, actually. Yeah, there's a gank onto Xiao here. He's going to be in danger.
That's a dead Misfortune. Great gank over from there. The Hank on Bard. Opening up the extra gank angle. Very good kill. Kill goes to Ezreal. Good play there from Weibo.
Makes things pretty tricky. There's that LGD little crab emote. Feeling a little bit sad about giving up that first blood, but it's always cute to see that top lane at that top of your screen. Logo and some fun with it.
Okay. So Weibo slightly ahead now. To get that sheen onto Elk. Nice from him. Doesn't get that Q just there. LGD needs to be afraid of giving over too many advantages. Stuff like the Ezreal Bard can be a real problem lane if they get too far into the game. Just use a lot of skills there, YCX. Oh, hang on. Might actually get the hook onto Xiaohu. W away, though. It's one of the things about Aurora. Very, very safe champion.
Again, Elk now up 600, nearly 700 gold. If there was a player in the clutch you needed to come up and deliver, Elk would be it. There is no carry in the LPL that can snowball as hard as Elk can.
He's definitely amongst the top. I mean, you've got people like Bin and Knight as well. Turns out they're all on one team at one point.
15 kill average Kaiser.
Yeah. And Knight holds the kill record for any game in the LPL Evo Evolution game.
I hear you. So he's in good company. He's in good company.
Yeah, yes. Tongyuan, you know, managed to even up this mid lane quite well. Jace going for an invade here now, actually. Wants to go in for red buff. Shenzao's coming over, taking Raptors. Hung, is he going to get interrupted on this? Jirja's going to walk over. Ward put down. Hung does get himself a pretty good steal away now. Now he's going to walk over towards Jirja. I think Hung needs to get out of here. He does have Galliwalt to play around. I think he needs to get out of here, Sam.
He's gone. Oh, no, he hasn't. Oh, what are we doing? Okay, well, he flashes away. They can magical journey to follow this. They won't. That was...
I was about to say, you don't stay around there. There's a Bard on the roam. Maybe they're expecting to come back in bot lane, but I don't think that was necessary at all. That was a bit of a mistake there from Hung, and flash down on the Jace now. That's another target you can punish.
I return, and LGD start having a dodgier early game.
Yeah, because the game 4, Sam's going to leave again, just so we get some historic value. Coming through from Xiaohu, damage reduction in from the taunt, waiting until it's a little bit lower, goes for the ultimate to get away from the skill shot. Close run thing, just about lives at the cost of his ults.
Had the Aurora passive on him as well, which would have been really messy, because that does percent HP damage, can be pretty nasty. Xiaohu's getting ganked again. A few misses. He's got the R if required. Elk will Arcane Shift in. Not a lot of mana, and actually does mean that the bullet time will tag him down about a third.
It's not bad, actually, there. Shaya, because Elk is low mana, Shaya can stick around. He can regen the HP. Elk can't regen the mana. Really appreciate that sub there, Ron. Hope you're having a good time. Again, we're here for a little bit of LPL history. We may be seeing LGD knock out Weibo from Group Ascend. How crazy would that be? Dragon going to be started by Weibo. The thing about the Jace, again, Jace not great at taking stuff like early dragons, not great at contesting early in general anymore. It's one of the reasons why he's fallen off so much. Of course, one of the reasons why he's been put into that role is to allow this top lane matchup. Bertle has that Yorick into the K'Sante, really wants to get to that 2 items as quick as possible and make sure they can make a mess.
Here we go again.
Does have flash, they're going to magical journey in.
Same wall for the 3rd time. Xiao gets jumped on, flash away. The Crescent Guard doesn't get the knockback they were hoping for because YCX buffers through it well.
Mate, they've been doing that magical journey gang on cooldown. Come on,
man. That's the 3rd time. That is the 3rd time.
All out. Bertle's in a bit of danger here. Flashes away from the W though, and a lot of K'Sante's damage is from that kill angle. Avoided there. If you flash the K'Sante all-out W, most of the time you're safe. That's my biggest tip for you. Just don't get hit by the all-out W.
Yeah, it's so much of the damage. Does it get out safely there?
Oh wait, we've got a hype train? I mean, we've had a decent amount of people sub it. Whatever, who cares? I mean, we've got a sub train in there. 3 grubs going over the side of LGD. Now, Yorick with 3 grubs, that's scary. If you ever have to play around objectives now, and Yorick's on the other side of the map, might just take 2 turrets.
Well, all I'm saying is now we have triggered it. It would be very rude of all these viewers in here not to add to it. Again, we're pushing for Part Plus, guys.
Well,
we're halfway there, and by the laws of Bon Jovi, you must now join us in living on a subscription. That's how the lyrics go.
Because already uses all out, has flash.
no.
He doesn't have the all out to stay safe. Shock blast goes wide. Do they still look for the dive? All out's coming up in 10 seconds.
Aurora, Bard, Shinzao roaming, and with the Bard, Magical Journey makes it pretty spicy. I think they'll just look for plates here more than anything else.
Bullet time's here, so I don't think Weibo can really look for a fight on the other side. Bullet time's not bad to actually chunk out the wave and also chunk out the players on the top side of the map. That's a good one there, actually. Most of the time, I like saving the bullet time for the big fight, for that kill moment. But if you actually get like a third of 2 people's HP, that's more than enough as poke.
Elk is still finding himself at a significant advantage. You get solo time bot. They're going to try and rush for the turret here is probably what they're going to do, and find LGD some role quest experience by doing that instead, which is something you can definitely do.
The big thing is they have the 3 grubs, so they'll just get more damage on the tower anyway. You can see the difference in the turret HP, right? So Xiao's going to be able to get a decent amount off of that. I mean, yes, Elk does have the 20 CS lead, and then also has the kill on top of it. It's good stuff from him, but Xiao will be getting more from this turret trade in terms of immediate gold, less sad about the bot lane quest, than Elk does, because he does end up getting a little bit of that plate gold over Wildcat.
Like to reset and then look to go bot again. Birdall has used his TP to get bots. We'll have to reset here and look to go top as well. Hang also been farming up a storm here.
He's getting himself towards his first Dirk item. This is a good game for a Jace. Now, as long as you don't get hit by the Bard ultimate, you're pretty happy, all things said and done. Good ward into the red buff. But yeah, he's just been clearing on cooldown. Now, the problem with the Jace, you can't interact with the lanes nearly as much, which means that you have to be a lot more aware as laners yourself that you're not going to get as much help. That's led to this bot lane discrepancy in many ways, actually. Elk does have his Ezreal. Elk is very famous on this champion. He's very clutch at playing big game moments on the whole. And this Ezreal, I mean, G2 fans out there will remember in horror some of the losses he visited onto them. Again, not to call that out of nowhere, but it's very relevant, right? Because that was a survival game for BLG there too.
Well, he's on the Master Chief numbers, and we know exactly what that person can do. Spartans never die. We'll see whether Elk's Ezreal does.
I need a weapon.
They're going to find a hook into a taunt, and that's not looking good. The shot blast after Xiao, who gets turned into a statue, goes to the temple, and he times out his ultimate.
The Hank tries to use the ultimate to keep Xiao alive, but it just times out the ult. It's not good enough. Xiao goes down, and the kill goes to the Jace. He even gets himself a first strike value off of that. Xiao he had flash. I think he might have died anyway, is the thing. I think he might have died anyway, but if he got into his ult and had flash...
Yeah, I think he lived. Flash, he's out. Just flash into the blue pit.
It's close. It's close. I think that maybe the Hank griefed his mid laner there, folks. I think the Hank might have just griefed Xiao. That's big. You know, that's the ultimate down. It's going to be on cooldown for a little bit. Not the longest cooldown ever, but... Gold over towards this Jace. He's going towards a Voltaic second. He's got Ghostblade in already. Giving gold over to the Jace is a problem. You don't have a consistent way to playing that. Wow, Initialise EDG. Thank you for the sub.
No,
wow.
He's a great guy. What a wonderful sub.
57 months. That's almost a year. Yeah, 57 months. That's a year, isn't it? Right, yeah it's almost that. What a guy. But what about the murder? What murder? Oh, God. All right, so LGD in a good spot. Good Dark Procession there. I mean, we've got the one item coming up from Birdall. Not just there yet, of course.
Really holding back on doing the maiden noises.
No. God, YCX jumped onto, has flash, has heal, will flash away.
That's a clean combo.
It was. YCX gets to the wall.
Oh, Beyblade.
Hey, thank you so much. Oh my gosh, the 10 gifts. I really appreciate you. JJ. Going to the enemy jungle now. YCX down. That flash needs to be quite careful. Dragon spawning. Weber might try and play for dragon stacking. Something which they've struggled at in bits and pieces before. Does Birdall recall? He's not there at the play right now. Zucker, if he does get the recall, we'll be able to force a 5v4. I think LGD might just give up the ghost here. Jace is not great at moving into contested areas. They're going to give up 2 early dragons, look to scale up, play around that 2-item spike of lethality, Jace being a huge glass cannon.
Yeah, it'll be the Voltaic next, and then Ghostblade plus Voltaic looks pretty good. Ghostblade's a great item, I think, in this game when you're trying to keep away from a lot of very mobile, very tricky champions like Shinzao, Cassante, Aurora, even things like the Ezreal and the Bard, right? I think that will be important to try and keep your distance here. TP in towards that top lane. The Bard is on their own, but so is the Nautilus. We're matching up around this Scuffle Crab. Generally seeking supports. if you want to go for a roam on timers, try to roam to wherever the Scuttle Crab is spawning. It tends to be a good space to be.
Hang on, the jump to Hank, who doesn't have the magical journey now. Uses that Q, uses the ult. Still damage coming through. The Ezreal ultimate is denied by Hank. Jumping forwards again, we'll have to flash away. Ultimate's blown. Not bad from Al. Teleporting in now is the Yorick.
This could be interesting. Shari's in a good spot to potentially bullet time, and does indeed. Trapped inside the dark procession, but the Crescent Guard buys a lot of time. The knockup comes on Void. You have to flash and dies anyway, as Heng finds a well-timed shot blast to decapitate the Shin Zhao.
Damage onto Birdle. The Galliot needs to come through for the magic shield. Circle still unstoppable. Goes into W, but he'll hit the ground as well. Hook just about missed. Wave still losing the most members.
Oh my days, that was close. Elk barriers in response, and I think he needed to. Mid lane, bit of damage going down to Tangy as the wave goes away. Xiao also left low. Justice punch out. Xiao, you're looking for a double up.
I'm actually saying that the next shot blast could kill here. It could get very close, but it misses. They are aware of it. LGD take 2 kills. Wait, I'm trying to switch out of solo caster mode, so I apologize.
You're all good. That was a nice flip. I'll take it.
Hung, and the big thing here is you just lost a fight, and Hung gets to go into your jungle. He's 2k ahead. He's 2k ahead. He's taking the turret and taking turret plates in mid lane, taking extra kills here. Initially, I thought this was a mistake. I thought that JJ would be able to clean them up. The bullet time not getting crazy value because of the Crescent Guard, but it does force wave on the defensive. It means they can't hold the choke point, and the damage from the Jace is undeniable. Xiao gets good damage down, and it does force the Galliot just after, just for the magic shield. Birdle very close to dying there. All that's not good enough from Zucker, who we said he's not had a great split so far. It's not been a great series either, Sam. If he gets sent down to Nirvana again, remember his year on LNG last year, which was a horror show for him. Well, he'll be facing up against them in Nirvana, against them next split.
That could be really, really tough to see. LGD with the 57% first turret win rate. What do you know? That's not bad for Nirvana, I suppose.
If they're trying to get that Q3, might go for an all-out here. There is the Triforce. I think Birdle's still okay with this, but actually, no, gets that out of the pit using that.
And he needs to try and get towards his own dark position. I think he's just dead here. Yeah, hits too many skill shots and gets something on the board. Important that.
Real credit to him. We were just criticizing him. Gets an important solo kill. Get some gold off the board. Now, when the Yorick hits 2 items, that's when he really starts to take over in the matchup. Not exactly sure how that went so badly for Birdle in the first place, but gets a great
best, I think.
Yeah, I mean, but that typically even with that, Yorick tends to just butcher most tanks in that top lane. When you went trying to wave clear through bot side here, does have the magic resist item, the Hollow Radiance, trying to get that. Can you get the taunt on the taunt? No, not quite.
It's got a decent chunk, and YCX being around makes this a bit of an unpalatable dive, I think. Jace clears up the wave. Top stop Cassandra getting too much value. A little bit frustrating there for Birdle, who was up quite a lot of gold, is now down 500. Big set of gold going the way of Zucker there. Evens up the CS as well.
I mean, this Jace being so far ahead is a huge issue. I mean, it was flexed to jungle. The Yorick was picked into the Cassandra. Now the Yorick is behind. Birdle's not really delivering on the promise here, but Hung is. I thought they were picking for the Yorick matchup. Maybe they were picking for the Jace. I mean, it's worked out really well for them. Herald now started. Gonna fire up that ultimate. Does it tag onto this? It does. Good damage there, actually. JJ looking for the steal now.
JJ doesn't have the flash. Temper Fate is well wide. YCX body blocking the Hank and Elk away from this. That means JJ's trapped in the back of the bit. Has to press him quite early. That bullet time is disgusting. And the Hank goes through the magical journey, and it ain't so magical anymore. Birdle is low, but not out. And of course, the smite comes on forwards, and LGD are just playing objectives better.
These are some of the best games I've ever seen from these players, Sam. This is some of the best gameplay I've ever seen from Hung for the entirety of the game. But Xiaoyan is a player who, without a chance, would throw in late game every single game of his first kind of debut year. When I saw him first on LGD, when he came up here, he was the kind of guy I was like, well, he'll be fine in lane, good player, and then he'll get to late game and things will go wrong. Not been the case in this series. When I've seen players like, Hung as well, I thought, well, he's a Mundo player, did some okay work on W. I thought he was a good journeyman. But this is game-changingly good play from him in terms of gold lead he's had. And on the other side, JJ, what are you doing that far forwards? What are you doing here? And the bullet time just shreds the bot lane who try to catch up to him. They weren't in the right position either. JJ dies. The Hank dies. It's a disaster for Weibo. Sam, this is the kind of gold lead which loses you games now from Weibo.
Yeah, and look, I think Xiao, who as of the last few weeks has been on a better set of form. I think JJ has been struggling a little more. I think he has been going in solo missions and dying for it. Sure, sometimes they come with really spectacular objective steals. That wasn't one of them.
And I think, look, I think the support changes to Weibo may go down as one of the most disastrous changes in LPL history. Was far better for this team. JJ looked better with him than Hung and then the Hank. Trying to play around these different members in jungle is as in support as the jungler is so hard. Jid has been relegated to try and take Gromp while Dragons go down into the side.
He's down 50 CS.
He's down 50 CS. He's down 3 levels in the jungle. He'll catch up to that now with the Gromp being taken on the other side.
Xiaohu needs to be careful here, actually. There's a real world where this taunt leads to some serious damage. The Hank's being jumped on instead. He needs to run away. He's dead!
One shot by the chase. With regards from Piltover. Hung with a 2-item spike. Is clearing through camps just as easily as he clears through champions, apparently. Tongyuan was kind of giving the false flag that it was going towards Xiaohu instead. But Hung doesn't need any help. He doesn't need any help for that kill. Takes an entire bot side. So not even does JJ, take the Gromp on top side at the cost of the Dragon. He also takes it at the cost of his whole bot side. He's going to lose this fight too.
Yeah, hangs him out to dry, so to speak. Does get hit by the wind, becomes lightning. Elk's coming, and that might make things a bit spicier. The Riptide doesn't tag, and there's no depth charge thrown out. We get the most appropriate sponsor drop of all time, because I tell you, they need protection right now.
Nice. Well, I mean, that shock blast is unloading right on all over them, Sam. What? Yeah, you can catch us in Mandalorian and Grogu, the Hutt twins, I guess. You know they didn't even give the Hutt twins names in that movie, Sam?
Did they not?
No.
There you go. Wow.
Sam, it's not looking good, Sam. I don't feel so good, Mr. Filoni. YCX as well. I mean, these are some of the best games I've seen from so many of these players. Look, Birdle's had a bit of a weaker game on the Yorick, but again, he's been a bit of a role player here. I mean, Shaya was ganked a lot early, but just what has happened to Weibo? I know that they're playing online. I know they've had a ton of games thrown their way, but in terms of schedule from multiple events,
I mean, they hit the online qual finals, by the way. That's where Weibo were not so long ago. They've been playing well online, isn't it?
They knocked out BLG from them too.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a team which literally knocked out BLG the other day. Online, so it's the similar format, right? I mean, things are falling apart. Now, I think that Elk has not been doing that much on the Ezreal. I think that the Hank has been actively detrimental to his team. Shao, who's getting traded on by Tongyuan, one of the players in the lineage of RNG, trying to take down the master of that.
Yeah, I mean, Shao, who's looking at one of his understudies, one of his successors, and going, I am not happy about this one. The Hank and JJ come over this time. Of course, last time, the Hank came to defend Shao in the same spot. He got blasted, so he was a bit more wary. The problem is that he's Birdle and Shao here to take 4 plates mid.
It does. LGD getting a lot of value just across the map. And the next time the Shock Blast comes up, someone's losing a bit of HP as well. Yeah, there you go. There's about a third of the HP. That's through the Celestial Opposite. Well, sorry, it doesn't have that. He's got the Bloodsong instead, but does a ton of damage to him. Look, again, Weibo, there is no world in which I expected them to lose to LGD, but consistently inconsistent. This might be pushing it, Sam.
My understanding was we were playing League of Legends, not Call of Duty, but I'm fairly certain I thought Heng with a kill streak. That's an AC 130, not a Jace.
Yeah. It is. Funny that you can use that to clip outside any map in Call of Duty 4. Huh. Yeah, and Call of Duty 6 as well. You know, crazy, isn't it? Hang on.
Oh, this gets messy. Birdle's TP behind.
No, he's behind him already. Here comes the teleport from the Galio. He's going to come through. Hook comes through.
They get a lot of damage. Tanguan's coming on in. Can look to come in with the hero. This might be required, actually. All out. And they killed off the Jace. Too far. Tempered Fate now lands under the misfortune. Weibo Gaming smell blood in the water. The bullet time's nasty. But it comes to Hank with a flash Q. And that gives Zucker the angle to go all out. And Weibo Gaming have finally found their moment. They're going to ace LGD.
5 members dead as we were talking. Death and devastation on Weibo. They shut down all members with an awful engage from Birdle, who goes in alone, and Hung gets isolated as he tries to follow. Weibo will get Baron, that will go into the Dragon. They're back in the game. Weibo, this is about as sure a sign of God as anything, Sam. Just as they're on death's door, they get the turnaround. The YCS gets chased down at first. That's not the problem. The teleport, all right, it's not even a teleport from Tongan, but he just walks his way down. What is he doing so far away from them? No, he walks into a 1v4 and Hung ends up trying to play for the extended fight. Zucker gets an all out. Birdle loses all of his HP, and Hung gets blasted in the front line as Birdle goes out. It's an awful play from top jungle.
I have more sympathy with Birdle at least starting things. He gets out, but the Hang going in there was appalling. And then, to be fair to the Hang, fantastic flash key. Really turned everything around. That bullet time could otherwise have been very, very dangerous. But that's going to be Baron. That's going to be the gold lead disappearing. And that's going to be Weibo Gaming right back into a game that they were dead to rights in.
Okay. Baron control is going to give the gold advantage to Weibo. Now, Hung is still strong. But now Weibo actually have a very strong front line. Bertel's not delivered on this Yorick. This Yorick has been bad at this point, and but despite the fact that LGD, we're saying, look, these are some of the best games we've seen from them. Things can turn around so quickly when you make high-pressure mistakes like that. Dragon in 10 seconds. Weibo will get to soul point with that threat to that soul later. Shaya at the 2.5 items, not quite at the infinity edge. Be very important to see that item completed in the short future. Weibo trying to play around the poke battle. The Jace is still strong at that.
Thanks to the resub, Simi. It's time to lock in. Cast your eyes briefly, because we don't have a lot of time, down towards Elk's inventory. He's 2k up and has 3 items.
Okay, that's a good shock blast onto Xiaohu. Anyone can get taken down by that is a good bonus for LGD. We get another big shock blast onto anyone. Does get onto the Hank. Again, not onto the same target, but it'll fire that over the wall. No smite is going to be coming through from LGD. Here comes Xiaohu.
YCX is likely dead here. Hooks away. Just get himself a bit of a shield with the locket. And okay for now, but watch Zucker coming across it by the morning mist. Hook away. YCX dies anyway as Elk lands the mystic shot.
Okay, YCX too far forwards, too squishy, and Weibo will take the mid lane turret. I think this is going to be where the floodgates open, Sam. I don't think LGD have found themselves onto the map very effectively. That flank from Bertel may cost them a game in this series. Well, it cost them the entire series. That's the kind of turning point you have to, keep your eyes on, right?
See how it all plays out. Weibo's still got some work to do. The bullet time comes across and clears out the wave, mostly.
Nah, it's not that great. Well, it keeps them off the turret for now, stops some of the gold bleeding through. Shire's bullet times have largely been very good this game, but right there, just for wave clear, that's what's been put down to. And again, how quickly our tone has changed. We're thinking, look, well, Weibo dead and buried. Hung's 3k ahead. He is still 3k ahead, actually. JJ is down, he was down 3 levels at max. Now he's down to just the 1.
Baron experience and getting involved in a couple kills does a lot to undo your experience woes.
Yeah, and Tungum was almost solo killing Xiaohu in the side lanes. I don't think that'll happen now. This is a disastrous throw from LGD. This is... And how heartbreaking might it be? You got to think about their mental after that. I mean, LNG were in a similar situation versus W. They were ahead in Game 5. They threw it. And even in the series we saw just now, I mean, EDG very nearly threw the series versus MIP in Game 4. They should have won that. Threw at the Nexus. Nirvana teams are not the complete package. That's the whole point. That's why they're there. They have some strengths. They play to them, but they are not the complete package. And Weibo, very, very glad that's the case in this one.
Turrets finally fall. That mid lane turret fell down. There was no local XP. And again, I will note that LGD, yes, they've fallen behind, but it's only 1,300 gold. This is still winnable for them, especially if Elk eats shot blasts like that on a regular basis.
Definitely hurts. Endless Hunger gives him some extra healing. Of course, red buff will too, so it's not going to be that impactful in this case. But, if you get to follow up on that, we shall see. YCX needs to do better in terms of judging how safe he is too. He's been ran down a couple of times now. In fact, the last play was kind of because YCX ran out last time. That's good. Now can we do something off of that LGD? Let's have a look. Dragon not really up. Weibo, no threat of them really walking into River, right? But with Elk so low, they know they'll have TP to play on the map. They're playing with Elk at half HP.
Not sure about this. This TP could really set the torch after. Gets messy. W buys the space. Required Zucker. Gets away with it.
I think that the Bard ended up healing up Elk. That's why he's so high HP there. Definitely help his shot blast onto the Hank. LGD. Get the Summoner for free. That won't be up for the next Dragon Spawn around Infernal for Weibo. And of course, objectives for Weibo have not been good. LGD have been better at the objective game. That's been the big, kind of true statement in this series so far.
See what Hang can do from here. We'll see what that third item, I assume it'll be a Serpent's Fang, bluntly, is what would make sense here, I think, into... what will be a number of people with a shield or two.
I think the Edge of Night works really well into the Bardol, though.
True.
So.
Don't hate that either, actually, yeah.
I think because the only way you're consistently getting caught is by a Bardol, and it means that you don't have to blow your flash, and in late game that can be kind of everything. Potentially help you against the Aurora kill combo as well. Ignore one of those skill shots can sometimes mean that the passive doesn't trigger. And the big thing about Aurora is that you get, every tick of damage, not every tick of damage, but every instance of damage gives you a passive stack. You need 3 of them, and then it explodes basically for your percent HP. So if you get Q both ways, that's 2, E, that's 1, and then the ult is 1. So that's 4. If you use dodge 1, get another one through the spell shield, that's a big difference.
Rocket that away, get Xiaohu out. Just about okay there. Got worried for a second or two with the Storm Raider Surge brocking.
I didn't quite land that one there. Onto the Ezreal or the Bard. Hang was getting towards the point where he has a really high call to hang, and he's way too far forward there. That's a little bit scary.
Got played. He should be okay. Gets the back away. That's still the golden moment for YCX, who is going to get stunned, but buffers through it well with the hook.
Oh, gets hit by that blast. Here comes Ghost. It's very low.
Just about survived for a second. Flashes away, but overcomes the hang with another good start. The bullet time gets some damage down. In comes the hero's entrance. The flash forward finally brings the misfortune low. Death charge onto Elk keeps him out of the game for a second or two. They do bring down the Cassandra. We've got ourselves a stun. You've lost one more. Hank needs to back away. Good stun onto Birdle, trying to get towards some damage on her. Hank gets something back, but that's 4 for 2.
4 for 2. Jace, the only survivor, can potentially poke them off the Baron. Great angle by Xiaohu. That engage by the Aurora might just save the game, as LGD too far up in mid lane. Xiaoya gets hit, can't survive. Bullet time not in the right place, and LGD, they're going to be ruining that throw, which they had in River earlier. Jace can't do anything. He's going to go into like bot jungle and try and take some camps away maybe. This is how the last play went awry. YCX caught out himself, didn't want to flash, kind of buys them into the play. Teleport came through from Aurora into River, but YCX getting chunked out means the engage just isn't there. Tongan goes around the corner, and Xiao, you can't walk up that far in mid lane. Xiao comes through like a bat out of hell, destroys the Misfortune. Good flash Q from the Hank as well. Onto Dragon, this would be Infernal Soul.
Heng sticking around, everyone's coming out, and Heng being here does make this a little bit spicier for Weibo. The Baron can be mitigated if only you take the Dragon and win the fight.
Okay, some good shot blast value there. Birdle is coming in. Tonguen's in River. Hung quite low HP. Elk needs to start hitting these Qs.
Yeah, that's a big W onto Heng actually as well from the Wimber comes lightning. Jason Day to the Crescent Guard, the Tempered Fate, that should do it. That should be Soul. Need to get forward. Zucker's gone in, keeping them off the Dragon. They've zoned to the other side. He needs to get over there. It's not happening. The fight gets messy though. Blown up one, but Soul for one is fine. All out we go, and LGD are falling by the wayside, drowning in the river as Weibo Gaming continue their comeback.
Weibo stay alive. Consistently inconsistent. Would not give us any less of a heart attack than this. A quadra kill to Elk on the Ezreal seals the deal. Weibo take the throw and catch it and firmly grasp it with both hands. We will be going to at least a game 4.
They've got a wave, they've got Baron buff for at least another minute and a half, and these turrets look mighty squishy to me. 15 seconds on Xiaoya, 10 on YCX. We might get one final roll of the dice at the Nexus. Weibo Gaming are going to back away just a little bit here. Unwilling to end the game.
Oh gosh, worried about the 5-second death times. While there are 2 Nexus turrets to go in, still probably game here, folks. It's Infernal Soul. They already had enough damage. They already are playing around, you know, Aurora and Ezreal, huge burst and poke at range. Oh god, LGD, what have you done? This game was in their control. They could have seen this out as a 3-0. Of course, more games to come if they lose. It's worried about their mental after that point. The Nevada teams have been able, though, incredibly, to withstand that kind of throw before. Particularly, it's going to a pause now. Some network issues. Let's get into it.
Where are we at? After the Dragon fight, the inhibitor's gone down, up 6,000 gold.
So this is not a chrono break. This was just I believe, just a pause. I don't think anything else has changed from that. It's still Baron buff to be played around for a minute. Still Infernal Soul.
Okay, eyes on a couple things. There is a Sorcerer's Elixir in inventory for Xiao, who's now got a Shadow Flame on top of everything else. BEF Sword in inventory for Elk likely goes to GA, but I suppose could also be the Bloodthirst to pair up with the Endless Hunger and just have all the sustain in the world.
Okay, so Weibo 6k up. It's not bad poke from Hung, but I don't know, LGD, they threw this game. This one is on them. They have to sit and wallow in that for a little while. A 4.5k lead to Elk on the Ezreal, who's picked up so many of the kills, a quadra kill at that last fight. Took a pushing in through mid lane. Actually, a very good game from him on the Cassandra. Xiao,
oh dear.
That is an Ezreal kill.
Hang on, Jace got caught by the Tempered Fate. This can get really messy. He's gone. He's absolutely taken from this earth. He sees grey and nothing more. Suddenly colorblind. But Weibo, they're seeing red. They're going to keep mashing through what remains of LGD's health bars. Comeback complete.
Weibo, they take a bit of a pause. It won't really change the fate of this game. They're going to push through top lane. There's no real wave cliff. I mean, Shaya could, I guess, bullet time the wave, but I don't think they've got enough for the next wave after that. Baron buff has fallen off now. Shaya waiting for the bullet time.
Does clear out the wave at least briefly, but we've still got 25 seconds on anyone else, and they're just standing there and tanking the turret regardless. Elk lands a Mystic shot or two. JJ threatening, audacious charges forwards the barrier. The 3 talons strike, and we know what they say about 3 strikes. You're out. Weibo Gaming will not be clean sweat. They hold on for now.
LPL waits with bated breath now to see. What is that? That's great. Okay. Game 4, Weibo still need to win 2 games back-to-back. They're no stranger to 5-game series. They, in fact, made a bit of a specialty about it against teams like LNG, against teams like JDG, IG. Weibo tend to be at the scene of the crime when we have very strange games here in League of Legends. Elk going towards that Ziggs. Now, he played that in World Finals versus T1, and it was not a good game. In fact, his overpush into being solo killed by Faker Silas in World's 24 Finals is one of the big reasons why BLG lost that series. Has been a bit of a problem champion for him at points. Birdall starting the queue, getting a decent trade versus Zerka, starting with that Counter-Strike. Now himself on the Jax. Good level 1 E actually, and the Cocoon misses there from YCX. Got to be careful these level 1 skill shots. However, Shaya starting to get those headshots on target as well.
Comes the repel. The classic Elise skin. The moment Blood Moon released, everyone stopped playing Death Blossom, and it's stuck around one of the more popular skins out there. I think the best splash art these days is...
Oh, Shaya was putting down a ward. Hank gets a great trade in there.
Yeah.
We'll take some HP back, but it's not nearly the same. Q back makes it a lot more tolerable, though, for Shaya.
And again, he did have the physical shield there that made things really nice as well. So actually, the ability for Shaya, to trade back, which is very limited. JJ is on the bottom side of the map. I've gone on a top... or bottom to top clear. Means he's unlikely to be going to be around this bot lane unless he goes for a very early gank, which he can do with the Rek'Sai.
First, the Rek'Sai jungle says 24. Tien played it versus Rare Atom, a team which is no longer within the LPL. And Shady, yeah, it would be absolutely insane if... Oh, hang on, they might have faked out the water. They spot Jeje here. Jeje has been seen. Flash for the stun, though. Shaya, he's still in trouble.
Yeah, he gets satcheled away. The Cocoon comes on down. They will try and turn this into a kill back. They're going to get a fair amount of damage onto the Hank. The Ignite is down as well. They can get that last auto. But now YCX is likely dead. It'll be a 2-for-1. But over comes Hank. Can he walk? Can he come along in here? Lands the Sonic Wave onto Elk. And now YCX gets the fire feeling. Now he can turn this around onto the Cocoon. The Noxious bites. The Neurotoxin. JJ needs to run. Can he get this knock up onto Hank? Gets to go forwards. The Warthog, the slow with the cripple. Will not be able to get more. 2-for-2.
Oh my gosh. The bot side 3v3 is all guns blazing. The kills go to JJ and the kills go to YCX and Hung. So neither bot lane actually gets that Birdall. Does get the passive there. Zerka almost getting a very strong trade there himself.
My problem is, though, is that at least with early gold does get value because it gets her an amp tone early. And that's a problem because, again, the Hank... he's great at going in, but now without the flash, without the heal, and only one kind of magic damage or physical damage shield from his passive, can still get annihilated in very short order.
That's a fair point. I mean, BLG used to use... they used... You're jumping ahead of the point a little bit here. Yes, there. They used to give the ability... They just give all the farming kills they could to the Elise.
Just that, there's that shield that comes on down. Up they come with the repel. Hank is around that corner, just looking to see whether anyone oversent it, and they don't.
Wave pushing back into Xiaoya now. Of course, the Caitlyn dying and losing Cleanse a bad factor for them, but does retain that flash. That'll be important to note. Hank can't exactly flash onto him now either, can he?
Not too much more happening here. YCX is waiting in this bush. This could get really awkward to face check. We'll throw out a volatile Spiderling.
Yeah, just making sure that no one can walk down there. Saying, all right, nope, not getting into river. Nope, not moving from here. Shai's going to get the wave in fine. Walk beyond the wave. Of course, he can repel back to the minions if it comes to it too. YCX just saying, nah, you're not getting any closer. Camille's not going to be able to hug this wall. I can, make a big difference of it. Tactical... Hang on, that's a bit of a mistake from YCX there, actually. I was wondering if he'd get burst out with the hook shot beyond that point. But still, not bad there from YCX. Getting that first kill, as we noted, actually quite important for the Elise. JJ, though, goes back for a Phage very early on. Not actually sure what the build is. I'd imagine it's Titanic Hydra. It's often been a very important one for Rek'Sai to get through the queues.
Might also be Black Cleaver first?
I doubt it. I think he jumps into the tower. Actually, the Hank's getting a bit of danger there. YCX has the Ignite. Things are a bit spooky. Be a little bit careful here. YCX will get the Q down there on target too. Mid lane very even. Tongren taking that Onivia. Not really sure the Onivia is the matchup of choice into the TF. But now you have, triple melees diving in. If you're not the target as the Onivia, you're pretty happy. Problem is, if you are the target, you don't really get to defend your carries as much. Birdall's going to do a lot of work really to make sure that the Onivia and the Caitlyn can stay put.
Also says you do have your build your own wall combo. It might not be from the jungle, but the wall can be really annoying. And TF is still an immobile
in a mobile carry, right? You get caught on the wrong side of the wall, you are very vulnerable because you don't get over that super easily. Nice jump away from the counter-strike there with the heroic charge. But puts him on the wrong side of the lane. Has to walk back through Zucker, who gets a nice empower trade there and actually throws down the Grandmaster's Might even.
Back in 2022 and 2023, Zucker was probably second best Jax in the league. Maybe third. It was him, Bin, and Arla. They were the three great Jaxes of the LPL. Jax used to be an LPL specialty, and on LNG 2023, Zucker was a man unleashed on this champion. Back at it now. He actually played AP Jax a little earlier in the split with the Dusk and Dawn. Oh, that was the split one, actually.
Yeah.
Didn't really see that again. That build fell off. Came away after being very one-shot heavy. First dragon of the game to LGD. They will manage to keep that bot lane priority and keep that dragon in their control.
GG is pinging his way towards red buff, knows the spawn timer on this, and with the Lee Sin bot lane, this should just be a steal away from GG. Price of the dragon take.
Yeah, Lee Sin's going to go back towards his top side, contest that. Safeguard over to the recalling Onivia. His Raptors aren't just up just yet. Won't be able to get that red buff. We'll see it's gone pretty soon here.
Yeah, will do. We'll have an idea that it's going down. Throws out the Q, knows it's wide, and is now going to stay a little ways away from this bush. Yep, sees what's going on.
How's JJ behind so much farm? No, I guess he went bot lane quite early. I'm surprised that he didn't pick up more farm after that.
So yeah, reminder, JJ just did a quadrant to go bot, whereas Heng started topside and went bot, so that timing I think hurt.
Yeah, I guess it's just the respawn timers on camps then. I mean, saying that, JJ, actually all of his camps are now available. Pearl not enjoying this matchup, man. Zucker has been the better top lane of the last two games. The Cassante was very good. And, you know, the first two games, bad from Zucker. But, you know, the last game was actually very impactful from, you know, the quite long-term jungler now at the top laner now in on Weibo.
And the Yorick started off in a really good position, but then got solo killed and the lead disappeared and had that one very poor flank. And again, part of that good disengage from the Hank, really good stun through his own dark procession to stun the Yorick in place, which I don't think he was expecting because normally it's immaterial to you, but not to Bard Q.
Yeah, but then it's like getting solo killed as Yorick versus Cassante, dying in huge moments in team fights. Like, we expect better from a pick that was given so much priority in that draft. Good trade there from Y6 again, has the second Amps home now. Your mom lets you have two Amps homes. Oh, it's crazy, right? Jumps out of that counter-strike. Nice from Bird ult, but he's now again on the wrong side of the lane. Might need to bop him up with his own ults.
Yeah, doesn't need to as yet. Gets the buckler shield and will be okay with the trade as it stands and hold on to his keeper's verdict just in case he was about to get all in. And with Zucker having to reset, probably allows at least a grub to go over here.
Zucker used his ult just kind of flat. Didn't even hit Bird ult, I don't think, in terms of the resist from it. Sherry has ult, hasn't pulled that yet. That can catch you off guard sometimes. Bird ult would like to be at the seam of the Crine. Here comes YCX. They see Xiaohu in the river.
Gonna try and back away. The Elise has flashed, level 5, throws out the Cocoon, goes wide with it. That allows the Hank to potentially go forward with the tactical sweep. They're gonna stun him into the wall. That's superb. Xiaohu gets absolutely decapitated. Let's be real. They're gonna throw out the hook shot. Hank goes, yeah, maybe not, and backs away on that one. Very nice combo. The wall is built, and Poppy charged you right into it.
Build your own wall stun combo. I love it. The solo lanes coming together around the grub fight. They get themselves that first dragon. They get themselves two grubs, not the third. Stun missing that. Hang on, Tongwen might be in a bit of danger here. Jumps onto by the Camille. They still have the ultimate, but Tongwen flashes away.
And in comes Heng actually with the safeguards. They come throw out the Mega Inferno Bomb. Caitlyn's been given a lot of alone time bot here. JJ is also around.
Wait, he didn't flash away. That was just a really bad ult onto the... He might still get taken down here. Now he flashes away. And Rek'Sai won't be able to get the combo.
Yeah, that is a bit on YCX. A little bit low here.
Well, he was the one that was hit by the Zigzag. That's why I thought they would just go onto the egg. They guess they tried to one-shot YCX instead. Even gold now in early game. You know, TF Prince gold with his passive. I keep saying that. You will get kind of like a fake gold lead, I suppose. Tongwen, no flash. Does get himself that assist. That wall, so nasty. Yeah, being able to just put it up and say, all right, Melee, you are now in the danger zone. Have fun.
A lot of Birdle charging out of those counter strikes to avoid the stuns. It's down about 10 CS, but it's been about 10 CS most of the game, to be fair. So it's stabilized at this point for the last 5 to 6 minutes.
I have to say, the Doran's Helm's got to be kind of crazy for Poppy because your W scales on the resist you already have. And when you're below half HP, you get an extra % of resist you already have. So Doran's Helm for Poppy, which also on this patch, the Doran's Helm got buffed as well. It's got to be actually pretty good. Although Zucker's still winning the lane by almost 20 CS, in fact, having a good time of that. Birdle Got to imagine, actually, that Doran's Helm text does him a lot of good.
I think it'll end up at about 10 after the wave cleans up. Yeah, just under, or just over that for Zaka, about 10 to 12. That's pretty good going, but again, it's not really extended too much at this point as the tank Poppy. In some ways, if it stays at that level, you're kind of okay.
Ward put down to the deep ward, so it has 4 HP. Nice rune there from the Hank, allows him to get a little bit more survivable wards. Skill shot traded for skill shot. Elk again trying to do his best on the Ziggs. I know a lot of people really complain when like hyper carry, AD carry players go onto the Ziggs. I think Ziggs is a really good champion in general, though. If you do get good value on this mage, very few things match its damage output in the way that it does. It has great long-range damage that can lead into combos that basically no other bot lane champion can follow through.
And it's allowed you to sort of stay even with the Caitlyn, relatively speaking. Like, again, the Kate's up a little bit to get a couple plates early, which is kind of where that lead has come from. Bertel, again, with that heroic charge out. Kind of has to drop a minion or two to make it happen, but still is successfully out of the play. What I'll note is that the Cull's nearly cashed in for Xiaoye, who's going to go to a high damage. It'll be Storm Razor, I suspect, into something like Hex Optics and onwards.
Got that Cull cashing in, which will speed him up to that dragon is alive. You can see that Wave, I've got good vision control here. Use that Tremor Sense, which you were talking about before. The Hank has level 6. That Camille is dangerous. You can lock someone in place. Very good at stopping the mobile champion of that Lee Sin. Might actually be jumped on here, in fact. They might jump over the wall.
The Hank might not want this. There's the Hextech ultimate. Remind you, you just get kicked out of it, and that undoes it. The Hank gets jumped on with the Void Assault, but does survive for now, and the damage back is good for JJ now. Left a little low. The Titanic Hydra slow. Stridebreaker slow, I apologize. It means that the Caitlyn can't keep autoing.
That's not good disengage from LGD. You have the Onivia, you have the flash on Lee Sin. You should be able to keep someone in the Glacial Storm, but I think Hank panics a little bit. And I think particularly Xiaoye should have at least been able to kill the Hank or get the trap onto Jie, because, you know, as soon as he goes underground, you just put the trap behind the Lee Sin, goes onto it after that point. Panic from LGD, as Weibo now have 1,000 gold lead. Jie is 3 kills deep in the early game, has the Stridebreaker. I did question whether it'd be the Titanic Hydra earlier. Of course, Stridebreaker's been really big on Rek'Sai as well. And LGD, I'm getting quite worried for them, Sam. They've lost that dragon. You know, the early gold is going the way of Weibo. And I think that with Jie actually having an inroad in this game, Weibo will look so different as a team.
Suddenly the early snowball's not there and things look a little bit trickier. JJ having a good start to this game is important because, again, a player has kind of had a weird couple weeks, certainly had a poor start to this series. Despite nearly losing Game 3, they didn't, and suddenly Game 4 looks a lot more manageable, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Weibo, I think they'll be taking that Game 4 as a godsend. Game 3 as a godsend, rather, and now into Game 4. There's no world in which you'd expect LGD to throw from that position. You know, with such an easy comp to play in terms of just the Jace poking out over and over. Weibo took it and ran with it, though. Grasped it with both hands. Bertel going to have a great amount of use later on into this game.
Play up the river from the Hank. Was just roaming up. They've got very good bot side vision control right now to Weibo Gaming. It's Xiaoye has been sent mid, has got the completed role quest, so is happy to leave. Has got that Storm Razor. Probably wise in this game, I think, to try and disengage from some of the people jumping at your head.
Actually, just Xiaohu that doesn't have mid lane role quest. Gonna jump into Jie here, spots him with the Seek. Hang on, this could be a bit of a problem. Can't tunnel over the wall.
Oh, that's unfortunate. He's dead.
He's just dead, and that's a shutdown. Hang on, the shutdown goes to the Elise. Hang on a second, and the Elise is getting fed just like we were talking about, Sam.
Xiaohu's gonna be a bit careful. Can't quite get the 90 caliber net over the wall. Still gets a lot of headshot damage though, and Xiaohu doesn't enjoy that at all. Gone for the AP there. It means he can't trade order for order quite so cleanly.
Exactly. If that net had hit, I think actually Xiaohu dies there. The trap and the net hit definitely died. Used the ultimate earlier to Xiaohu. Didn't have the execute available after that.
Hangs here.
Over. Their card's just been used. He doesn't have a gold card.
Sonic Wave is wide, and that keeps Xiaohu alive. Just got a level up as well, so the HP suddenly gets a bit higher.
GD. 1,000 gold lead now disappeared. That's big. Get the shutdown onto that jungle roll. And, you know, we were mentioning this earlier, but BLG used to feed a lot of gold to the Elise, and Sam talked about it as well. That first kill in bot lane for LGD, it wasn't first blood, that went to Weibo, but on the Elise doesn't actually hurt LGD much. It actually makes Elise into a bit of a threat themselves. I mean, there's a lot of squishy people. Even the Rek'Sai can get one-shot off points. Bertel has flash, has ult, might need to use it.
Need to use one or the other here. Needs to be a bit careful standing next to that wall. I know you normally want to do that as the Poppy with the Hank on the roam. Could have been touch bothersome. Jie waiting to see who sticks around, cancels the back.
So Bertel, quite low HP, does have a pot ticking. Can he stay here? TF does have ult, but he's on the other side of the map, so no threat there. Okay, so now supports arrive. We'll be happily clearing up this wave.
Gets the buckler shield, should be just about okay to clear that wave out, and can now TP back in if required. Herald is up.
Exactly, and I think Herald in close games like this makes a huge difference, right? He'll recall, get himself close towards that Fimbulwinter, get back out onto the map.
That kill, by the way, that YCX got earned him Sorcerer's Shoes, so he's now got Rocket Belt Sorc Shoes, which is a potent pairing for the Elise.
That's actually on par with what mid laners have right now. I mean, it's one item plus boots. It's big. I mean, YCX is going to stand in this brush, and if he's there, you can't really unroot him that easily because you can just repel defensively or cocoon aggressively. They're going to try and get that poke out of this. Tittybix makes it a bit easier for him to step out of those skill shots, and YCX is trying to hold the door shut.
And he's going to make things tricky. JJ will tunnel over the wall. TP coming. We are playing for this. 3,000 HP, though, means that realistically the Herald will be dead, depending on what happens with the fight after. Zucker looking for an angle in. Of course, Weibo got the wave shoved onto this turret. The Destiny Gate is popped, but no one moves forward.
Lands.
That's important. They're going to try and jump onto it. Damage is good. Y6 has to go up, but the Hank is now in danger on the wrong side of the wall. Mega Inferno. Brom drops Y6 low, but not down. Zucker can't keep leap striking because the steadfast presence denies the mobility.
That was a blind cocoon. A blind cocoon. Elk very nearly dies. Weibo all in to try and save him. Now Weibo want to make sure they can get some damage on mid-town, but they've already lost their support.
Zucker now on the wrong side of this wall. Does get a fair amount of damage down to Tangan, but not anymore. The HP bar's a little bit dubious for LGD, even with a man advantage.
Yeah, they're going to try and hold it with a Glacial Storm. Good wave clear, but the egg is still there, so Tangan can be a little bit more brazen with the way that he's playing through it. Safeguard helps as well. Satchel used to get an auto attack on target. LGD walk away with the Herald, they walk away with a kill, and Weibo, that is, again, we call it a bit of the wake-up call, the reality check. You walk into this CC, especially against early damage against the Elise, you die.
If you can take out the Ziggs control tower in the mid lane, that can be huge. Dragons, one apiece so far, second dragon in 20 seconds. We may well fight for this.
I also love as well that, like, Elk is in the game with, like, two of his longtime support iconic picks in the Elise and the Camille as well. YCX does have a cocoon, might force the flash here.
Does indeed get a lot of damage down, and that's some serious CC chain. Zucker's going to be dropped very, very low. Gets to leap strike out to the Rek'Sai, because otherwise he would have been trapped there for a lot longer than he would have liked. And with Herald up, well, not Herald up, Dragon up rather. Herald is available in the inventory. I think this gets a bit spicy for Weibo to consider contesting.
I agree. YCX doing a good job here. And look, YCX is a player that's largely been under the radar. But as I was saying, like, in this series, forget the last game and the throw. LGD is still playing some of the best games I've ever seen from them as individual players. TF is going to get this top turret. LGD are likely going to get themselves that second dragon for free, but it'll wave clearing.
It does. I was a little bit nervous because just as Berta was going up, there was the Camille and the Rek'Sai heading up the river, but they kind of pulled off from that. Could have been a 3v1, but all the while Tango does get first turret. They do have two of the grubs, so feel pretty good. Herald gets dropped mid, and this is going to be difficult to stop.
Again, Herald's going to be dropped mid. Will charge immediately, can't stop. Well, I mean, Rek'Sai does do a good job of stopping it, but can't kill it off completely. This actually might be the full turret with the two grubs. There you go. Good turret push from LGD across the map.
Straight into the Mega Inferno bomb from YCX as he repels up, having rocket belted for a cocoon attempt. Misses, but still, I appreciate the effort.
That's the kind of moment where with the vision that Weibo had behind him, the vision control from Weibo has actually been pretty legit here. It used to be one of their biggest strengths when they had Urha on the roster, but that's kind of fallen apart for them a bit. If they had the Jax teleport, that'd be the moment they strike. That's why LGD, of course, go for this, because there isn't the Jax teleport, right? He's got himself that one item. Zucker will be a real threat later on, although Birdle's actually pulling ahead, managed to get himself back into the game despite the CS deficit. He's got 2 kills. He's doing quite well for himself. Now on that point, close towards that Fimbulwinter, which is a very nice item for the Poppy.
And no one's really going to build Serpent's Fang this game.
No, that's a fair point. I mean, yeah, no one's buying in that. I mean, the Hank's got himself the Sundered Sky, by the way. We talk about the Elise being kind of a goal-dependent support, and someone that actually gets good value out of the first couple of AP items of the game. The Hank does have a Sundered Sky, so that's a big moment. That's a big item for him. We've seen that from On. I can't remember where he picked that up from. Presumably someone started doing it in solo queue. Actually, yeah, that's nasty.
Makes sense, right? It's a really big spike. You get the auto crit with you. If you can get like the auto Q reset kind of shenanigans, you can do quite a lot of work. Blood Song for both supports. And YCX should be a bit scary. Hang on. Speaking of YCX, gets caught out here by a really good gate from Xiaohu.
Okay, it's 2 ultimates thrown in by Weibo, but it's a good kill. LGD, you lose their support. And YCX, a reminder that, yeah, goal dependent, does damage. You are still a spider that can get splattered by the many pages of the Book of Lore from Weibo.
Hox donated that kill as well, which feels really good. Was just in that bush on Vision, but the Destiny Gate reveals him, and they just full send.
That's nice. Very, very nice there. YCX gets himself to an alternator on the next recall. He's, again, at good goal, but that at least it is a reminder you are not safe here in this game. And it's such a stressful game too. I can't imagine the stress which is on these players where this literally changes the course of your career the next game or two. Elk pushing it quite well in mid lane. Trying to get the good, gets the sweet spot, I think, onto Shire as well. Nice there.
Backsteps it and backsteps into it. I think they're trying to get this wave shoved so the Caitlyn can reset. Bit of a trade now. Bot side, Birdog gets a big old shield, and Bong Zucker, who's having a harder time until he gets a couple more items now, I think.
Fighting over Scuttle Crab, and now Y6 is back out onto the map. Does have Flash, does have Ignite. Might actually look for one over the wall here. Lands it onto the Camille, but no follow-up available.
I appreciate the effort, but I think Shai was just a little too far away there to turn that into a Yordle Snap Trap combo.
The Sunfire hurts me as a Poppy player. Yep. The thing is, Sun... I think in this game, he's been tasked with wave clear duty. The thing is with a lot of top laners, particularly when they have good wave clear already, it just feels a bit meh. Just hang on a second, it might get the cocoon on top, gets another one there. This catch should be a problem. I think they just kill him.
Yeah, he's just going to die. Xiaoye gets headshot, and again, because he got the magic damage shield, YCX is like, yeah, that's fine, I've done my work.
That's a great point. I mean, yeah, the magic damage shield feels nice and against the Elise until the Caitlyn then just knocks you for 6. Takes the Ignite, but, you know, YCX trading a kill for a kill. He's the one which, of course, comes out on top of that trade, I think. Elise is okay trading bits and pieces of that. Xiaoye happy with that too, close towards the Infinity Edge, and there you go, Stormrazor Infinity Edge. Now, if you've gone for the collector, you're better at 1 item, but at 2 items, you really wish you'd gone for anything else. He is now getting to the point where you're getting beyond that trough. Caitlyn is strong.
Yeah, and again, Caitlyn's a weird champion, because for a long time, people talked about the 2-item spike and how she's a great late-game carry, and she is in some regards. But you do need to be able to cycle through your headshots. You need to not be at threat. You hate multi-directional fights. Things like the Infinity Edge, Stormrazor make your mid-game spike absolutely brutal. This is a 2-item spike for a Caitlyn.
You know, Sam, there's actually something really interesting adaptation here as a minute comes through as well. Second item from Tongyuan is Malignance. Helps you, of course, in terms of your AP, your mana scaling with... oh, no, it doesn't give you as much mana scaling. But basically what it means is that you're shredding resist for people in your ult, which is always going to be up. That actually helps the Elise. There's a chance where the extra magic pen, which really Elise loves, coming through for a target in the Malignance burn field could genuinely be quite impactful. Good vision control from Wave at least into the pit, but they are still going to be second onto the objective here. Birdle looking for a trade onto Xiaohu, but not really getting that much done here. And the APTF does do a decent amount of work onto the Poppy. Lichbane completed, close towards that rapid fire cannon. Birdle just trying to clear out this wave. Really wants to get down bot side and teleport into the fight.
There is Zucker getting a plate or two, but again, they've only got the 1 turret so far, and you're the team with the Jax, which was really annoying. I hate the TF as well. This is a split push comp.
Exactly. They would really like to open up the map. Not easily done here. Dragon now spawning. LGD still holding themselves a bit of positioning here. Y6 looking for Cocoon. That's a bad kick.
Not the best, but gets away with it just about. I see what they were trying to do, but that does put one of those big ultimates on cooldown.
Yeah, not a big fan of that one. LGD a bit testy. Here comes the TFL. Where will he want to set up the battle lines? The trap line from Caitlyn, not great either.
Zucker on the flank angle. The wall is decent. Xiaohu with the ghost gets Cocoon. Mega Inferno Bomb. The Hextech ultimatum up into the sky. We go. The Repeller. The Hank is down.
YCX dies on the other side. The Mega Inferno Bomb got split apart by the Hextech ultimatum. Put them away from the sweet spot. Elk still in a great spot though. LGD forced out of River. Neither support for either team.
This gets really dicey. Tangu's going to try and walk up here and be annoying. Henk can still look to steal this again. He's trying to steal it against the Lee Sin. They're starting to the wall. Carcoon is good damage. They blow up Xiaohu. Damage back onto Birdle is going to be pretty high though. Makes it another 1-for-1.
Elk is still alive too, so they still have damage. They can be a teleport in. Where is the Lee Sin Q? That flies over the wall. Gets the egg out of Tongyuan. He needed to teleport back in. That's a problem for him now. Guess he'll respawn with a decent amount of HP. Dragon goes down though. LGD will go 2-2, and Dragons, Wobo claiming that one after a tense standoff.
Again, Xiaoye got that combo off again. You can still do a lot of work there with the wall. The egg's down though, and little bit spicy. I think in these front to backs it's difficult. We're going to head over towards Baron and this Scuttle Crab. We're not done skirmishing yet.
Yeah, I mean, credit to LGD. They've actually been landing a lot of cocoons. YCX has been landing them a lot. But the problem is, whenever that happens, the follow-up damage from Elk, particularly, is blasting the first person into play. I don't like this trap line at all, Sam. I think this is bad from Xiaoye. You need something better than that. Luckily, the cocoon lands. Hank actually uses the Onivia wall to blast his own things out. But actually, his ultimate knocks a couple of people out of the Ziggs ultimate. Still good Ziggs damage, though. Ends up being a big moment for them. Hurdle doesn't get his ult back up in time here either. Goes on the extended, the reduced cooldown, but still not up in time. Y6 caught out here, maybe.
Dodges away from the hookshot, goes up into the sky, flashes away, and is alive.
Yeah, needed to be very careful of that gold card. The rapid fire cannon from Xiaohu is now available. You see, I think Weibo are just getting the better of the standoff. Now, the gold lead is a bit fake. Again, there's how much of it, like 1.5k comes out from Xiaohu's passive, you know, 500 per 50, right? 5 gold per minion. Like, so, yeah, you end up getting a fair amount just from your passive, right? That 2k basically means he's even with Tongyuan effectively. Xiaoyu and YCX, they're trying to hold back, hold the battle line. I need that trap line to be better from them, though, Sam. Weibo have been much better at playing around Elk, particularly on the Ziggs, providing that follow-up damage and also muddying up this no man's land as people dash into the wall.
The Aether Wisp. I think this will be the Lichbane. Is this the patch where Lichbane got buffed?
It is, but Storm Surge also builds out of it still, and it very often tends to be a big item on the Elise. But yes, you're right, it is there, but Storm Surge is cheap and I think just a little better.
Yeah, of course, the Lichbane is also a great item on Elise. It was one of those ones you used to build when you were doing things like the PTA builds and the Conqueror builds. See things like your Q and Spider Form proc it with a nice burst.
Xiaoyu heading towards the rapid fire cannon. Needs it in this game. We talked about this a little earlier, right, when Assume built it versus EDG in that very tense game which he played on his own Caitlyn. Lee Sin, you know, he's even in goal with the Rex. It's very hard to activate it, right? So much disruption as you go in. Almost got that kick at the start of the last fight, but wasn't really the best angle onto the Hank.
No, again, if you can bring down Elk in good order, maybe we're having a different conversation. I get a little nervous about scaling in this game. I know it's a weird question, but I think you're going to hit a point where the TF cards and the poke from Elk start to really mess with you. And Zucker and Ziggs scale very well on the Jax and the Ziggs, respectively.
The scaling is who hits the most skill shots. It is a skill shot reliant game. And I love those kind of games. This is a very tense game between teams which are fighting for survival. Hank is off visioned. He does have... no, he doesn't have flash, but he does have ult. He might look for a big play here.
Tanguin, remember, doesn't have his egg. That could get real spicy. Hang doesn't walk into anyone yet. Tanguin can't face check here. This gets really worrying. But the Hank actually could be in danger here as well. He's still in that bush.
I was about to say, he's still in there. They spot him now, hop over to safety. Now, the only thing which could have happened there is Xiaohu pops the ult and they try and look for a 2v1 very briefly. Don't want to be quite as bold as that. Elk still looking for good poke onto Xiaoyu. Let's trade a front ult there.
A reminder that Caitlyn into Ziggs gets weirder later on because, again, you can start poking out the Ziggs with your ult, and he really doesn't like that.
And you have sustain if he doesn't late game, because you often pick up just a little bit from runes, and that can be enough, whereas Elk won't have that. Even stuff like the red buff doesn't tend to get given towards them. Cher actually stands in the middle of that one there. Oopsies, might need to be careful with that.
Doesn't want to miss his cannon minion is what that was.
Happens to the best of us, Sam. Happens to the best of us.
He's resetting anyway.
Right. So there's a Seekers onto Tongyuan now, which is really, really big. Yeah, YCX is going towards the Storm Surge, built out the Alternator and the Ether Wisp, so he'll be building towards that one shortly. Dragon up in a minute. The third dragon for either team. It's not like it sold this early into the game because of that last dragon going the side of Weibo. Weibo, objectives have not been their friend in this split. That's the way that we phrased it. I think that's one's been pretty... It captures the picture quite a lot.
There is that Storm Surge completed.
Okay, all right, so YCX 2-item at least. I mean, he might be able to one-shot Elk if he gets close to him. Let's have a look at the vision plate. Looks like Weibo, not that good vision across the dragon pit right now.
It's been through a lot this split, I think.
Yeah, well, yeah, they've tried on the vision. They've not necessarily, visited it in the right way. Another bomb lands onto it. That might be the end of the dragon test. I don't think you can play while with this amount of poke onto him. That poke from Elk has literally won them the dragon.
We'll see whether they can get out and still play this. Regardless, the stun's a little bit scary on to Hang, and now they are forced out of the river, out of the mid lane.
Well, they don't have Xiaoyu to back them up. They don't have him there. He needs to sit in mid lane for wave clear. Remember, there's the satchel from Elk, the crystalline overgrowth. This is going to be a dead mid lane turret. Dragon now spawning in 20 seconds. Weibo not choosing to go to river, instead trying to pressure this mid lane turret. Tongyuan saves the turret.
He's in the hole, lands onto Xiaohu. JJ can't tunnel in front of it.
Okay, so now Caitlyn's come back out of the map, gone for a Zeal and a Last Whisper. Wants the hodgepodge of components. Bit of back and forth there. Rapid fire cannon from Xiaohu makes him very threatening, even onto someone like Xiaoyu.
Birdol on one angle. Probably the most tanky member in this game, actually. All the while, Zuck is soloing out Dragon, by the way.
Okay, yeah, they'll see that now. Great damage from Elk.
And that's going to put the egg onto cooldown again. I think LGD are struggling to get into river.
Exactly. You know, all of this has been won by Elk. Fantastic play from the AD carry of Weibo on the mage. This Ziggs has made the objective so hard to play. This has been a great game from Elk.
That is exactly what you need to see. He's been landing all the skill shots, zoning people out of the river, and earns them soul point. It was looking all right for LGD in the early stages, but they struggled to make a proactive move in a little while. Thank you for the follow, McDerpy Muffins.
Appreciate that an awful lot. Okay, so LGD losing. I think they're losing control a little bit. I think YCX has not been able to look for massive cocoons. I think that they've been struggling to play wider on the map because they're afraid of the Twisted Fate. Now, Twisted Fate hasn't been pulling that ultimate very often, but you can understand why. You can actually see there's a QSS in from Xiao, who understands the danger he's in as he goes for the gold card. If he gets hit by a cocoon, it could just be the end of him. Now he can cleanse through it, look for that gold card anyway. Third item on the horizon for Tongyuan and Xiao, as we've seen. He's gone for the last Whisper, as we've seen. Really needs that last Whisper. Hung also really a little bit unable to look for the Lee Sin plays. He's been looking for them. He's not really been able to achieve them, though. Xiao with the red buff, able to sustain up a little bit more now. Just been a battle between him and Elk trying to hold this mid lane wave at bay.
Again, the fact that the river has been controlled so well has been really good, because I think partly using things like the Zig shove, but also just Rek'Sai passive, TF ult, they've managed to wrestle control of the river with vision and stuff a lot better than they have a lot of this split, and it's been pretty good to see, I think, on the whole. It's not over yet, and again, Weber will hit a point, I think, again, where this Caitlyn becomes more and more problematic, probably whenever this Rapid Fire or Last Whisper gets converted into something more.
He's going to go for the Rapid Fire first. He has the Scout's Slingshot. Poke still coming through. Again, we were saying, the team that scales better is probably the one that hits the most skill shots, and Elk's hitting quite a few of them right now. There goes another one to Xiao. Xiao's been dodging quite a few, but he's not exactly been hitting any himself. Baron is alive. Weber might choose that as the next point of call. LGD grouping in mid lane. Birdle trying to keep the Jax away from that side lane turret. Not having the best time in the individual matchup there, actually.
No, that's been a tough one. Again, I think as far as the Poppy's concerned, it's like, look, I'm down 1,000 gold, but my job in some ways is done. You're very, very hard to kill this game.
Well, I would agree with you, but then I just remember the last fight which he was really involved in, and he got destroyed by Ziggs. Ziggs just destroyed them. Ults onto Tongyuan there, has the upgraded Merc Treads, but not enough to completely see off that poke. I'm really quite worried for Birdle's tankiness in this game, personally. I actually think he can get CC'd into death. I think that can be a problem for LGD.
TF's gone for QSS, by the way.
Yeah, I mentioned that a little earlier. See what it goes for after this point. Not that Blasting Wand in inventory, might just end up being something like the Void Staff. We'll see exactly what he goes through there. JJ on the Rek'Sai jungle. It's been fine on this point. Stopped Hung from getting a lot of the kicks. That's been a lot of Rek'Sai's job. Just make sure that, no, that Q's not going to connect. No fancy pick plays in here. Good Void Scuttle take from LGD. Gives them some of that vision control they've been lacking so far.
It gets tagged. Again with the Sun Sky could theoretically heal. Level 10 on the Camille is very squishy as yet, and indeed the Rapid Fire done for Xiao. He's going to become a bit more problematic again, because if you can tag Elk, force him into an uncomfortable position, you suddenly get to turn the tables a little.
2 minutes till Dragon now, and that'll really be Judgment Day. See whether Weibo can keep up the better objective play they've had this game in the last one. Finally escapes an ultimate there. The Shia, as Elk's been using the auto-attack timer of the Caitlyn as a bit of CC, for those of you players out there. One of the big things you can do is when you've got a CC ability, or just a skill shot generally you want to hit, make sure you just see them in a rhythm auto-attacking, throw them at something on the timer. Ooh, gold card onto the Caitlyn.
Just looking at it, Caitlyn's got dropped real low. She could lose an angle. That's Seng going on in. Does get dropped low, knocked down. The GA is out. Here comes the Hank. Flash away. The Hextech ultimatum gets turned around. That's not fantastic. And now the Hank's in danger. They lose Hank, but the support is traded. Smite down though is huge.
And that's going to be, you know, just over a minute away from the Dragon. Shia, low HP. He's been struggling here. The flash away from that last engage was going to trap the teleport, but couldn't quite get it because of the engage from the Hank, who all in to save this teammate. They're going to kill the turret now. Ziggs ult thrown out again.
TF had to flash away despite the cleanse of the QSS because he got caught on the wrong side of the wall. Do get that turret finally. It's been bothering them all game.
Yeah, Hung really struggling to make the big play. Flash in. Can they get the wall stun? Interrupted by JJ.
That's huge. The Rek'Sai doing significant work there. Zaka's TP back in. Xiao is now here. Keeper's verdict. Lands onto no one. JJ gets to tunnel away. Isn't taken though. Xiao is down to 10%.
Yeah, Birdle's just not tanky. Birdle is not tanky. I was worried about this. We saw the DPS check a little earlier. Rek'Sai stops a lot of the engage coming through, including that wall stun. JJ's Rek'Sai jungle has genuinely been great for the disengage. Dragon now in 20 seconds. Caitlyn is back out onto the map. Tongyuan can recall and teleport down. It gets a bit messy, right? Because JJ also had to recall too. We've kind of got clean setup coming in from both teams. I think Weibo will be there first.
GD going to be around and about. They will have Birdle up in 30 seconds. Not here quite yet. The Hank eats a lot of damage on the far side.
Yeah, TF ult is down. Dragons, LGD lose the setup. They lose the setup again. A lot of it is because Birdle is just not tanky. He can't perform that frontline role. JJ keeps him away from the backline magnificently. Infernal Soul over to Weibo. LGD, they're on the ropes now.
Infernal Soul for a late game TF, and more importantly, the Zig sounds horrible.
Oh, man. Birdle, I think he's fallen too far behind, Sam. I think he's just not been able to lane very well against Zerka. Fell too far behind in what is essentially a counter matchup. And that's meant he's not had the gold to be the front line in the way that we wanted him to be.
Part of it as well is like, look, Samfire gives you wave clear, but not that much tankiness. Imagine if that was Iceborne Gauntlet, Jack Show, Unending Despair, something along those lines. The Mega Inferno Bomb doesn't steal the red buff, but that was still 1400 on damage.
Death Cap in from Tongyuan. Now, this is the the Baron being started. No ultimate. Can LGD walk over? It's against the Infernal Soul. Let's spot it here. The Hank hanging out in that brush can hop over it if he wants.
Hold on to
Alt is not bad there.
And Infernal Soul is weirdly one of the lower win rate souls because it doesn't make you any safer.
It depends. It really is about application, right? Now, there's some... Hang on, Birdall. Not sure about this one.
His verdict swung up. He's not hit one yet this game. The Hank's left low.
Gosh, that was the rapid fire cannon on the 4-item Caitlyn. Now we've reached hyper late game. Maybe Shaya can make the difference now himself. It is against that Infernal Soul. If he gets hit by a skill shot, game's over for him. If he hits that rapid fire cannon onto someone who's, half HP, they might just die themselves.
Oh, just about dodges that Q. That could have been really spicy. And again, we are running into the issue that maybe if Birdall starts hitting some Keeper's Verdicts, things get spicier again. They're going on to Baron themselves.
Oh, they're going to clear out Vision. I don't think it's safe to go. I mean, they're going to start... They are going in. All right, they just spell sending it now. Caitlyn's trying to set up that trap line. Will help them a bit. Zerka does have Flash, has Zhonya's. I think this is danger for LGD.
They've got to figure it out soon. He's going to be off Vision. Xiaohu with the gold card. Here we go. Counter-strike. Lee Sin gets the Baron. What about the play after? They've blown up the Caitlyn. That's a significant one as JJ flashes over the wall on Burrows. And the Queen's wrath strikes deep.
They can start the Baron all they want. You're still getting killed in the pit. They get the Baron, but they lose 3 right now as Birdall also makes it out. Weibo just hold the angles and snap the jaws shut. That's pretty much the game because LGD went for a very foolish Baron.
They felt desperate. They wanted the rush, and they get the Baron, sure enough, but they're going to get run down this mid lane. 40 seconds on Tangyuan gets a bit alarming for me. They've got away. They don't have Baron, but they could maybe still keep running. Look at Birdall trying to zone people away. Doesn't have the Keeper's Verdict. Not really hit. What good one this game. Tries to get someone stunned onto the inhibitor turret. Tanking up for the second or two, but knocked up and down.
God!
For a second or two is where the objective phrase, and now YCS get left low, and the base is broken. The defenders slaughtered to the last, and Weibo Gaming on the verge of reverse sweeping. We go the distance. 2 games, 2 series, back to back, 5 games.
10 game day, folks. Hanging in for the long haul, we are here. That was an ambitious composition with the Onivia Poppy, I think, but they're just switching around everything. I mean, I didn't even check where everything else was going. I was so fixated on where that vein was going. We'll check it in again here. Silas jungle, Malphite mid, Ambassador top lane. On the other side, we have the Zahen versus the Ambassador. The Maokai was obviously going jungle. Spot down that ward there. Tongyuan playing a Firecracker Vayne mid. Xiao, who is playing Malphite. I don't think he's ever played the Malphite in his career. I don't think he's ever played it. I'm going to go check his stats. I don't think he's ever played it, chat. I'm going to have to go check. I'm going to have to check his career statistic to see if he's ever touched this before. Of course, Dunby played it at the 2019 World Championships to great fame. I just can't believe it. He has played 1 game of Malphite in his career. When was that played? In 2021 spring, he played it level 1, getting a bit spicy here. The Flay throw down early, flashing forward, and it's first blood to the Draven. The Callista's gone down. The Hank might be next on the chopping block. Has the flash. Will have to flash away from the final auto attack. The Hank not spared his summoners either. First blood to the Draven is not a big cash in, but the first blood gold will weigh heavily against Weibo. Sam, you've missed a level 1. Xiao, who has played 1 game of the Malphite in his career, was in 2021 spring. It's followed the Vayne around here. The long lane, not able to be used from either of these plays here. It's Grasp, Vayne mid. He's playing Grasp. I actually wonder if he loaded in all the wrong runes, Sam. Using it for the heavier training and the sustain. But Shaya, first blood at the level 1, flash in for the Flay. Those spinning axes.
I mean, what it will also do, of course, Sharia gets to back for double longsword straight away. This bot lane is going to be really, really hard, and there's no summoners to play with.
So, what is this mid lane match? I really need to go back to this
Yes,
again.
go for
Sorry
it. Yeah, no, you're completely fine.
Basically, the Vayne was blind picked and Weibo locked the Malphite as a counter pick. Vayne hates playing against Malphite. I'm a Vayne top player. I know this myself, sadly. As soon as you get steel caps plus anything else, basically the Malphite becomes very unkillable. Later on, of course, Vayne can be a little bit harder to deal with, but you don't go for the Blade Rageblade build anymore. You go for the Hexblade. You don't have much sustain. Last time this was played was 2021, and of course we said Xiao played a single game of the Malphite mid back then. So what happened was, Vayne was picked, assumed it would be top lane, and then when the Malphite was locked in, they switched it to mid lane, and then Weibo to switch the Malphite to match it. So this should be the top lane matchup. Both teams switched it away from top lane, trying to avoid or confirm the counter matchup which had been locked in.
I'll also say put Sylas in the jungle, and Sylas jungle was a thing for a while. A few months back, something like that, with some of the changes that came on through. The problem is he's still going to be a lower level Sylas, and that feels rough. You need levels on Sylas. You need gold.
Hung towards this bot side. They do have... Have they leveled up the bailout? That's the biggest thing. Have they leveled up the bailout? I'm not sure. Yes, there it is. They've locked it in now. Lantern out. I think that was the case anyway. I thought I saw the particle for it. They tried to dive at level 2. Just too dangerous.
That was the loyalty program coming across and giving the shield,
right, okay.
possibly.
Yeah, I think it lasted too little. So technically, they wouldn't have had that then. Last Vayne mid, 2020 from Fofo, who played on BLG at that point. Of course, went on to play for WE and EDG.
Yeah.
Long-time player here in the LPL. Of course, then moved back to the PCS, where that's his resident region, actually. He was okay here for a little while. Wasn't around for that era of it. GJ going into the enemy jungle. Or maybe a wraparound gank in bot. Yeah, he's going for wrap gank like in bot lane. Okay, now there's no flash here. They can get the lantern out. If YSX stands far enough back, he can lantern him back. He's going to have to do it soon, though. GJ spotted now.
Okay, the lantern out. Can still look to body block this. YCX need to flay well. There's the standard side. That's good. And then we can just stand and deliver. The flay onto the turret. Another cash in.
Elk can't catch up. Jeja dies to the 2-0 lane as well. So you can't get away from this duo. Xiaoya's Draven has been played over his career. He's one of those players where I thought, oh, he's going to lock in Draven, but he won't do that much. Sam, this is game 5 against Weibo for Ascend or Nirvana, for promotion or staying down below. The kill game for both teams now. And Xiao has 2 kills in the early game. He's 1,000 gold up.
And this is an AD carry that was ridiculed, who would pick Draven, then fumble it horribly. Here in a game 5, finds himself in a remarkable position. Xiaohu is not far off level 6. I think Tang Yuan may need to back soon, or things get really spicy here.
Oh, bloody hell, Sam. It's going to be a lethality Draven coming out, at least in the first item. Might be that Ghost Blade first.
Collector possible as well.
Could even be the Voltaic. They might do some. They might revisit it. Y6 isn't stood behind them this time. I think that Y6 wants bush control here, but also when you're pushed up like this with the wave positioning, you do kind of need to be stood behind him with the Lance. And if the hook lands, they could get a kill here.
That's good.
Onto him. They do have that bailout.
Sentence offered, and you know what it says? Death. The electric chair replaced by an axe.
Xiaoya just executes him. It was a bold play to stand in that brushes for the reasons we just mentioned. He should have been standing back to maybe get that lantern. But Sam, that's the 3rd kill in the bot lane. 3-0 through the Draven. Now, the cash-in is only big when you start farming and get the most out of it. They haven't actually got big cash-ins here, but it's still 3 kills. Still first blood. Still, 38 minions worth of axes caught. Still something there, isn't it?
And again, what that gets you is another 50 gold, another 100 gold. It means that suddenly you are realistically getting 400 that 1,000 gold lead is just from cash-ins, and that puts you, double the gold probably of Elk at this early on stage of the game.
You know what was also interesting about this draft? The Sylas picked by Weibo to kind of deny the Malphite counter pick too.
Yeah.
So they were like, well, we're going to pick the Sylas just so the Malphite ult doesn't get stolen. You do have double AD carries versus the Malphite. That's going to be a problem, particularly when you have the Renata roll over the top, Kalista saving someone. Big problem. I really think that they need this early lead.
Zucker needs to be a bit careful there. The Grim Deliverance is going to force the flash. JJ's coming. This could be a better point. Birdle needs to keep his stacks passive. Does not get what he's looking for. The flash comes forward, and Zucker will get the kill.
The burden of execution a little too high there. That's a big death to give over, Sam. That Zahen needs to be a factor in these team fights. Flashes to try and get himself max stacks. Instead, just flashes in the way of the E from Jeje. Great kill from Zucker. But Birdle, you can't be pushed up like that in LGD. You gotta track the jungler better.
Doesn't happen. Needed to get passive rolling. Wanted to play from that point. I understand why. but you need to then hit your dreaded return. You need to hit something else. That doesn't happen. The Hank is in danger, but on the top side, here comes a Nature's Grasp. Birdle's going to follow. Twister advance, shoved into the turret, and Zucker has stayed around too long, gets dragged back. He's got nowhere to go. Hasn't taken aggro yet, but there's a knock-up from the Dark Englaive. Takes a turret shot. The Repudiate buys some time. He's going to try and take a minion or two here, but he won't have the opportunity.
So Birdle gets the kill back. That is very important. Good return gank by Hung and Zucker that ends up overstaying this time. So both top laners making the mistake. Shaya back into... He's got a hubris first, Sam. It's not even going to be the Voltaic or the Ghost Blade for, you know, some kind of early spike. He wants the hubris for the stacking value. If he's getting this many kills, sure, why the hell not? That ultimate might end up being very important. Flash forwards into mid lane, getting Xiaohu to ult away.
Does come on through, but Xiaohu gets that ult stop force, but now means that Tang Yuan gets about a minute, maybe a minute and a half, where he doesn't have to worry about, and the pressure can be higher.
The whole team gets that minute. I mean, he could have roamed bot lane with this. I mean, we've talked about Doomby's famous Malphite mid from 2019 Worlds. This champion just wants to leave lane and start dunking on people as soon as possible. Bill wants to, I believe, Frozen Heart first item, which will be very important against both these AD carries.
Yeah, it really will be. And again, we'll see where the lane matchups end up, because I am assuming eventually Birdle will be tasked with the Malphite, whereas Tang Yuan will get to match up against Zucker, who has less fun into the Vayne.
God,
but that will be dependent. JJ might face check someone he shouldn't. The sweeper comes on down. The grub's already taken. Tang Yuan beginning to back away. There's the chain lash, but a good tumble away. And Zucker, I don't think willing to pull the ult quite yet.
No, it's close to it. I think they were very close to looking for that fight there. The later this game goes, the better it is for Weibo, folks, because the Malphite is such an X factor. This is a great Malphite pick. This is one that shuts down the whole team. LGD must snowball. They have through bot side so far. They will need to continue with that. Hook loaded up, gets the kill, gets the hook into there. They have the Callisto ultimate immediately pulled out.
The Hank, I choose you. So half the HP bar down. Probably worthy, I think, here in the grand scheme of things. This bot lane is just not getting any easier anytime soon.
And the Callisto down too.
Yeah.
And now suddenly, Hank could actually finish his bot side camps, visit bot lane, and try and kill them with the ultimate, the Nature's Grasp. Of course, they'll still have the hostile takeover, but removing those tools with big individual plays starts to force Weibo's composition into uncomfortable positions. They're great when everything's up. They're great when everyone's even. That's not the case right now.
Okay, JJ's going to try and steal away these cloaks, and will do so successfully. I'll also note that with Birdle under the turret here, could theoretically be a dive target. Not the easiest Zahen, of course, with his ult, with his passive. If they can get some of those stacks, that can be a big deal.
Birdle does have that ultimate. Q through JJ looking for the kill here. Knocked up under turret. Has the ultimate. The heal comes through, and Birdle actually survives that. Gets the flash out of JJ. Nice play from him.
Said it might be tricky. Xiaohu does just get the Vayne trapped into the turret. It's just not a fun matchup. Their sense has landed. There's the hostile takeover. Xiaohu steps around it, though. Now we get into a spicy one. Flash, ult, death, even through the barrier. Xiaohu, it's a bronze comp. Just press R, baby.
Malphite is the X factor, and Malphite solo kills the man who is meant to be one of his replacements in RNG. Nothing quite like the original, either in champion or in the player as well. Tang Yuan had to flash that ultimate, had to flash it. Very hard matchup. You can't be stuck around at that low HP. The Vayne hates the Malphite matchup. It's not the same into other tanks. Vayne normally loves them, but the Malphite, just with the ability to walk forward, stack armor, and chunk you out, it's really, really nasty.
It really is. Bot lane's still a massive issue, but Xiaohu up 1,000 gold in what was supposed to be a matchup into the Silas. Isn't anymore, is it? That makes things really, really tricky. Again, eventually the Vayne will be a problem. She scales very well. We know all those kinds of options, but Marlon wishes he could play that combo. That's all I'm saying.
This is on the bot lane snowball now, Sam. I mean, Xiaohu has 1,000 gold lead. He has a Frozen Heart. I have a sinking feeling that the Malphite might just win the game from here, Sam. There's going to be another dragon to the side of LGD. That's good for them. Xiaohu's going to be in an okay spot. Of course, hasn't stacked up his hubris yet. Needs to get the kills beyond buying that item. My worry is Xiaohu just dunks on them. You need a flash on the Draven. So now you need to keep your summoners so readily available. You must hold on to them with all your force. If Weibo see a flash this AD carry, that's a dead AD carry.
Again, they do have additional things going with the Maokai, with the Zahen. Some of these brawlier fights can get a bit tricky. And again, Kalista being out of this game for a champion that really needs to snowball, that really needs dragon stacking, is a problem. The Malphite is good, but I am worried that eventually we're going to hit this point where you just don't have an AD carry as Weibo. You can get rid of one, but can you get rid of both as the Malphite?
Well, that's what the rest of the team's job is. You got the hostile takeover, the hook missing because the heal was used by the Hank. I think that actually would have hit without that summoner being used. If you walk around the corner, needs to be careful here. Gonna Lantern in the Maokai. They're not in great position to use their ultimates right now.
And splits the team. There will not be a Fate's Call used as yet, but it is available. 6 seconds on the hostile takeover. A little bit of a mess there from Hang. Doesn't quite get the angle. Splits the upright, so to speak. And Tanguin is being zoned away from this Malphite, who's got ult available. The Condemned doesn't hit. He's just going to zone him off. He's looking for another ult. He doesn't even need it. The seismic clap, and the shards keep flying.
That frozen heart is so annoying. He's losing a whole wave. Tanyuan, this Vayne mid has not worked. It has not worked at all. I think the grasp was a mistake. Jeja's gonna head over the wall, potentially look towards him. Has the Nature's Grasp as well. Here comes the Malphite. Maybe he can ult the Maokai instead.
Look to jump onto the Malphite. He gets dropped very low. I think he took turret aggro, and now actually overcomes YCX and Xiaoye.
Okay, so I thought he'd just ult the Malphite, actually. Just the Maokai, just kill him. But no, he has to ult to safety. That's important, means that ult is not there to kill Tanyuan. They need to get this Vayne out of this lane, Sam, but he needs to complete the role quest first and foremost. As we said, the Vayne really struggling here. It's always going to be a problem. I thought it'd be better early game. Perhaps they should have tried to do that last-minute swap away from it. Y6 now teleporting him with the support TP. Might be able to Lantern in the Maokai here. Here's the bot. Xiao, who doesn't have flash or ult.
He's going to go down. Again, he's just built armor, and that means the Maokai destroys you.
Jesus, all right. Good play from the jungle support. Problem is, no gold towards Tanyuan. So Xiao, who gives all of his gold over towards Tang. It's a free wave for Maokai, for Vayne for a minute or two. Also wonder whether it's a mistake to go for the Hex Plates. I guess you kind of need it for the HP, but I do actually wonder whether he needs to go for something like the Blade going for Rage Blade. I guess you get one shot the other way.
You Hex Plate Blade the Rinking. Maybe Hex Plate's enough.
I'm not sure at this point, Sam. I'm not sure. I think it's just a bad situation either way. He's gone for the Grasp, which, again, I think is a bit of a mistake here. Y6 does have the flash. Might need to use it. The Soul Maokai ult will get him to, well, force him to flash out.
Yeah, the Nature's Grasp. Bit twisted there. Some biochemical engineering going on from dear old JJ.
Xiaoye's been stacking up for a while, 200 stacks. The next kill is the big one for Xiao. Yep, if he gets that, he goes all the way through Bloodthirster and beyond that. He needs an LDR very, very quickly. He's got the empowered armor boots from Xiaohu as well. Zucker, 700 gold over Birdle, man. He's 30 CS up. Birdle, I don't think he's played this matchup well either. This is solo lane domination.
I don't think they were expecting this matchup, partly, but even then, it should never go this poorly, I don't think.
I think the top lane matchup, he should be fine with that. Xiao, who does have ult, does have flash this time. Hung will like to do some damage, well, which the Vayne can't.
Vanguard's advance, but there's still a lot of damage coming from Heng, and there's the ults coming, and the TP's flying as well. Tangyuan does have that ability to put the final hour on. We could have a bit of a brawl in this bot lane. Both top laners turn up.
I think that Birdle should have just kept his TP there. I don't think they could have forced the fight beyond that point. I think that's a mistake from Birdle. Just keep your teleport ready. I suppose he just wants to keep it safe, but LGD would have had a summoner advantage there at this point. Dragon now up soon. The Herald's still alive on the top side of the map. The clean feed, missing Death Sentence, hitting him. That 3 FPS.
Oh boy, well the Flay comes on forward, and I'm assuming that's just going to be the end of the play. We'll refresh the feed and move on from there. Thank you very much, Alex.
Do that there again when we're working over here on the LPL. We do use a clean feed, but sometimes it has issues because it has to go all the way from Shanghai with that with the clean audio all the way over to us. Sometimes it has some issues with that as well.
Of course, Callista's finally got her first right, and the problem is Xiao is nearly a bloodthirster.
I actually wonder whether that kill onto Xiaohu in mid lane should have tried to be gifted over to Xiaoyu via ult. He had no flash, no ult. There's so much gold for him, and he also stacks up the hubris. Now we've got the Herald being used, being taken rather. The gold lead's not bad from LGD, but I just don't think the Draven can carry. I don't think this is a game where the Draven can. Maybe the Maokai can, weirdly. I mean, it's the sole AP on the team, but it's really, really hard to play this out as an AD carry.
I do worry, though, that again, for all we said, look, the Malphite's really good. Weibo have dropped every single neutral objective this game. They have dropped Grubs, Herald, 2 Dragons. And Callista's not a champion.
Hang on, forwards. They have the Callista ultimate. They really want to give this kill over if they can. Nature's Grasp used backwards. Callista ult used in turn.
Yeah, forces them away. And I think now with Callista down her ult, the Hank out of HP, they are going to have to give up this Dragon. Xiao will get first turret, which is good for him. And he is still going to be a problem this game. The Frozen Heart early into those kind of Vanguard's advance. Incredibly tanky right now.
Cloud Soul on the table. The movement speed's nice, potentially allows you to dodge out a Malphite ultimate, or of course just outpace yourself from it.
It's the whole point.
You would have loved the Hextech. Look, when you're in games like this, Weibo got Infernal Soul last game. You would have loved that as LGD. Well, I mean, in this game, actually, Infernal Soul perhaps actually not as valuable, but
Hex Soul, sorry, not Hex Soul, Cloud Soul for Vayne feels good at least. It's not bad for the Draven.
It doesn't save you from a Malphite ult is the problem. What does save you from that is the problem, though. Jet
Actually walking over to steal the Maokai ultimate. Some good ults for him to steal, particularly with that. Well, the Maokai's the big one, really. The Thresh one is kind of meh. It's okay. Zahin, all right, I suppose. The Vayne ult, the Draven one's not great, so you don't have the stacks to go with it. Weirdly, the Vayne ult's actually okay, because you get Q half cooldown, you go invisible.
So what's on your own Q,
So
okay.
you can actually use the Vayne ultimate for some really cheeky dueling outplays, because your Q goes half cooldown, and then you also get, because that's what happens when Vayne's ultimate's on as well, and then when you cast a Q, go invisible. Kind of nice.
You know what? I hadn't realised it worked like that one. Makes sense, I suppose.
Hang on, jumping forwards onto the Thresh. That's a dead YCX, I think.
Oh, just about getting a bit of a shield, but the hostile taker comes on in. The Malphite ults in there, but Xiaoyu surviving for a little while longer, flashes away, but look at the Xiaoyu doesn't care.
Doesn't matter, Sam. The Malphite is going to win this game. LGD needed to back off. Xiaoyu did not respect that enough. Stays in the ultimate from the Hank and dies. Can't flash the ultimate. Sam, that's the game-losing play. They lose so many stacks on Xiaoyu. The turret goes down. The gold leader goes over to Weibo. LGD, you should have known better. The Malphite is coming to win the game.
Pop can stand aside. We're all about the rock. The rock's solid here as Xiaoyu just walks over and presses R on Draven.
Xiaoyu, you have to cleanse flash. You have to cleanse flash. It's not good enough, frankly. Jumping onto Xiaoyu now. He does have flash, doesn't have his own ultimate, but he's going to flash away.
Go, the TP's coming. I don't think they've got enough time to kill him here.
He's got Frozen Heart. The Vayne can't do that. Hung's going to go quite low here. Teleport coming through from Zucker. Has his own ultimate and his flash.
He can maybe just run at Tanyu in here. This gets spicy. Birdle's not coming.
He's not coming at all. They have the Lantern.
Oh, hang on. The Lantern's not going to get them out to safety, and Hang goes down. That's big. Flash forwards. The Lacerate and the Dracount steps begin to buck. As Tanyu and Nisa run away even further, will tumble, but I feel like he is more like he's stumbling at this point. Xiaoyu's around, but really, what does the Draven do here?
Well, Draven, if he overextended, could kill him. LGD is starting to fall apart now, Sam. I don't think they've managed to use the Draven in a way, particularly with that ultimate, to make a big difference with the stacks all lined up. They do have Soul coming up in 2.5 minutes. I just don't think it comes quick enough. Weibo, it's a great Malphite pick. They follow the Vayne with it. It's inspired. Xiao, who's 3-1. He's only his second game of his career, but really, how much do you need to know about Malphite? Malphite's Malphite. Just walk up, poke him out, go for the kill on the AD carry after. He's the ultimate AD carry champion in many ways. Tongman is not a champion hit. Behind 2.4k gold. An awful time of it on the Vayne. It's not the same as the Vayne into the, the Cassandre, into the, well, Sign's a little bit different too in some cases, actually. Sometimes the Sign can win through that. The Vayne has been bullied. The Vayne who is behind is not a good champion. Now Xiaoyu has to play without his mid lane turret. Without the mid lane turret, JJ might go behind the turret here. Uses that sweep to go very, very deep. They might actually look for a dive hit. They have the unstoppable force again, and Xiaoyu doesn't have ult. They can actually full send this in. Best case scenario. Hook goes wide there. Y6 really needs to get better on that accuracy. Nature's Grasp coming forwards.
The work done there's the Flay, but again, the Fate's call denies lot the engage. Here comes Birdle. I don't really think they want this, and Malphite's got Randuin's now.
Birdle teleported for that too. Birdle's teleports this series have left a lot to be desired. LGD, I mean, earlier in this series we were talking about how, look, LGD have been playing some of the games of their lives. I think particularly Hung, Xiaoyu, YCX have had some very good moments. I do think that the solo lanes from Weibo, across the average now of the series, have ended up being better. Xiaoyu has been incredible in this last game here early on. The pick has done the work for him, but the Malphite mid, hey, works really well, turns out. Especially when you just follow it around that Vayne. Sometimes a matchup is a matchup. Ground summon mid will have them charge into that mid lane turret. Should be able to get there quite easily. Can they stop it hitting the turret in general? It's going to charge up. Ooh. Can they get it? The eye's going to get hit. It's pretty close. Nope, doesn't get it. Bad Herald Summon for LGD. They waste one of the few advantages they had.
The double interrupt, the chain lash interrupt was what was needed there. That was really, really clutch.
LGD, you really needed that to hit. I mean, of all the things, get the mid lane turret. It would help you so much. I think it wouldn't have killed quite outright, but it would have gotten it so much closer. A wasted Herald. At least he's as a Battle Herald at that point. That would have been a way out around the next dragon. I think that's a huge mistake. The Battle Herald could save an AD carry from a Malphite. That's a huge mistake, Sam. Imagine if it just charges through the Renata ultimate too. I think they really needed that. Cloud Soul summoning soon, but I think Weibo are in such a huge advantage. Don't pay attention to anything else. It's literally just the Malphite diff.
That could be game-changing, game-losing. Certainly been game warping.
This should have been a 3-0. No, LGD so far ahead in that third game against almost a full AD team. This Malphite is almost unkillable. Dragon started up. They have the Callista Wrench. Xiaoyu is walking forwards, trying to stack up. Axis tonguing them on the flank. Will be spotted sooner rather than later. And they've stolen the Maokai ult.
Nature's Grasp comes across, but it's a lot of damage on the other side. The Death Sentence lands on the Xiaoyu, denying him coming on in with the Fates. don't get caught quite yet. It won't get a chance to. The dreaded return of the Grim Deliverance comes in. Tanguin will pop the final hour. Dragon was taken and denied by Weibo Gaming. They have to flash away. This isn't the cleanest, actually, from Weibo.
Alliance coming over, can they get the shutdown? Elk, you're trying to hop over the wall. One more Axel do it. Needs to hit the damn champion, not the actual Krug itself. Elk will die here. Does this lead to the Baron afterwards? Birdo will get the kill here. I think they might give it over to Tanguin. I think they need to go Baron ASAP, Sam. They got 2 kills. They got 40 seconds on the Callista, but because they sent too many people to go there, I don't think they can do it anymore. LGD, they're gonna, give up the Dragon. I don't think they can get the Baron. The chase takes too long.
Worth noting, Tanguin has got Vamp Scepter and Recurve in inventory. He is going Blade second, and that public execution goes wide.
It does. That's going to be really important. Now, the problem is there's so much armor on the Malphite. He's got 456 armor, for God's sake. Oh, Jesus. What a champion is Malphite, man.
That's a hilarious statistical graph, because we disagree.
It's completely different. Yeah, I mean, maybe in the hyper late game, Vayne can kill the Malphite and won't die to him. I think that's asking for a lot, though, really. He is going for that Blade. He'll probably go Blade, Rage Blade, actually, just to try and get himself more sustain and then going through into those Silver Bolts passives later. I think that LGD, that last fight, I don't know, man. They managed to catch out the Hank pretty quickly on. I don't think the Hank's had the best series himself, right? Had a couple of good moments on the bar, but besides that,
been quite poor.
Quite poor on the other side. There's a reason why Weibo have made it to 5 games. I think that they were blindsided by the jungle advantage that Hung managed to get in so many of these games. Just so often their leader was set behind.
We'll note that Heng is still 800 gold up on this Maokai, who's got to 2.5 items. He is going to be a problem here, and I will note, again, for all we're saying the Malphite's strong, Elk isn't. And so if Zucker, for example, cannot follow up on the Malphite out, that becomes really problematic.
Can we jump onto Xiaohu here? No, too many teammates nearby. Oh, this Malphite. Whenever Malphite actually escapes early game ahead, the champion is not okay. There are classes of champions which aren't meant to survive early game, but then they get ahead and they just diff the entire game. Champions like Yone feel like that. Champions like Malphite even more so. You can even say something like Ivern, right? When Ivern actually gets out of the early game, they just provide so much value. You have to shut them down early or you just can't survive the game. Xiaoyu and YCX held up their end of the bargain. You have a ton of stacks on Xiaoyu again, trying to cash them in or use them for the executes on the ultimate.
Lord Doms now, at least.
Which does help. It does cut a lot of that armor, but even then, it's still a full armor Malphite. Lord Doms is only going to do so much, I fear.
And you have to stand and deliver into Malphite, which feels really rough as Maokai. Not Maokai, as Draven, rather.
Played Rage Blade into Elk, actually. Zucker, I mean, he's been laning well against Birtle. That's the other problem, right? Sam, Birtle's 70 CS down. He's 70 CS down.
Yeah.
Birtle has not been good enough in these last games. The Poppy was poor, and I think the Azahi has arguably been worse. You chose this matchup in many ways. That was one of your last picks in this draft to flex the Vayne away from it. God, at that point, I would have taken a bloody Kayle, Sam. I would have took just any kind of AP champion. Pick a Kennen, for God's sake. You know?
If Vayne can get to Blade of the Ruin King by the next fight, we might be having a different conversation. He's resetting right now. I think this will be Blade, which is something fairly significant into of HP stacks, and of course that Malphite. There it is. Not done. Oh my god, it's just the pickaxe. It's just the pickaxe. She needs to find something now.
She doesn't have the gold, Sam. Doesn't have the gold. 2 minutes till Dragon. We'll have it by then, presumably. Needs the combined cost 725, something like that.
It's not that much. We'll see.
It's quite a lot when you're this far behind. It feels a lot when you're this far behind. The grasp as well doesn't give you much scaling, does it? It gives you a bit more HP to work with. I think that was a mistake too, trying to keep yourself topped up. Maybe you should have just gone for the fleet at that point. Helping the Hank walking up towards topside. Reminder that of course they could give up Cloud Soul and go for the Baron. How dangerous that. Weibo, again, not been the best objective team. They've given a heart attack to pretty much everyone involved here.
Might have very Weibo as a series, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Weibo are the most inconsistent team they've ever had the beauty of casting. They're up there with the likes of KT Rolster and the great teams which keep us on the edge of your seat, positively and negatively, across the world and across league history. LGD, if they were to make it up here, it would be unprecedented. I mean, it's unprecedented. TT did it the other day. But LGD have not been a top team for 6 years. Yeah, 6 years. It's been a long time since LGD could be considered a top team here in the LPL. 30 seconds now till Dragon comes around. There is a blade from Tongueman, has himself on set 2 items, but Xiaohu's on 3. If Xiaohu gets a good ultimate, it's just game over. LGD need to play a multi-directional team fight. Malphite can sometimes catch them off. There's no flash on Tongueman either. I think that's such a scary situation.
We'll see where YCX in particular decides to put himself. Heng's not very tanky. He's gone full AP, and that makes sense. That's a hook. Won't be followed.
No. You can't go for the single direction team fight like that. If a hook lands like that, the Renata ult follows if you actually all in. So they need to find a different angle. If everyone is going down the same route, it's bad for LGD. They need Tongyuan on the flank.
JJ also on the flank, hijacked Nature's Grasp.
Okay, so that's really good zoning as well. So the Maokai ult is going to be matched with another Maokai ult.
Silas v Maokai Atel. We've seen quite a lot of Birdol from one angle, Tanguin from another. Over we go. There's that Nature's Grasp stolen. Jumping onto Xiaoya, but they get the flash away. That's pretty good. JJ goes golden. Elk's killed off YCXO, so no Lantern out. JJ and Elk doing a lot of work. Zucker's been left pretty low, though. Xiao, who's tanky, but the damage ain't looking fantastic as Birdol flashes, gets his passive stack. Elk needs to run away. Xiaoya's killed off JJ, and they're winning the fight. They don't get what they're looking for. A dreaded return of Birdol's down 60 CS, but up in kills.
How the hell do LGD win that fight? JJ flashes for a follow-up chain on the Malphite ult, and he misses. JJ might have missed the crucial skill shot which would have killed Xiaoya. That's a cash-in for him. That's the soul for LGD. That's the Baron for LGD. That may well be the whole damn series. I can't believe it. Watch this from JJ. He flashes and misses.
God.
Flashes and misses. Xiaoya turns around the fight. That skill shot from JJ should haunt him for the rest of his days.
We asked for omnidirectional Tangyuan, and Birdol come from the flanks. They get to stand and dodge away from the public execution. Zucker hits nothing. Birdol gets to hit everyone.
And Elk gets condemned into the wall. Condemned into the wall. There's no surviving that. The Callista is just not tanky enough to survive the Vayne, of course, himself. What an incredible team fight from LGD. That might be game-winning.
Yeah, one person survives. It is Elk, 'cause he gets to flash cleanse away, but he's on 10% and gets to do nothing. Hilariously, the person who did the most damage in the fight for the side of Weibo Gaming is Elk, despite being down so much. It wasn't a good attempt. Imagine if he wasn't down 2,000 golds.
Okay, so this game isn't over for LGD. Of course, it's a huge mark in their favor. The Hubris has been activated from Shai as well. Important for him. An extra 2 kills onto that. Xiao, who was the last member alive, but he needs to stay tanking in the front line. He couldn't make the difference there. He got the ultimate onto Xiaoya, the person who did the most damage from LGD. JJ's the one that messed up there. So sad for him. Such a stalwart for Weibo, making a critical error, and now the gold's starting to flow in through the Baron power.
And Zucker hit nothing. Literally failed his ult, was down to 10% HP, and he doesn't get the follow-up either. Your two melee follow-up characters didn't get to do so, and that was going to be the issue. The Malphite can start things, and he can do it damn well, but if he can't finish it, we get very nervous.
Yeah, now there's still a Malphite ultimate. A lot of summoners are down. Weibo can look for a slapback fight pretty soon, actually. These AD carries are still quite vulnerable. Xiao needs to be very careful. No flash. Has the Bloodthirst and the Lantern help. But there's actually a chance that Xiao just full sends on him. I'm not sure there's that much he can do about it. Even with the LDR, Xiao, who should be able to just shut him down.
Well, no, Birdol's nearly at what I assume will be death's dance. GA wouldn't be awful here either, actually. But then suddenly you have these conversations about, okay, well, what happens in the extended fights with all the AP Maokai damage and all of the Zarhen damage? And maybe we killed off Xiaoya, but what happens to Tangu? And if you don't kill both, then we get a bit more nervous. Fate's final hour, rather, burned by Tanguin as JJ and Elk went looking. Birdol's top side, we have got the 1-3-1.
Yeah, Birdol is now shot up to a 1.5k gold lead. He got a lot of shutdowns in that last fight, and maybe... Now, the problem is you have a ton of melees on the top side from Weibo, right? Zarhen loves melees if he's actually in the game. It's quite hard to play against the Malphite again because he's a physical damage dealer, but if he gets all those stacks, he's healing through you. It's not like there's a Bramble Vest on Xiao, who he's going to heal through you for forever. Reminder, this ultimate's still there from Weibo. Malphite's top lane, and Birdol's just making sure the Malphite can't go and interrupt this as the Nature's Grasp helps the siege.
That. They can only get a couple plates here, not everything, but all of the outer turrets now down. Vayne is shadowing the Zarhen.
And Birdol's there too. Again, just doubling up on the solo laners. That's kind of what Scout taught the league to do back in 2023. He loved kind of doubling up with this. He just rolled forwards. That's actually a bit spooky there. Shahu. Not sure if he spotted the recall. Teleport coming in from Birdol into the mid lane. Bot lane. This is such a large amount of gold. They need to back to spend it. They can ult onto Tanguin here.
He's got his ult up. Does get jumped on. Doesn't take that much damage yet. Gets slowed down. They're going to try and find some more. Flash away. Gets the speed up. Keeps running around. Needs to get out of range of the Nature's Grasp. But now maybe he can start turning this around himself. JJ looking for the abscond abduct. Doesn't. Might be abducting his own health bar.
Oh,
Vayne goes monster hunting. All the while, look at the Nexus turrets. It's happening. Weibo Gaming. Consistently inconsistent, but the inconsistencies will poison them, will fracture them, will see them crashing from the heavens again then we see another team fall from Ascend. LGD stomp on their corpses.
Laugantier do the unthinkable. Literally the unthinkable. I knew Weibo were inconsistent. They